Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition here of the Sparkling Tuna Cup, week number 95, your weekly dose of Tuna Cup action. I'm, of course, your side VIP, with man joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome, one and all, to your weekly open tournaments. Again, this is funded by the people, for the people, exclamation mark Patreon in the chat, if you wish to help fund this tournament, as otherwise we're jumping into our first round of the night. Exclamation mark B in the chat, exclamation mark B to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is live, the bracket is stacked, and we have our first series. It is going to be a PvP between Lunacy and Sig. Let's go. Let us go. Players just getting ready, Vitos are done, we're jumping to game one. It's going to be on Magnatha. Again, check out the bracket here. We will be going over the bracket after this series. We have our initial best of 3, and this is a round of 32 match. The bracket is stacked. The bracket, once again, filled with amazing players from all around the world, from South Korea, of course, from Asia, from Europa as well, all facing off in our bracket. Let's go, baby, let's go. Also, I just woke up. I just woke up, baby. As you can imagine, we just wrapped up with the Brazilian Soccer 2 circuit this morning. We had a 12-hour cast, or like 11 hours. It was an 11-hour cast this morning. We casted EWC Global Qualifier right into the Brazilian Soccer 2 circuit. It was basically 2 6-hour casts put together. So I think it was just under 12 hours, or around 12 hours. It was very intense, and oh boy, right afterwards I went straight to bed. I'm awake 6 hours later, and we're here with some more StarCraft. We're gonna do it all again, because once again we have a back-to-back broadcast. We have Sparkling Tuna Cup right into our next event, right into EWC Global Qualifier day number 2. And this morning in the top left-hand corner of Magnatha, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Teal Protoss representing among SC2 people. It is Lunacy. Oh. There we go. Well done. Beautiful. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Swedish Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss, and up-and-comer, it is Sig. Or Siege. And of course, welcome on all. If you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our PvP. Also, as we get into this, a big shout in the chat as well to Slow Joe. Thank you so much for subscribing for 10 months. Oh my god, that's a lot of months. It's almost a year support. Thank you so much for subscribing. Hope you enjoy the content, hope you enjoy the StarCraft, hope you enjoy the casting here on the CranKy Ducklings. Look at the tuna, beautiful. Likewise, also a big shout out as well to Kashim. Oh my god, Shema papi Shema. Dziękuję, or Jenki. So big shout out to Kashim, as Kashim, he does subscribe for 21 months as well. Thank you, Papi, thank you. Kashim, of course, a pillar of the StarCraft 2 scene, of the StarCraft 2 community. Thank you. Thank you so much here. Much love, Papi, much love. So here we go, as we are going to be settling into our game, as we're going to be settling into our series. So far, 2-gate opener here at Lunacy. Likewise, we have a gate cyber expand greedy build at a Sig. Oh my god, much more greedy here, much more economic. The natural base is almost done, by the way. The Nexus is almost complete. Meanwhile, Lunacy has yet to throw his down, so a massive economic lead here for Sig. The pressure is now going to be on Lunacy to punish in some way, and how do we do so? Double adept opener. Now, Lunacy did have the option to go for a proxy, to go for a pylon across the map. He did scout across the map, did confirm the economic opener of his opponent, but Lunacy has opted not to go for the proxy, is being aggressive, is moving out with the depths, but we'll see what he can get done, because the pressure is on Lunacy. Pressure is on. PvP can't wait for 3-gate or 2-gate Robo. I mean, there's a lot more variety when it comes to our PvPs, of course. Speaking of, we do have our Robo on the way, so we do have a faster Robo here at Lunacy. Likewise, we have, I would say, a very safe build here by Sig. So it was a Gate Cyber Nexus into Robo here, much more safer. This is designed to defend against a one-base all-in, basically. So if Sig was being proxied, if there was a one-base all-in, this would, in a way, hard counter that. We know there is no all-in, and Sig, he has yet to confirm the expansion, so he doesn't know. So right now he's scouting, he's checking, trying to figure out how aggressive Lunacy is being across the map. Meanwhile, just making as many immortals as he can early on. So again, just really safe play here out of Sig. You could argue needlessly safe, as we are aware, but Sig will soon confirm. as Depsa do keep shading in towards that main. Sig trying to keep up. So far is behind this, going for the Prism, by the way. Luna C, okay. With this initial robo, he could have gone for earlier immortal production, but he's going for the Prism. And again, this should be for economic damage. And once again, just to re-emphasize, the pressure is on Luna C to get some counter damage done, to get into the bases, to get into the mineral line, to get some damage, just because he's still behind economically. Well, he has been for quite some time, well, since the start of the game. Meanwhile, as we get into this, a big shout out to Phasor in the chat. God, thank you so much for subscribing as well for 20 months. Oh my god, Esther Phasor, thank you. Do appreciate the support. Hope you enjoy the content, hope you enjoy the casting, hope you enjoy the star crash. As both of the depths do go down. Does get 2 probe kills, not bad. So with that, Luna C does finally take a bit of an economic edge of his opponents. But remember, Sig has been building up these immortals over time, and soon he can turn this defense into an offense. Oh boy. Twilight Council not going to be on the way. Third immortal has arrived. Meanwhile, Prism into the main. We have sentries. Oh, and the goal here to dive into the mineral line, to force field the mineral line, and to focus on as many probes as possible, locking them in and not letting them escape. Sig is in position to expand and take a third base, but Sig is out of position to defend his bases. And here comes a Prism. Here comes a drop. Here we go. And again, with this, we can force field the mineral line. And there it is. That means that probes, they cannot run away. And probes are being focused down. So far, getting one, getting 2. Nothing too major. That shield by putting in a lot of work, and she overcharged as well. So nice defense here by Sig. It did have the wherewithal to have the shield battery in the mineral line. Does defend. We had this 2-base all in. Oh my god. Yeah, 2-base all in here out of Luna C, going for Glaive Adept. So he's going for a Mass Gateway into Glaive Adept into Glaive Immortal. It's a very popular, very trendy kind of all-in off of a Robo Opener, off of 2 bases. This is going to hit like a truck. And remember, Sig is expanding. Sig is taking another base, taking another expansion. Aye. And we'll see if Sig can hold on. Switch Prime is not a crime. Have a nice day. Oh, thank you, Phasor. Thank you. Block the Rib. It has been more trendy as of late. If you've been watching, we've actually seen it quite a lot over the past couple of weeks. I want to say that Hero started it, and since then we've seen players pick it up. But going for the sentry drop specifically into the mineral line to catch out and force field and lock down probe kills. If there wasn't a shield battery here, that could have gone like what, 8 probe kills. Like that would have gone out of hand. But the shield battery does maintain everything here. Does maintain the mineral line. Likewise, Luna C did save all the sentries. True, all the sentries were saved, and now it's go time. Now the all-in is upon us. How many gateways? I believe 8? 7. 7-gate 2-base all-in here for Luna C, massing up all the adepts. And the adepts are built to tank. The immortals, they're built to do damage. So we have 3 immortals here for Luna C. But bearing in mind, the immortal count is also quite high for Sig. True. Does have a high immortal count, so the army's rotating over and not quite in position. Luna C, he's up 20 arms supply, I should say. Decent force fields, zoning away the immortals, nicely done. But the army here in favor of Luna C, it does start to step in, takes out the first adept, takes down the stalker. Likewise, he does beat out one of his own immortals, but yeah, he's breaking through. Again, these adepts just tank so many immortal shots. Again, the adepts do a great job just tanking, soaking damage, catching out another immortal almost. Does slip away. Oh my god. Does barely slip away. Again, Sig handling this quite nicely here, just making use of what little he has, but it's still quite little here. Like, he's still getting the power. The boys are being pulled into Glaive Adepts. Oh no, the boys. They get annihilated by the Adepts. What else can we do? So the boys are annihilated. Immortals are coming in from behind. Luna C pushing further into the bases. And does take down the mineral line. Fun fact, Sig's still ahead in probes. Sig is still ahead in workers, by the way. That's how far ahead he was, at least when it came to the economy. And again, these immortals, they persisted for so long. One immortal. Yeah, one immortal finally goes down to 2 versus 2. Reinforcements have arrived. More adepts coming in. Force fields, they barely, do lock down one of the immortals. Yeah, and Prime has too, Luna C has too much. GG gets called. He does wedge himself in between the bases, and Luna C will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Luna C does take a lead. Again, Sig, unfortunately, he was unaware of the 2-base all-in. He was expanding, he was saturating. Remember, he was up over 20 probes compared to his opponent. Probes that didn't help. And we pulled the boys towards the end, but again, they just melt against the adepts. Unfortunately, the gateways were a little bit delayed. Warp pins were otherwise delayed as well because he was fixated on his economy when Luna C was going all in. Yeah, he's Luna C, he's a lunatic. He's crazy. So with that, Lunacy does pop over the all-in, and we'll see if Sig can recover. Again, Sig, he had a solid start to the game, defending against the aggression, claiming a faster natural, claiming a faster third, but maybe was just a little bit too greedy there. In the end, was punished for that, and now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. So jumping into that second game. And we'll see if Sig can recover, can bounce back, and force the ace match. Let's go. And also, I don't really blame Sig for going for the faster third base. Remember, we're on Maganath, or that was on Maganath. Maganath is the largest map of the map pool, long rush distance by ground. Longer games are more common there, but this is where you have to know your opponent as well. If you know anything about Lunacy, I mean, his name is, has multiple meanings, of course, you know. He is the Moonsea, but also he's crazy. He's known for aggression. He's known for all-ins. He's known for quirky builds. Like, Lunacy is not the most standard of players. No, not at all, not at all. So there's a high chance that he will all-in, and here we go. We're now getting into game number 2, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Leylines, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Teal Protoss, representing among SC2 people, leading the series 1-0. It is Lunacy. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, the Swedish Protoss, down in the series, but we'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Sig. Or Siege. Let's go. Let us go. But again, Lunacy, like, we expect aggression out of him, so I don't, again, like, against a standard player, against someone like Geralt, someone like even Christiana, right, against someone that's more known for their mid-game, that's where going for a faster third like that, especially on a larger map, makes plenty of sense, and we can get behind it here. But against Lunacy, it's a risky thing to do, man. It's a risky thing to do. Speaking of risky, hello. Probe does move out across the map and is going to be hiding a pylon. So Lunacy going for a 2-gate opener back at home, does set up here across the map, throwing down a pylon. Now this does look like a prime location for a proxy Stargate to go for an Oracle into the main and get economic damage done. Otherwise, this could be a fake pylon, and we might not even commit to anything. Otherwise, this could even be proxy Twilight Council into proxy Dark Shrine, or something crazy like that. Proxy Robo feels a little bit weird. Proxy Robo would be for a 1-base all-in, but ideally you want the Robo in a position where you can reinforce a little bit easier to be able to rally Immortals into your opponent's bases. So this does look a little bit less like a Robo and more like a Stargate or a Twilight Council or a fake. Of course, Sig does probe scout. With this, he will count the pylons. He will confirm the pylon is missing. He knows. He's like, hold up, pylon is missing. The pylon should be somewhere here, as his own pylon is already. Oh my god! Once again, Gates Hyper Expand, greedy build here out of Sig. He got away with it last game, and he should get away with it this game as well, because it is a proxy Stargate. So we do see an aggressive start here by Lunacy. Bearing in mind, this is not an all-in. This is not an all-in. This is designed to get economic damage by rushing an Oracle into the bases. Now, Sig, remember, he knows that the pylon is missing. He knows that something is wrong. He knows that something is amiss. How does he respond? Once again, Robo. So Gate, Cyber, expand into Robo. This is the same opener he went for last time. And if you recall what I said, this opener is designed to shut down an all-in. So if Lunacy was going for a proxy 3rd gateway and a proxy 4th gateway and a 1-base 4-gate all-in, or a proxy Robo into Immortal all-in, then Sig would be blindly getting ready for that kind of situation. We can see that that's not the case though. He's going to be Oracle instead, double Adept into the natural, 2 Adept second 1-shot probes, and they take down the initial Adept. Does shade away, 1 probe does go down. At the same time, there's a safety shield by the main base that will keep this middle line safe against the Oracle. Despite that damage still being done, Oracle into the main, Adept says, well, we're committing in. Yeah, he does commit, going for the Stasis. Stasis does pop off. Nice reaction here by Sig, does pull away. Base out the Stasis. 3 probes going to be going down. Did I say 3? Getting to 4, getting to 5. Probe kills. And 5 workers, Adepts, they do pop off. The Oracle doesn't get much damage, but the Adepts, they do. Adepts, they pop off. 6 probes going to be going down. Very nice damage here by Lunacy. And even though Sig got a much faster expansion, Lunacy does enough damage to equalize the workers. That's what's important here, is that yes, Sig, he was greedy. Yes, Sig, he got a fast natural base, but with that economic damage, now the game is evening up a little bit more. I say a little bit more. The natural is still not yet done for Lunacy, but I is going for an all-in. We're going into Glaive Adepts, pappy. Let's go. Glaive Adepts going to be on the way here for Lunacy, throwing down extra gateways, so he's going with a 4-gate setup here. And again, this is what we expect out of Lunacy. If you know anything about this player, our Korean Protoss here, he is known for his aggression. I would not have called this by any means. I would have expected like another Robo all-in, essentially. But no, rushing into Glaives of all things in this match. Crazy. Double Orc going to the bases, getting 3 probe kills, getting 3, ooh, getting up to 4. 4 workers going down. Nice damage here by Lunacy. With that, Lunacy does take an economic lead. And Sig struggling to defend. Bearing in mind, he doesn't really know what he's up against. He hasn't seen anything across the map. He has not gone for hallucination, not yet. Does move out. Now, this move out's actually quite nice. Back at home, what do we have to defend? We have a couple of Stalkers here and there. A couple of Vanilla Adepts are going to be warping in as well. Against an Immortal Sig, he can break through. He can get some damage done here. But there's a shield battery. Now we have an extra warping of Stalkers. 5 in total. Boys are being pulled. Does target down one of those Stalkers. Gets 1. Gets 2. He gets knocked down. Oh, he is knocked down by the probes. Nice defense here by Lunacy. Shuts down the Immortal. And with that, the aggression has subsided. With that, Sig can no longer push in. He was locked down across the map, getting more probe kills. You can see the Oracles being sacrificed to get as much damage as possible. The Oracle should go down. Oh, barely gets away. And here comes the proxy. How many gateways? Ooh, we have 5. We have 5 back at home. 1 proxied across the map, so it's going to be a 2-base, 6-gate all-in out of Lunacy with mass Glaive Adepts. We're just waiting for the gateway, waiting for the warp in. And again, Sig, he has to back off. In a head-on fight, I'm going to favor his main army. True, but he hasn't gotten another Immortal. I mean, it won't really help too much against Mass Adept. True. Mortals won't be as impactful. I mean, they have their place against these Stalkers, don't get me wrong. Also, did I say 2-base 6-gate? It's going to be 2-base... No, yeah, 6-gate, yeah. I thought this was a fresher gateway. Very good. No, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. 7-gate. Okay, so 2-base 7-gate all in. But Epsay move that across the map. Then shaded to the bases. Here in the main, probes are going to be targeted once again, and here comes the Mass Adept here, or the Mass Army from Lunacy is rallying everything across the map. It's all or nothing. And once again, another 5 probe kills. Now, bear this in mind. This is a lot of economic damage. Lunacy doesn't really have a high probe count. He's not making probes because he's all in. Like, so killing these workers, it's good damage here, but what matters is going to be the main fight. What matters is this engagement. And here we go. Does shade past. Remember, there is a wall. Yeah, it does fully wall off. Ooh, what if they commits? Oh my god, that was a mistake here. Lunacy losing everything. Did commit to the shade, and so many Adepts go down. And a strong start here for Sig. Okay. Yeah, my attention. Oh my god, as the Oracle does pop off. 5 probes going down. But remember, Lunacy wasn't making probes. Lunacy was all in. Just now he starts probe production. And Sig, I favor his main army. Like, these Adepts, they do amazing when it comes to tanking, when it comes to harassing, but when it comes to a head-on fight, they don't scale well into a long game. I mean, that's why it's an all-in, right? They don't scale well as the game progresses. 3rd base now on the way. Here comes Sig, he does push out across the map. Adepts a shade towards the mineral line. They do throw in the shade. Meanwhile, more probes going to be going down. Sig moving in. He does not have Blink. There we go. Blink just now finishing. Blink is now ready. Orc going to the main. Stasis going up. And Sig is pushing in. Does move in, but that's a lot of Adepts. Adepts, they don't do amazing damage here, but I mean, they're going to be able to tank, and it's going to be enough to hold on. Yeah. So Lunacy, he will hold. Meanwhile, Sig kiting back. Behind this member, he has a 3rd base. It's almost done. More Adepts, a shade in. This time that was not worth it here for Lunacy. Not worth it to us to 2 robes. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm really liking Sig's position. Like, Sig, he's in a really good place here, bleeding out a couple of Stalkers, but what's important, Sig, he's up in expansion, he's gonna be up in economy, up in workers, and he's gonna have Mass Blink Stalker against Mass Glaive Adept. In a head-on fight, Sig wins. Like, Sig, he does have the greater army here against what Lunacy has. Now, my concern, as we've been here before, is if Sig is too greedy. If he does saturate too much, if he gets, like, I don't know, like a 2nd forge and double upgrade, and if he's a little bit too greedy, then Lunacy can catch him off guard. On top of that, with Mass Adepts, like, he can still go in between the bases, he can still cripple the economy, and still recover as well. But there's no expansion, he's still 2-base all in. Yeah, he's still just 2-base all in here. but the immortal production is so delayed. Like, you can see he's trying to go for the same build he went for last time. Remember, last game, it was mass immortal, mass glaives, but here he only has one immortal. Like, he's not set up. He's not set up for it. It'll take so long to build up like a comparable immortal count, or a significant immortal count. It's just gonna take so long. And in that time, Sig is gonna be able to warp in more stalkers. He does find the proxy, does depower the gateway. Nice catch. Nice catch here from Sig. Up, sneaking under the Oracle. Oracle goes down. Nice pickup. Once again, dancing with the army. Picking up more adepts. Very nice trades here from Sig. Very nice trades. And again, this is going to be a delayed 2-base all-in, and that's the problem here. Like, we saw how well this hit last game in game 1, but this is just so delayed here for Lunacy. Outside of making a bit of a blunder here, like, Sig, he should be able to shut down this army. Assuming, like, nothing crazy happens, like they miss each other. Sig, he does find the army. Does spot the immortals. Base trade? Yeah, base trade. Lunacy turns back around. Yeah, it turns around here. Stalkers, they dive into the mineral line. We can just completely force field the ramp, or force field the entrance, forcing the recall. Oh, and we're kind of stuck in here with the immortals. Uh-oh. The immortals are going to town. Adepts are being cleaned up. Bit of a shaky fight, but nice target firing on the immortals. Immortals, they do fall. They're the first things to be targeted. And with that Sig, he has done it. He will overwhelm the natural. There's one immortal coming in. Just one immortal left. And with that Sig, he will take down the mineral line. 23 probe kills. Recalls back home. And remember, he has a third. Like, he has the economy to just chill. Just calm down. Keep warping in more stalkers. And the all-in never got across the map. Never got across here for Lunacy. Likewise, we have a slow lot run by. Let's go, the slow lots. Moving out across the map. And Lunacy's just out of steam. He's just run out of steam, run out of army. This is the final push here for Lunacy. The final engagement that he can go for. And Sig, he's here to force the ace match. He's here to force game 3. Okay, does focus down the shield batteries. Does try to, diving on the immortal once again. And let's see, he's just run out of army. GG gets called, and Sig, he will tie things up 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. Here we go. We are going into the ace match, and we'll see how this story ends. Again, this could go either way here. Again, Lunacy, he was doing some decent damage early on, but alas, we did see the moment where he did overextend with his adepts. He did lose almost everything, and everything swung heavily in favor of Sig. And remember, the longer the game went on, the better it was for our Swedish Protoss, as he did have better upgrades, better economy, better bases, better upgrade, just better tech as well. Lunacy was on a timer, and eventually Lunacy tried to morph that adept all-in into an adept immortal all-in, but it was just delayed. It was a delayed setup. It was more of like a last chance, like Hail Mary play there for Lunacy. It was never the original intent to go into that immortal based all-in. The intent was to kill his opponent with Mass Glaive Adept earlier, and wasn't able to. GG, well played. With that, we're diving into game number 3. We're diving into the ace match, and again, do we go the way of Sig? Do we go the way of Lunacy? This can go either way. I do rate these players quite closely to each other. I actually do lean a little bit more in favor of Lunacy, but that's just because we've seen a little bit less of Sig. Like, Sig, he's still more of an up-and-coming player. He's still more of an up-and-coming player. He's still kind of rising through the ranks and kind of like, you know, getting his feet wet. What's the phrase I'm looking for? He's... He is still gaining experience, I should say. Still gaining experience. Let's go. So we're getting ready for our next game. He doesn't have enough workers to fuel 6 gates, or does he? I believe you do need full 2-base saturation, and I think you're correct. Like, he had, because he was undersaturated at his natural, if I recall correctly. I think with 6 gates it's okay. I think with 6 gates it's okay. For like 7 to 8, I think you would need proper saturation, but I don't know the math on it, to be fair. I'm just assuming that just off of vibes. What's Protoss's biggest weakness? Their biggest strength, papi. What do you mean? Just be like Hero. Bait them in, papi. Bait them in. Cutting a seed? Yeah, there we go. Yeah. I think that's what I was looking for. That kind of phrase. Yeah. You get me. But here we go. We're diving into our next game. We're diving into game number 3, the ace match here in Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Incorporeal. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Teal Protoss representing among SC2 people. It is Luna C. And Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Swedish Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss. Tying things up, forcing the ace match. Momentum is on his side. It is Sig. Or Siege. I'll go with Sig. So now, we are moving out. Now, every game so far, Sig has gone for the same opener, is what I will say. When it comes to a little bit of criticism here, he's going to Gate, Cyber, Expand into Robo every single game without fail. We'll see if Lunacy is looking to try to abuse that in some way. I'm not opposed to him going for the Stargate opener last game, but as we saw, Sig also goes for a blind safety shield battery as well, so it does seem a little bit hard to really get too much damage done without committing to an all-in, to a proxy. Yeah, this time Lunacy, pylon blocking. Never mind. Oh, out of position. Lunacy does come in for the pylon block, unable to. That is going to be a gate expand before the cyber core, so even greedier here. This is one of the greediest builds you can go for. You could go Nexus first, just straight up Nexus first. You know, shout out to Astrea. Astrea, he does that sometimes. But this was gate expand, just straight up gate expand, so very greedy build here by Sig. Does get it down on location. Lunacy, he was unable to pylon block. I think Lunacy was expecting the natural base a little bit later after the cyber core, so was unable to block, unable to deter, and we'll see how Lunacy responds. We're expecting at least adepts. Second pylon in the main, no proxy. No proxy. Sig does confirm as well, there is no proxy. And yep, double adept. So double adept on the way. Lunacy, his goal here, he needs to get some economic damage done to try to recover, to try to make up for his much later expansion. And yeah, once again, so gate, this time gate into expansion, into cybercore, into robo. So a very safe play, just what we said previously. Same thing applies here, where the faster robo is designed to shut down a one-base all-in. So if Lunacy would go for a proxy, would go for an all-in, then we'd have defensive immortals to survive that. So I'll be honest, I feel like Sig, he's like a big MaxPax fan. I'll be kind of. I say kind of because MaxPax doesn't do this. He goes for Stargate play, right? He goes Gate, Cyber, into Stargate, then into Nexus. It's similar, but I would say this is much more safe. This is much safer here and less aggressive. Like MaxPax can get away with this kind of opener, but alongside it does go for the Stargate into Oracle Harass, into aggression across the map, alongside being greedy. So it's similar, but even safer here. So safer play from Sig. It's similar in how economic it is. That's where the similarities start and end. I think is what I will say. Ooh, hello. Meanwhile, we do go for a proxy pylon. Now this is a later proxy pylon. What are we hiding? Are we going into a Twilight Council? That's what I'm thinking here. Proxy Twilight Council, potentially. Show us the council. Show us what you got. Oh, it could be a delayed proxy Stargate. True. No, yeah. That's why. Let's go. Proxy Twilight Council. What does this mean? This screams DTs, Dark Templar. So proxy. There's no reason to proxy Twilight Council unless you plan on proxying the Dark Shrine as well. So we're rushing into DTs now. I'll be honest. I'm not too fond of this. Like I like the aggressiveness and I like the build. Yes, but specifically, remember, Sig. What did he open? He opened Robo. Remember, really fast robo every game, which means, as you can see here, fast robo means fast observers. There are games, like in PvP, it's not uncommon. Jesus, that's a lot of depth. Oh my god. But in PvP, it is not uncommon to see a player go into... Oh, we can... Yeah, we can... Okay, we're going to commit to Shade. We'll finish that short thought later. And let's say do try to bust in. So far, Siggy's keeping up. He's locking down the Adepts. Very nice catch here. Getting 1, 2, 3 Adepts already go down. Getting up to 4, getting up to 5. Adepts say do Shade towards the middle line. They try to make their way in. Sig, he's late to pull away. Probes are even being pulled. Losing 2 probes, but Sig will hold. Now, what I was getting at here is it is not uncommon in PvP for a Protoss player to delay their robo after the third even. Like in a standard macro PvP, like you often do open up Blink, you go for later robos, and because of that, DTs can do critical damage, because in a standard PvP, the robo should be much later. Here, specifically, Sig has been opening robo every single game, so detection is not an issue. It never has been. Oh, he's going into a two-way solo. Let's go! Going into Glaives, going into a Gateway Explosion, and Sig, it's his turn to go for the all-in. Now, how much detection do we have? Just one. Just one observer. Can always recall by code if need be. The Arc Shrine is almost done. Proxy Pylon across the way, or across the map. And here comes Sig. Nice, very nice force fields, locking down the Adepts, zoning away the Immortal. Locking down the Immortal. Oh my god! The Immortal does go down. Boys are being pulled. There's another force field. There's a Guardian Shield even as well. Yeah, we have defensive DTs, but remember, there's detection. The DTs do nothing. Yeah, they do nothing. They mean nothing. Specifically against Sig's opener here, like, detection's not a problem. He's got plenty of detection, plenty of observers, and with that, he breaks through. He breaks through the natural. But he breaks through. There we go. Takes down the pylon. Shuts down the Adept. Now across the map, nothing can be done. GG gets called, and Sig will take the series 2-1. He will advance on to the round of 16. GG. Whew. GG, well played. With that, Sig, he will claim the series again, almost like a blind counter. I don't even want to say a blind counter, because he had gone for the same opener every game. Every game, Sig opened fast robo, which means he had fast detection. So it was just a really risky move there from Lunacy, and I would say a kind of build the kind of style that would not work against Sig just because of how safe he is, right? Just because he opens up with such a fast robo and such fast detection and fast immortal production as well. So it was a cheeky build out of Lunacy, but specifically against Sig, it leaves much to be desired. GG. GG. Against anyone else has potential, but not against a faster robo like that. And yeah, with that, there's plenty of detection. GG will play. Sig, he will claim the series. He will advance on into the next round. But a shout out to Lunacy. Lunacy, he's a very entertaining player. He's always very entertaining to watch, and a very strong player in his own right, of course. Don't make me understate that. He's a great player in his own right. Here he does go down to Sig, but did make it for a fun series. GG. GG well played. With that, Sig, he will advance on, and the question becomes, who is up next? Let us head on over here and catch up on the bracket. Let's go. Ooh, exclamation mark be in the chat. Have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket has been progressing, and we do have our next series. We have our next series as we are going to be following our players into the next round. From the top here, Ateshi takes down Matt 2-0. Oh, yo, shout out to Matt, by the way. Shout out to Matt. But Ateshi does take down Matt 2-0, advancing on to face up against ByuN in the next round. Meanwhile, we have Eba does take down Gilliman 2-1. Ooh, went all the way to the ace match. Gilliman, for those who do not know, is a Korean Terran player, a very aggressive Korean Terran, might I add. So Eba does take down. God damn it. Does take down Gilliman. Ewa just messaged me. He said he lost game 1 against Gilliman because of Mass Cyclone, but he said it's okay because game 2 and game 3 he played Protoss. You're an animal. You're an animal. So Ewa, he was able to flex his Protoss against Gilliman. Scrolling down, we have Cristiano. Cristiano is up against Dave Latos. Dave Latos gets a walkover over Prome. Oh, nice. I say nice walkover, but Prome, he's a pretty strong player here, and Dave Latos does get the win over Prome. Hopefully everything's okay, as he is up against Cristiano in the next round. Scrolling down, we have Ledlix. Ledlix takes down Choi Galaxy 2-0 up against Geralt in the next round in a PvP. Scrolling down a little bit further, we do have Creator. Creator is up against Mocha. Mocha takes down Kanoya 2-0. Creator versus Mocha coming up next. We have Art versus Rebellion. Rebellion takes down Coast Phoenix 2-0. So we have a PvP amongst those two players. We have Skillus. Skillus takes down Mini Zerg 2-0, and we have Nickrecht up against Azura in the round of 16. So the entirety of the round of 32 has concluded. The round of 16 is underway, and we have our next series. We're going to be following Sig into his next matchup into Eva in the next round. Let's go. Is going to be I was going to say ZVP, but with Eva, you never know. Like, he just told us that he played Protoss against Gilliman, so I mean, anything is possible. Is there going to be another PvP? It's maybe. Maybe. Otherwise, we just got another update. Christianity does take down David Littlehorse 2-0, waiting in the next round for the winner of Geralt and Ledlix. So again, the matchups, the winners are the series are continuing, of course. They are continuing. Do you feel the need to get ready with my VPN just in case we were to end up on the Korean server? Well, for the most part, we have some nice variety here. Nice variety. Want to see a Terran player? I mean, most likely as the series progresses, I mean, there's a reason why we jumped on Sig versus Lunacy. We knew that that was going to lead into Eba, and that is going to lead into ByuN. You can see here ByuN at the top of the bracket. Like, typically whenever there's a favorite player like that, a player like ByuN or a player like Clem or MaxPax or Skillus, I do try to avoid them in the early rounds just because I know we're going to get there anyway. Like, I try to feature some of the other top players, and I say top players just because, like, looking at this pure ace matches, like, we know that there's going to be really good series between them, and we'll eventually get to some of the more favorite players later on in the brackets. I try not to latch onto them early on in a bracket just because that's less interesting. Typically those matches are more one-sided, but later on in the bracket, that's where their matches become a little more close, a little more intense. So that's why we avoided, like, ByuN, for example, at the start, or we avoid Creator, or we avoid Skillus. Jump into some of these other players early on. But here we go. We are going to be going on a short break. Going to be going on a short break here, and when we come back, we'll have our next series. Up next, we're going to have Eva versus Sig. Vetoes are currently underway, and we will soon jump into our fresh best of 3. See you soon. See you soon after this very, very short break. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the round 16. To the round 16 here of this week's Sparkling Tuna Cup. Sparkling Tuna Cup number 95. And we are jumping into our fresh best of 3. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Incorporeal, we have the blue Zerg player from the land of the UK, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Eva. He's Zerg, he's crazy, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner we have the red Protoss player, we have the Swedish Protoss, also representing the Platinum Heroes, it is Sig. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is Gamba time. Predictions are open, place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our ZVP. Oh my god, again, I wasn't even certain if Eva would play Zerg. I'll be honest, I wasn't too certain. He didn't even know. I was like, Papi, is this gonna be a ZVP, PvP, or TVP? And he said, I don't know. he was like, I'll roll the dice and we'll find out, Papi. He's like, okay, fair enough. Eva didn't even know coming into this. But here we go. We do have our initial matchup here. We have our initial best of 3, and we're going to be settling in, and we'll see what Sig has to offer in this matchup. Now, we saw quite a lot of his PvP earlier, and it does seem to have kind of like the one go-to opener, going for the faster Nexus and going into his Robo opener against Protoss. We'll see what he does enjoy going for here against Zerg. I'm imagining Gate, Cyber expand into Stargates, but everyone has their own flair to things, and yeah, we'll see what Sig prefers. See what he does prefer. Likewise, across the map, going to be getting into our own game, getting into our own ZVP. Hatch gas pool, standard open. Nothing crazy, nothing wild. Eba, he is one to at times mix in all-ins, but for the most part, we do expect standard openers into a third base, and after that third base, then we might see Eba commit into a 3-base all-in, but that's typically where we're expecting the aggression, less so before that. When is Eva not crazy? True. Ay. Eva. SMH my head. And Safari does zone the probe away. Does on away, claim his third base as well. Again, nothing crazy, just taking his third base, saturating his bases, droning on up, and getting his queens. Everything so far looking as it should, and we have our take of choice. Stargate opener out of Sig. So far, standard opener, Stargate, most likely into an Oracle and into a third. If he does deviate, and if he goes for a Phoenix or a Void Ray, we will be sure to scream out at it. We'll try to point it out. If he does mix up his opener, and if he does go for a different unit early on. Otherwise, we're expecting an Oracle into a third base, into the mid game. Ooh, going for a much faster third, actually. Very greedy here. Bearing in mind, we have 1 Adept, right? Sorry, two Adepts. They're across the map. Very fast third base here. This is quite greedy here from Sig. If Lings were able to bypass here, they can very easily force a cancel. There's nothing at home to defend. There's literally nothing here. There's no Adepts. There's no Oracle. There's nothing at home to defend. This is insane greed. And Sig, he should get away with that, and he does open up Void Ray first. Okay. I'm paying attention. I'll be honest, I think that this, I believe this is a Hearthstone build, right? Like, I remember casting Hearthstone, maybe 2 years ago at DreamHack Atlanta, I think it was like DreamHack Atlanta a couple of years ago, where Hearthstone, he was showcasing this opener in this build, and I remember it was catching some of the Korean Zergs off guard. I remember that DRG, I think this was during the meta of Gressfon. I think it was during the Gressfon map pool. I remember DRG and it was another Zerg player. I think it might have been either Shin or Solar, but I remember some of the Korean Zergs having a hard time trying to punish this. And I remember Hearthstone getting away with so much greed against them. And fun fact, the player that actually beat him, this was on the open stage of DreamHack Atlanta. It was in the open bracket. The president shut him down while Hearthstone was knocking down players like DRG and players like, I want to say Solar. It was either Solar or Shin, one of the two. But it was Lambo. Like, Lambo was in the same bracket. And Lambo, he shut Hearthstone down so hard. And it was like, it's like clearly it showed that like Lambo was a little more familiar with like Hearthstone's build and Hearthstone's opener, more so than the Koreans, and Lambo was much more comfortable. Specifically against Hearthstone. But here we go. Eba does move out. There's going to be a Twilight Council follow-up here out of Sig. I see a Twilight Council. I see no Forge. This was like Glaves. Looks like Glaive Adepts. We'll keep an eye on our Protoss here. Show us what you got. Gateways are almost done. Blink, not glaives, but no forge. Okay, interesting. There's no forge, there's no +1. If this game goes on any longer without a forge, this could turn into a 3-base all-in with just mass blink stalker. Speaking of all-in, we're just walking across the map. We spoke about the greed from Sig and E, but he just sent it across the map. What do we have? We have 2-base saturation, and look at this, nothing at the third. The third base just for lava, so no drones, no saturation, straight up 2-base all-in out of E. As he rallies across the map, how much does he have? He has 5 queens. He has 5 queens, Mass Ravager, Mass Ling. He's making his way towards the third base. There's 1 shield battery to defend. Blink is halfway done, getting up to halfway done, and we'll see if Sig can hold on. We'll see if he can survive. So here we go. Eva does push forward, baiting at the stasis, collapsing in the army. Ling's there, do slip into the mineral line. Do slip in. Catching out more probes. A probe's gonna be going down, not bad. German taxi, no taxi, we just walk. This is this is a queen walk across the map. There's no taxi involved. Nah. The Uber was taking too long. We just walk it back. We just send it. We just send it across the map. Takes out the initial Oracle, takes out the Cybercore as well. Cybercore does fall. And again, there's no shield, there's no defensive setup here at the natural. So many Stalker's going to be going down. Blink is still not yet done. Yeah, still no Blink. Not like this. Zel's going to be focused down. Oof. And with that, there's barely an army standing here. There's barely anything left. The boys are being pulled at a moment of desperation. Sig just could not quite defend in time. Wasn't quite ready for this. Again, a little bit too greedy behind this. And GG gets called. Eva, he will overwhelm. He will break through. He will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Eva, he does take a lead in the series. Again, bearing in mind a couple of things happened here. 1, Sig was being greedy. He was cutting corners. On top of that, remember, he went Void Ray first. He did delay his Oracle, so with that, he had delayed scouting, delayed reaction as to what was happening. He did not see the third base, did not see how undersaturated the third base was. That's why there was only 1 shield battery. And that 1 shield battery was at the third base. There was nothing ready at the natural, and again, under-defended at the third as well. So did catch Sig off guard. GG. GG, well played. With that, Eva, he does take the lead in the series, and now we're getting to game number 2. Jumping into game 2 here, and we'll see if he can bounce back. Alright, let's go. As game 2 is going to be on ley lines. And we'll see if Sig goes for the same opener. That's what I'm most curious by. Is he going to go for the same opener? Does he go for the same style? Do we go for another fast third base? Do we slow things down and go for a standard opener instead? My eyes are going to be on Sig. We shall see. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the blue Zerg player from the land of the UK, representing the Platinum Heroes, leading the series 1-0. It is Eva. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Swedish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing the Platinum Heroes as well. He just wants to play some StarCraft. Can he get up to 3-base saturation and we get into a longer game? It is Sig. Let's go. More like the German failed hail and they just walked. Ah, Smurge, Pappy, Smurge. Oh no. Not like this. It's fine, it's fine. Hey, look, they got to their destination, okay? They got there. In good time as well. Good time. They made it, Pappy, they made it. As behind this, we are going to be setting up so far just hatch gas pool, no early gas, no early spawning pool here. And once again, my eyes are going to be on Sig. We'll see if he once again goes for a faster expansion before second gateway, before even an extra wave of units. We'll see if he does rush into a faster nexus. For now, gate expanded Cybercore into tech of choice. Nothing crazy. Nothing wild. Eba setting a tone for the series. And by no means does Eba have to all in again. Like, nah, he can chill, he can calm down. But if he sees more greed out of Sig, I'm sure that will kind of force a reaction. That will cause Eba to double down once again. Go. I'm trying to remember, was it the Aggressvan map pool or was it the Cosmic Sapphire map pool? I can't quite recall. It's been a couple of years. It's been a while, Pappy. It's been a while. I think it was Aggressvan. I think. I want to believe. As for now, oh my god, as for now we're going to be opening up Nova the Stargate with a Twilight Council, so hyper aggression here from our red Protoss player. Probe is hidden on the left hand side. We're going for a proxy gateway, we're going for a proxy setup here. This does scream Glaive Adepts, not with a robo, but with a proxy instead. Okay. Now Lings, they do slip in, they get a full scat. Oh, they get a full scat of the main base, they get eyes on the Twilight Council. Eba is aware, Adept across the map, gets 2 drone kills. But Eba now knows what's coming his way. It is going to be Glaives. And again, we're getting ready for the proxy. Now again, as I mentioned, I believe the reasoning and the power behind this proxy, or behind this variation of Glaive Adept, is you skip the robo. You skip the robo, which means you skip out on the warp prism, and instead you rely on the proxy to warp in across the map. And it does mean that you can save money and save resources that would have been spent on a robo and on a prism, instead on more adepts. Oh, it's a fake out. As in, I believe this should be a fake expansion. So rushing into Glaives, how many gates are we on so far? Only 2 gateways, but we should be committing a little bit harder here. Right? Okay, you let him get, there we go. I was waiting for the gateway explosion, so we have more gates on the way. Now, on the one hand, I'm loving this expansion here from Sig. If only the Overlord didn't see all the gateways. Like the problem here is that Eba, he sees the gateway explosion. Like, he knows to, like, be afraid. Yeah, Roach production has begun. Roach speed is on the way. Eba does get eyes on the Nexus. And how many gateways do we have? So it's going to be 3 here at the natural. We have 1 in the main, so 4, and then with a proxy, 5th gateway. So 5 gate setup. We can go up to 6. Delayed robo. More depth should be warping in. And Eba is preparing. You can see Eba, he's ready here for the wall. The drone is in position to fully wall off the natural. Roaches are massing up. Eba cutting workers at 2 base saturation. He's on 3 gases. 3 gases, 2 bases. Roach speed is almost done. Now what's scary here for Sig is that if Sig doesn't do anything with this build, then Eba is going to turn this defense into an offense. What's on the way? Roach speed. When Roach speed kicks in, bam, we can send it across the map. We can just turn this into a 2 base all in. We can turn this into a 2 base all in. And what is Sig going to have to defend against the all in? Adepts. Glaive Adepts against a Roach all in. Like, Adepts, they do nothing here in this kind of situation. And Sig, yeah, he doesn't make use of it. He doesn't make use of the proxy. He's trying to transition out of this. We do have a second robo on the way. He's going into double robo, double immortal production, which can excel in a longer game. But here comes Eba. Okay, we have some force fields. We can try to force field, but the Roaches, they just keep going. They dive on top of the sentry. Sentries go down. Boys are being pulled. And there's nothing here. There's just nothing here. There's 1 shield battery. Now the second shield battery as well. Boys are falling. Roaches, they can kite back. Yeah, they shut down the mineral line. And then they just go for the kill. They go for the kill. They go for the throw. Remember, Blink is not done. Roaches, they can one-shot. They can and they will one-shot these Stalkers. Oh. They take down the main army. There's 1 immortal waddling in, but again, this build here from Sig, it was just a little bit messy. It didn't really come into fruition. It got scattered. That was the most brutal part here, is that because it got scattered, I'm sure that made Sig, or that kind of deterred him from committing, from doing anything with the Adepts. As Eba, he saw everything. He saw everything he needed to with the early Twilight Council, with the Gateway Explosion. And Eba, he will break down the 3rd. And from here, he can just keep going, to be honest. He can't just keep going. He can take down the Cyber Core. Or just walk in. He just walk in. Oh no! Does catch the Immortal. The Immortal does survive. Okay, never mind. Roach is going to the mineral line. Probe's going to be going down. Sig, he can hold on 2 bases, but oh no! The mineral line is going to fall. It takes down 8. 8 probes do go down. At the same time, Adepts shaded to the bases. Okay, they get some counter damage. They get some damage done. Meanwhile, the natural is exposed. Overreaction to the main. And Eba going for the Cybercore, just going for the mineral line. Once again, just races on past. Goes for the probes. Goes for the pylon as well. The Artosis pylon. Oh, okay, thankfully, there's a second pylon. Second pylon does keep at least some of the gateways powered. But there's still roaches in the main. There's still roaches in the main base. Everything's still on fire here for Sig. Sig down to 25 workers. Down to 22. Down to 21. 21 probes, and Eba going into mutas. GG gets called. Eba, he will claim the series 2-0. He will advance on into the quarterfinals. GG. GG, well played with that. Eba, he does claim the series. He does shut down Sig. Again, just a really safe response out of Eba. Remember, he saw the Twilight Council, he saw the gateways, he respected it, he went into his own 2-base setup, 2-base saturation, rush into the lair, rush into roach speed, and again, initially he was waiting for Adepts. They never arrived. Adepts, they never arrived, so it's like, oh, okay, I'll just wait for roach speed, and then bam, counterattack. And we saw that there were only glaive Adepts to defend. Like, that's unfortunately what Sig was stuck with, you know, opening up glaives. It fell in its face. He didn't really commit. He got scattered, so he didn't feel confident committing to the glaive adepts. I mean, there's a high chance it wouldn't have worked anyway, just because it already got scattered, just because there were already so many roaches, and he was stuck with his pants down. He was stuck with his pants down. He was trying to transition into Double Robot Immortal, but it was too little too late. Like, the build just kind of fell on its face there, and GG. GG, well played. With that, Eba will claim the series, and Eba will advance on. Let's go. Let us go. I like how Eba also took a fake Evo chamber upgrade for like 3 minutes. If you remember, the reasoning for that is because he was getting ready for the glaive adepts, and you want to preserve your resources for mass roach. Only getting roach speed just for that, unless if you're hurrying to like afterwards. But it was just all about roaches, all about roaches. Ooh, and with that, GG well played. With that, we're going to be following Eba into his next series, as it looks like the entirety of Round 16 has concluded. We have a lot of updates. We have a lot of updates here. Let's go. Let's catch up on the brackets. Let's figure out where we are and where we are headed. Okay, from the top. We have our PVT here as ByuN. ByuN takes down Ateshi 2-0. Big win there for ByuN. Does claim the series, does take him down. With that, we have ByuN versus Eba coming up next in the quarterfinals match. Now, that might not be a TVZ, by the way. Just as forewarning, there's a very high chance, I would say there's a higher chance than not, that it's going to be a TVP. As a warning. As a warning, so we might be done with Zerg players here. Scrolling down, we have a PvP between Cristiano and Geralt. Yo, we got some Polish on Polish action. Geralt to take down Ludwig's 2-0. So we have Cristiano and Geralt facing up. Oh. As I try to set things up here. There we go. Making things look a little bit cleaner here. Scrolling down, we have a Creator. Creator takes down Mocha 2-0. Art takes down Rebellion. We have Creator versus Art in another PvP. Meanwhile, we have Skillus taking down Minizerg. We have Nickrat over Azura, and we have Skillus versus Nickrat also in the quarterfinals as well. So we have our top 8. We have ByuN, Eba, Cristiano, Geralt, Creator, Art, Skillus, and Nickrat. Let's go. And again, when it comes to our matchups here, we might no longer have a Zerg player. Eba has been enjoying Protoss quite a bit, and if you remember, we've actually casted ByuN versus Eba before TVP, and Eba was looking pretty damn good in that series, not gonna lie. Like, he almost brought ByuN down. It was a very close game on Pylon, and Eba was out-positioning and out-trading ByuN with Protoss. It was crazy. It was crazy just how good Eba's Protoss was looking, so we'll see if he can showcase that again. We'll see if he can pull it off. Otherwise, we are going to be going on a short break, very short break here. We're going to be jumping into ByuN vs Eba. We're going to follow that into the semis, and as a reminder, both semifinals should be casted, should be covered here on the channel. Should be, depending on how things line up. Bearing in mind that we do have another cast in 3 hours. We are going to be casting the EWC global qualifiers, and we're hoping that this lines up. We're hoping that this doesn't overlap with the qualifiers. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Yeah, it's going to be close. It's going to be very, very close here with the conclusion of this cast and with the commencement of the next cast. So, yeah, fingers crossed. Otherwise, short break. When we come back, ByuN and Eva. We'll see you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Sparkling Tuna Cup. Welcome back to the quarterfinals as we are jumping into our fresh best of 3 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Pylon. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And god damn it, spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Brodos player. He's playing his main race. Let's go, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Eva. Let's go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamma time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our TVP. And I warned you about this at the same time. Okay, so a couple of things. First things first, as I mentioned before, Eva's Protoss, it has been looking pretty damn good against Terran. He's been very confident, and he almost beat ByuN last time. He did almost beat him. Actually, it was on this map. It was on Pylon as well. There was a very intense back and forth between Eva and ByuN. But fun fact, I did message him just before this series. I was like, yo, are we gonna witness the power of Protoss? And he was like, you know what, I think I'll play Zerg. I think I feel confident in my Zerg. I think if I have like a strong start, I actually feel like I can beat ByuN, like, not gonna lie. I was like, oh yeah, okay, let's go. And then he talked himself out of it. He was like, actually, ByuN has been playing a lot of mech. He's been playing a lot of Mass Cyclone recently. I don't want to play against Mass Cyclone. And he's like, you know what, never mind. I was like, god damn it. So it did commit to Protoss, and let's go. And if you're in the chat, of course, predictions are open. Place your bets on how you want this to go, on who you want this to take, or who you believe will claim the series. But he was gonna play Zerg, but then again he was reminded that ByuN has been massing Cyclone recently, and it's true. Like, ByuN has been playing a lot of Mass Cyclone in TVC. A lot of Terran players have been going Mass Cyclone, to be fair. So that has traumatized Eva, and he's like, I don't want to get cycloned right now. It's like understandable. Doesn't want to get cycloned, but so has been scared off of Zerg for the time being. And here we go. Reaper does dip into the main. Does dip in. So far it's going to be a standard opener here. Ooh, one probe does already go down though. Nice start here for ByuN. Ooh, nice start. Gets one. Eva does pull away, saves the second probe, and behind this, going for his Twilight Council opener, going towards Blink. So standard opener here out of Eva. So far, so good. Like as ByuN looking her way in. Does dip into said main base, rotates back into the main. Can he get that probe? He's doing one probe already. Can he get the others? So far, Eva does pull away. Nice control out of Eva. Does pull back those weakened workers, and he does defend well here. Oh, almost. Can he get him? No. Can he get him? Not quite. Misplaced gateway, and the Reaper is forced out. Behind this, we do have our natural base being taken. Again, it was a standard, more economic start here. Following this up with a Widowmine drop, so nothing crazy here. Standard opener out of ByuN. Now, amongst Terran players here, ByuN, he's the least aggressive. When I think of Terran players like ByuN, players like Cure, players like GuMiho, players like Maru, players like Bunny, a lot of them are very, very willing and very excited about just going for 2 base all-ins. Double gas into 2 base all-in, and you just pull the boys. I will say that ByuN is the most macro-oriented amongst all of them. Amongst Cure, amongst Maru, against Bunny, like, I think ByuN has the most potential, the most proclivity here to get into a longer macro game in towards the mid game instead of going for these all-ins. Not saying that he can't all-in, he totally can, and he can mix it in, don't get me wrong, but I feel like he, again, is more likely to get a third, more so than the other Korean Terrans. But here we go. Reaper into the main. Widowmine drops towards left hand side, is spotted by the hallucinations. Eva is aware, and we'll see if Eva can keep up as one probe goes down. That's 2 probe kills so far. That's 2 probe kills. The Reaper going back in gets another probe, but for its life. So 3 probes for a Reaper. Nice trade for ByuN. Meanwhile, Mind Drop is going in, rotates towards the right hand side. Eva, he's ready at the natural. What about the main? What about the main base? Mind Drop does come in and will unload. Does unload. Eva does bait out the mine shots. And we'll clean up the first Widow mine. We have a second mine here towards the natural. We'll boost in. And But he does react. Oh my god. Does react in time. Nice on burrow here by ByuN, trying to buy some time, trying to deny mining time for as long as possible. Oh, the retargeting! Nice trade, takes out a Stalker. And EWC cannot go back to mining. So overall, I would say, yeah, better trades here for ByuN. Catching a Stalker, getting it across the map with said medevac. And remember, behind this, Cloak Banshee. Cloak is almost done. And EWC, does he have any detection? The answer is 0 detection. No robo, no detection. Third base is on the way, which means this may just end the game. Banshee arrives, 0 detection. That's free damage. GG. GG gets called. ByuN, he will claim the game. He'll pop off with the invisible flying machine. GG. GG, well played. We spoke about this kind of scenario in the previous PvP, if you remember. Lunacy versus Sig Game 3. We spoke about how there are instances in PvP where the Protoss player does... where the Protoss player does delay their robo, right? Oh, hold on. Does delay their robo here when it comes to their tech. It does go for a faster third base. In TvP, it's very similar. It is not uncommon to delay your robo, get a faster third, and be a little bit greedier here and delay your tech. The problem, and again, if you don't scout, we saw no follow-up hallucination scout out of EWC. If you're unable to confirm, you are vulnerable to these Banshees and they can straight up end the game. It happens in PvP, happens in TvP as well. Whether it's DTs walking in or Banshees going in, if the opposing Protoss player did decide to delay their robo, that's just game. That's just game then and there. GG, well played. We're now getting into game number 2. We are getting into the rest of our series. And spawning in the top right-hand corner here of Leylines, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 1-0. It is ByuN. And spawning in the... Spawning in the blonde-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player. We have the... player from the UK representing the Platinum Heroes. It is EWC. Here we go. Does have a chance versus Zerg, with his Zerg? I would disagree with that. I would say he does. If you've been watching EWC, like, you know that his Zerg is pretty damn strong. And again, we've seen his Protoss against ByuN as well. Once again, when it comes to what just happened in the last game, we have seen Max Packs tap out in the same situation. We've seen Hero tap out in the same situation. As we were trying to emphasize, it is not uncommon for Protoss players to delay their tech and to delay their robo in such a way. Here, of course, it was EWC unable to determine that it was a Banshee follow-up. But yeah, I mean, if it happens to Max Pack, if it happens to Hero, it happens to the best of us. So it is a situation that does occur in PvT. As EWC's forsake the unnatural natural. Again, the eBay block was successful here by ByuN. I said in pro level. I would say don't be a clown, because this is the pro level. Oh no. Sounds like you need to watch some more StarCraft. As behind this is going for an economic opener. Rax expand out of ByuN. And we'll see how ByuN does follow up here. So economic opener. We'll see where he takes us from here. Now, because of the initial eBay block, this does mean that it is now a little bit more easier here, more accessible to try to punish the defending Protoss, to punish the third base and to punish the natural. Because of the eBay, now we're stuck in between these bases, and it is not uncommon, to open up Stargate. Now, the reason why Stargate openers are common in specifically this situation is because the Oracle doesn't care about terrain. Defending with Stalkers and defending and relying on a gateway army early on and to rotate between the third and the main base can be very difficult and very awkward as one probe goes down. So the reason to go for the Stargate is because the Oracles and Phoenixes, they don't care about your terrain. They can bounce back and forth between the bases a lot easier to defend. So this is a common response if you are forced to take the unnatural natural. And we'll see if ByuN does abuse this. Back at home, no reactor to Hellion. So a way to take advantage of this situation is to go for a reactor on the racks, add-on swap into reactor to Hellion, and then bam, you go into the bases, you go into the third, into the natural, back and forth, and you can wreak havoc. But we can see that ByuN, he's going for a tamer approach, going for a mind drop. So standard mind drop follow-up here out of ByuN. Not going for Hellion Harass. As from here, we're building our Phoenixes. Of course, the downside of Stargate openers, as you can imagine, is you are vulnerable to all-ins. Two base all-ins can strike and can knock this down real fast and real hard. That's also why in standard play, Stargate openers are seen less often. They have been phased out of the meta just because of the prevalence and because of the high rate of two base all-ins from the side of Terran. As the Mind Drop is moving out into an add-on swap, Tech Lab on the starport. I would imagine just a Raven follow-up for a standard aggressive follow-up here, harassing follow-up I should say. Wouldn't mind drop across the map. And Nevermind is going once again into Cloak Banshee. And as we saw in the last game, if you avoid detection, this can pop off you on. Nice clean up here out of Eva. Shuts down both Widowmines, chases down the medevac, and he will shut down the harassment. Let's go. Mind Drop is going to be cleaned up. Nicely done here by Eva. Behind this, cancels Cloak upon seeing the Phoenixes, and we are going for a Viking instead, headed towards anti-air. I just realized that ByuN, he actually hadn't, he was actually unaware of the Stargate play. So thankfully does cancel the Banshee. And now Eva, it does have map control. Oh. Does have map control. Containing ByuN. ByuN is being contained, forced to make more anti-air. Eva behind this can now saturate his own natural, can now build up his bases, build up his economy. And saturate. Though this guy was Zerg, Eba, he does have his Protoss at a very high level as well, so he does compete as Protoss or Zerg depending on the matchup. Depending on the matchup. And again, he was tempted to play Zerg, very tempted, but then he talked himself out of it. I died. Feels bad, man, feels bad. So yes, did decide to switch to Protoss here against ByuN. A reasoning for that is that ByuN has been playing a lot of Cyclone, a lot of Mech recently in TVZ, and Eva is not a fan. Not a fan. As behind this, Eva is going to be saturating on 3 bases, pulls away. Behind this, working towards Charge, towards Archon, towards Storm as well. Needs a little bit more time for his upgrades to kick in. Does need more time. As from here, we can see we have thrown down... Okay, I was going to say we've thrown down 2 more Raxes, so this could be the beginning of a 2-base all-in, but we have add-ons on the way. There's a higher chance here that ByuN is going to get a 3rd CC. He's going to get a 3rd CC behind this. We'll keep an eye on ByuN, of course. And we'll see if he does commit to that expansion. Oh, nice catch. Gets one. Gets one Phoenix. Storm is almost halfway done. Eva needs a little bit more time. Also, this is a messy main. Has a lot of gateways all over the place. Let's go. As ByuN does move out. Will zone away. And again, Eva's aware of what's coming his way. Does get a 4th base in production. Massing up High Templar. Storm is going to be done just in time for this fight. Eva trying to catch reinforcements. And here comes the main push. Eva does have High Templar. He has 2. Okay, he has 2 High Templar ready. Eva, he will catch a medevac. Quest pulling back. Storm is ready. Speaking of, Storm here on the Widowmines. Mine shots going to be going up. Brutal connections on the Zealots. Yeah, nice mine shots. But Storm is still ready, and ByuN, he cannot push up this ramp. Yeah, he's going to be zoned away. He's zoned back. Widowmine is cleaned up. And ByuN going for a split push. We have a double drop towards the natural. Likewise, main army towards the 4th. Oh, Eva, he barely does miss the drop. Barely does miss. ByuN stems in. Drop into the natural. And the main army is deflected, but it's not about the main army, it's about the drop. And the drop does break through, takes down the Zealots, takes down the Warpins. Medevac goes down, forcing a recall. And Eva is being pulled apart here. Ooh, nice, very nice target firing there out of ByuN. Does focus on the Medevac, the High Templar. with that, still breaks through. Yeah, this drop is just getting out of hand. Now we get the storm towards the end, but that's going to be 11 probe kills. Did I say 11? 12. 12 workers go down. Again, even he defends against the main army, but the drop did pop off. Finally going to be cleaned up. Finally going to be dealt with. ByuN rallying across the map. Now, we spoke about ByuN getting a third CC. He never did. Oh, there we go. There we go. So much later third base. This was very committed here by ByuN. He has done some damage, but remember, he is now expanding. Still pushing forward. Are the storms ready? Not quite. Okay, here's one. Soon to be two. Storm brutal mind connection. ByuN takes down the shield battery. Eva trying to hold on. Can't bait out the mine shots. Trying to force a friendly fire. Does try to. ByuN moving in. Oh, good. Does take a storm to the face. Dropping back in towards the natural. Getting 5 more probe kills. This is adding up over time. Eba is being overwhelmed. Dropping into the main. Eba does keep up with those war pins. Eba, he's holding. He's surviving. But he needs to make more workers here. As ByuN is now saturating his third. Once again, being active on the map. Ghost production has begun. And again, the one thing keeping Eba in this game has been these storms. But with the arrival of Ghost, that's about to change. ByuN rotating over. Ooh, nice storm. Storm in the main army. ByuN, he does power through. And how many storms do we have left? 2 at Templar. 2 at Templar. At least 2 storms remaining. And ByuN, he just ignores the army, ignores the High Templar, rushes in. Oh, he's going to lose his army, though. Overextends. Yeah, big overextension for ByuN. Better fight for Eba. Does take the better engagements. Does zone ByuN back. Even catching some of the medevacs. Oh! Oh my god. Almost. And with that, now Eba can enjoy his economy. He's on 77 probes. Again, this entire time, Eba has been struggling to maintain his bases, to maintain specifically his economy. But now it is booming. Now it is going to be booming. Now he can take a fifth base. Fifth base on the way. Is getting fully saturated, and Eba is now gaining map control. Now he's settling in. He's getting more comfortable. ByuN forced back home. That's a lot of EPs. That's a lot of ghosts. Eba has to respect this. As the ghost count is getting higher, we need more Colossus. How many do we have? Just one. Just one so far. Second one is on the way. Building up towards Colossi. Again, there's going to be 5 ghosts here. That's a lot of EMPs. 4 CCs on the way. ByuN forced back. It's going to be forced back. Go. Likewise, flanking storm, not bad. Does go for flanking storms once again. Oh no! The storms are brutal. Yeah, the flanking High Templar. ByuN getting shut down. Likewise, does he have enough? Another storm coming in, but there's not enough of a gateway army. More storms do connect. ByuN does take him to the face. There's no more storms remaining though. Yeah, barely not enough. Despite that, at the same time, 24 SCV. Oh my god, the Zealot run by. 24 SCVs go down. Never mind, ByuN, his economy is crippled. Yeah, the economy is crippled. Eba does overwhelm. 25 SCV kills. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, with that, Eba has double the worker count, double the economy. All he has to do is survive. Just survive. Behind this, I'd love to see a second robo, like a second robo just to afford more Colossus. Just to build up that army. Here we go. Yeah, GG. GG gets called. ByuN, his economy is crippled. And we're going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game 3. GG. Again, we have seen Iba take it to ByuN before. If you recall, we did mention how he has, or the last time we saw him was on Pylon a couple of weeks ago, and now here he is up against ByuN. And again, the Zealot run by was brutal. 25 SCVs amidst of all the aggression, amidst of all the chaos. The Zealot run by did cripple, and with that, there was no economy left, there was no sustain. GG. GG, well played. Here we go, as we're getting into the ace match. Getting into game number 3. Does the Pylon show still run? The Pylon show hasn't been around for a couple of years at this point, but we have the podcast. We have the podcast, pappy. Here we go. Even guys at Eva's level plays Protoss against Terran still puts up a decent fight. Again, these are probably comments by people that don't watch much of our kind of like tournament scene. Eva, as Geralt says in the chat, has been playing Protoss for a long time. If you remember, he initially started playing Protoss, around like a year or 2 years ago, just to avoid ZVZ, kind of like Raynor, right? Like Raynor, or like we've seen Young Yakov do it as well. I think we've seen Wayne do it, where you do off race to avoid the mirror matchup. Like Clem also avoids CBT. Eva did the same. And I would say his Protoss is comparable to his Zerg when it comes to his skill level at this point. But here we go, spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Torches. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. Being forced into the ace match, it is ByuN. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player. We have the Protoss player from the UK representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Eva. Here we go. Because I think we are the only StarCraft 2 talk show at the moment. Unfortunately, like again, I used to watch remember Remax? There was Remax back in the day. There was obviously Unfiltered. Unfiltered. There was God, the late game. There was the late game as well. I want to say there was another that I used to watch. This is back in Heart of the Swarm. Good times, good times. I never watched Meta. Like Meta was, I never watched Meta when that was a thing. Yeah. But here we go. We're getting into game number 3 here in Double Gas. Okay, Double Gas open out of ByuN. A much more aggressive start out of our Terran player, going for a faster factory. Meanwhile, Eva going for a standard open himself. And welcome one more to Torches. Torches is of course one of the more aggressive maps in the map pool, one of the most vetoed maps as well. We see a lot of roll-ins, a lot of aggression here on Torches, and we'll see what ByuN does turn this into. Again, with Double Gas, we can go for, I mean, right now we don't really set up for an add-on swap. Interesting location with that Rax. We can go from factory into tech lab into starport into faster Banshee play, for example. That would make sense. The rush distance by air is very short on Torches, so we'll see what kind of aggressive build that ByuN does embrace. He has options, whether it's Banshee, whether it's fast tank into early tank drop, whether it's Cyclone, whether it's Widowmine drop, Reaper Hellion. We'll keep our eyes on ByuN. Keep in mind the first episodes are years old at this point. True. Like, I think we started the podcast like back in 2020, but we rarely hosted it. It used to be like once like every 4 months. Only recently do we do it weekly. Only recently. Like, we rarely had time for it, but we recognize, of course, that there was like room for it. Like, no one does talk shows anymore, so it's like, I may as well do our own. If no one's gonna do it, we may as well. I'll tell you right now, nowadays it's more of like a less of a talk show, and nowadays more like a weekly recap. Gotta get someone else on back. For now though, Reaper Hellion dipping into the mineral line, gets one. One probe goes down. Reapers in towards the main. Does head in. We'll throw in the mineral line. So far getting one. So far getting up to almost two. But as they do shut this down, 2 probes will fall for the cost of both Reapers. As ByuN, he should not escape with this. Yeah, he should not escape. And it's cleaned up. With that 2 Reapers for 3 probes, it's a bit of an even trade. And behind this, we're curious about the add-on top here. It's going to be Rax into Starport, into Tech Lab, into initially Cyclone Drop. Okay, so Cyclone Drop opener. Eva does open Twilight Council in towards Blink. Stays on 2 bases, getting a Robo on 2 bases as well. Hey, if ByuN was going into Cloak Banshee, there would be a Robo for detection. We see that there is no Cloak Banshee, but just in case, Eva would be ready for that. We will not see a repeat of Game 1. Where Game 1 just ended because of the Cloak Banshee. So Eva is being secure, is being safe. Now, 4v1 sort of thing. As Medevac does drop into the main. Army's out of position. Eva, he's here at the natural. Marines, they pop off. Probe's going to be going down. Nice probe drilling, though. Very nice. Solid crisis management. Hellion goes down. Eva holds. Eva, he does hold. He does deflect. Behind this, early tank production into tank Banshee. This is going to be a very dedicated 2-base push here out of ByuN. Ooh, cancels the Banshee, goes into the Raven. ByuN second guessing himself a little bit here. Does opt to go for the Raven. Needs to inflict mass cyclone to traumatize Eva for life. No race is safe. True. Unironically true. I mean, that's what GuMiho does, to be fair. GuMiho, he's not afraid to cyclone against Protoss as well. Este GuMiho. ByuN, he's only half a GuMiho right now. Only halfway. Maybe a third of the way, because GuMiho also plays Battle Mech against Terran. Like, he... Oh, no. Yeah, he'll get there. He'll get there. He's slowly falling to the dark side. So we go. ByuN does push. Does move out. He's spotted. He's spotted by Eba. Eba ideally wants to engage ahead of time. Charge is not yet done, and Eba, he lands a couple of stalkers. He can't really slow this down. Oh, ByuN cooling away for the time being, consolidating his army. Still waiting for Stim. Stim is on the way, +1 as well. ByuN, he does not commit. ByuN, usually he's not really afraid to move out with a bit of a stimless timing with his tanks, but here, upon being scattered, does pull away. And so just waiting for his upgrades. Starts up the 3rd CC, not a 2-base all-in. Okay, he's expanding. I mean, we spoke about this at the start of the series, if you recall, where ByuN, amongst all the Korean Terrans, he's the one that's most willing to expand and not go for all-ins. Like, ByuN right now, he's the most macro out of all the Korean Terrans. I mean, we've seen that this series so far. Like, 0 2-base all-ins. As he moves out. Trying to catch out the stalkers. Again, Eba just slowing this down, buying time. Charge is now done. Charge is complete, building it towards Colossus. This time, no storm. And no storm for Eba. ByuN does commit. Pushing towards the bases. Where's the Colossus? We haven't. Yo, Eva. where's the Colossus? I just assumed there would be one. We have extend double lens, but no Colossus. GG gets called. Bappy, we forgot the space draft. And ByuN, he will overwhelm. He will take the series at 2-1. GG. I'll be honest, when I saw Extento Malens, I just assumed there was a Colossus. Like, I just I just assumed that we had a setup there. No, Pappy, no, there was nothing. There was an Immortal. There were a couple of gateway units, but alas, ByuN did overwhelm, did wedge himself in between the bases. GG. GG, well played. ByuN will claim the series 2-1, but a shout out to Eba because he was able to pop off in game 2. And again, I'm sure we can see Eba tighten things up and take it to ByuN next time. GG. GG, well played. Going to the ace match, not bad. Not bad at all against ByuN, as ByuN does advance on, and the question becomes, who's up next? Let's go. Let's find out as we can switch our scenes over and catch up on the brackets. Bam. We have our semis ready for us. Oh my god, we have a lot of catching up to do. Here we go. As we're getting into our lower semifinals, as we have Skilless. Skilless takes down Nicarad. Creator takes down Art. We have Skilless versus Creator ready in the lower semifinals. That is going to be our next series. It's going to be our next series here. Creator versus Skilless. Let's go. As we have our lower semis. Katya Esports, just setting up our teams, setting up our players. Beautiful. And we have our upper semis as well. We saw Geralt lurking in the chat earlier. Geralt takes down Cristiano 2-0. And up next is going to be ByuN versus Geralt, also in a PvT. Let us go. Can we stop the PvP finals? Can we stop it? We're here to find out. Of course, ByuN and Geralt, they do have a little bit of downtime here before their next match, as both semifinals are going to be casted. I'm a little bit anxious about this just because we have 2 hours. we have 2 hours to cover 3 series, 2 best of 3s and 1 best of 5. It's going to be close. It's going to be close. It's going to be clutch. The reason for that is because in 2 hours time, we're going to be live with the EWC Global Qualifier. Global Qualifiers in 2 hours, so we're going to cut it very close. Typically, a best of 5 is an hour, like, on average a best of 5 is an hour. 2 best of 3s, I would say on average is around an hour as well. It's kind of. I'll say like 45 minutes, for a best of 3. So for 2, like, yeah, just around an hour and a half. It's gonna be close. Depending on how fast or how slow some of these games are. Are cutting it close. But here we go. Vitas are done, and we're jumping into ley lines. Ducklings, truly important for this community. So cool. Oh, thank you, man. Thank you. We do what we can. We do what we can. Like, we do, of course, as much casting as possible. We do our talk show. If you're on Reddit, then you know that we post the weekly tournament results. Just because we also noticed that no one was doing it. We noticed that, like, no one posts about, like, weekly results, and as a result, like, yeah, some weird, like, narratives are, like, spun on Reddit. So we're like, you know what? Let's post this to celebrate the players, and of course, to post results on the socials. So we started doing that at the start of the year as well. But here we go. We're now getting into our fresh semifinals, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have our blue Terran player. We have our blue Terran. We have representing Team Liquid. It is Skilless. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Alcadia Esports. It is Creator. We also used to have other initiatives as well. We also do the sign-up list. True, we do ! sign-up list in the chats. We do try to update a list of sign-ups for pro players, where all the tournaments are condensed into one area. And we used to regularly post on the unofficial StarCraft Esports Twitter account and on SC2 birthdays on Twitter as well. I say used to just because we've been so busy that we've had less time to to really do that in recent years and in recent times. But we try to. We're just we're just limited in the amount that we can do for StarCraft. But we do what we can. But if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our PvP, into our semis. Let's go. Initially, 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener out of Creator. Likewise, 2-gate opener out of Skillus. Mirrored builds between our two players. From here, we can then expand, or we can tech up. What are we going for? What is the play? But now, Stalker Sentry out of Skillus, Stalker Sentry out of Creator, going for standard follow-ups, standard openings into most likely expansions. Settling in. Here we go. As we have the final block that will delay the expansion, ideally trying to force out some tech first. We do have the faster, slightly faster Nexus for Creator, and slightly later here by Skillus, only by a couple of seconds. But overall mirrored builds, overall standard PvP openers. Hallucination does confirm there's no faster Twilight Council, there's no faster Robo or Stargate. Speaking of, it is going to be a Twilight Council opener out of Creator. Likewise, Twilight Council out of Skillus, again, still mirrored builds. We're like a couple of seconds on or off here and there, but outside of that, we're just mirroring each other. And we'll see when the first player does deviate. At this point, what are we waiting for? Waiting for Forge, waiting for extra gateways, waiting for potentially faster third base. We'll see where our players do deviate. Speaking of faster forge, there it is. Faster forge here from Skillus, rushing into earlier +1. He's gonna be committing here into a more gateway heavy composition with fast +1. Creator does confirm he is aware. Behind this, he can go for a Robo instead. He can go for his own forge, which we would have seen by now. We'll go for an extra gateway. Okay. Third gateway gets placed. And his goal here might be to throw down a fourth gateway, even proxied. Yeah, the probe does move out. If we proxy a fourth gateway, the purpose here... Oh no, he gets found! Oh wow, Creator, he gets called out. I'm pretty sure the plan was to go for a proxy fourth gate, to go for a 2-base 4-gate all-in, and try to break Skillus before +1. But here he's going to be zoned away, going to be forced back. Yeah, the proxy pylon is denied. Hallucination does confirm the gateway. I mean, Creator, he's still moving out, but now he cannot reinforce. And he expands. Yeah, he backs off. He's going to expand instead. So Creator rushing into a third. And Skillus will have that upgrade lead. Okay. Whew, here we go. So Skillus is going to have the greater upgrades here. Creator trying to go for the faster expansion. Proxy gateway across the map. Creator moving in. And now with Blink, he can hallucinate, and he can try to blink straight into the main. He does poke in, confirms no third base, no expansion. He was looking for it. He was hoping there would be. From here, rotates over. Does rotate. And +1 is about to kick in. How many gates? We have 3 gateways here in the main base. We have a proxy 4th gateway, so it's going to be 4. Oh, he gets found! Creator, he does find Skillus. He's aware of the 4-gate setup. And here comes Skillus. He's moving out across the map. Now, he's still expanding behind this, but the goal here is to outtrade, to try to break even the third base of Creator. We'll see if he can. Currently, Skillus does have the Stalker lead. Likewise, has the upgrade advantage as well. +2 has begun, and we'll see if he can break the third. Let's go. So zoom rotate. 2 poke in. Poke in, they pick up a couple of probes, not bad. 3 probes going to be going down. A better setup here from Creator. Force Field's going to try to zone him away. He'll almost catch a couple of Stalkers. Again, Creator trying to hold on. The Shield Bodies, they put in a lot of work. The first Immortal's on the way for Creator. He needs a little bit more time. Sentry's going to be going down. Gets a Sentry. Oh, gets 2. 2 sentries go down. Better concave here for Skillus. The Immortal has arrived. With the help of the Immortal's Creator, he should hold. He should be able to hold on. Yeah, just bullying back the army. Boys being pulled. Creator getting a little bit desperate. Skillus shaving off some probes. And remember, behind this, he's probing. Like, he's probing, he's saturating. Skillus +2 is halfway done. He's getting there. Warping in extra stalkers. Meanwhile, +1 just not finishing up here for Creator. He's evening up the upgrades. Oh, he does go for the dive. Yeah, dives in, takes down the Immortal. Boys are being pulled, and Skillus too much is too much. We might have too much here. Another backup Immortal has arrived just in time. Again, this is a tough hold here for Creator. It's a very tough hold. Oh no! Once again, the Immortal is targeted. And again, that was the backbone here of the army. The Immortals, and they're gone. At this point, they're gone. Non-existent. Charge on the way. Still waiting for +2. Almost done. +2 is seconds away. And then Creator is up against the wall, now claiming a 4th base. Ay, ay, ay. Skillus, he rotates. Looking for another way in. Claiming a 4th. Oh, so far Creator, he does keep up. And Skillus, he doesn't check for the 4th. Uh-oh. Doesn't quite check. Here, pulls away with his main army. It does pull away. Charge about to kick in. +2 is done. +3 on the horizon here for Skillus. Getting into +3. Skillus moving out. Likewise, collapsing the army once again, takes down the Immortal. Yeah, breaks through those Zealots. And Skillus, he should overwhelm. He should overwhelm here. I say that Shield Army, they're kind of putting in a lot of work, actually. Zealots are going down. Creator, he's holding. Creator, he's barely holding on. Barely forces back Skillus. We're waiting for reinforcements. Zealots have arrived. It's still close. Still very close here. Boys are being pulled. Extra warpins here for Skillus. And with extra Zealots, does he have enough? Barely not. Yeah, barely not. He's down in Stalkers. Skillus, he did miss a warp in. As he's trying to force his way through. Trying to make use of those upgrades. And again, still down in Stalkers. Still has a bank to work with here. And these are warp-ins, these are Stalkers. Takes down the mineral line. But the Immortal arrives. Yeah, the Immortal does arrive. A Creator holds. Creator, he barely holds on. And again, Skillus did miss a warp-in before this. Yeah, Prism goes down. Skillus, he has a bank. He has 1,000 mineral, 700 gas. But did miss a warp-in. From here, going to be forced back. Barely not enough to break through. Creator, he holds. And upgrades are even. At least for now, because +3 is about to kick in. Skillus getting into +3, but he bled out so many Stalkers in that fight. He was building up his Stalkers over time. Not anymore. Now working on +1 shields. It's still very tense, still very close. Overall, I do favor Creator's composition. He's got Immortals, he's got Archons, but Skillus also mixing them in as well. He's getting there. But alas, the size of the army still in favor of Creator. As he doesn't move out. Skillus needs a little bit more time here to make use of his economy. Again, he needs those warp-ins. He's on how many? He's on 10 gates. Soon to be 11. Okay, from here, collapsing the army. Better concave here for Skillus. Better concave, but alas, with the Archons, they put in so much damage to the back line. Yeah, they're mowing the way through. Skillus gonna be forced back. It takes a lot of hits, takes a lot of damage. Again, the size of the army is just not there for Skillus. And these Stalkers and Immortals, they just add so much more DPS for Creator, despite the upgrade disadvantage. Creator is overwhelming. He's overwhelming. Again, 7 stalks to 2. Zealous rallying in. Oh. Trying to cast on the Stalkers, not bad. Gets a couple of hits in, but there are just so many Archons here for Creator. Breaks through all the Zealots. And Creator, he should have enough. Everyone's the Zealots, gets all the Archons, and Skills just cannot keep up. Not anymore. Leading out far too many units over time. The Stalkers, the Archons, the everything. Trying to make a stand. Still very close. Still very close. But that's 2 Immortals. 2 Immortals, that's all that's left. And Creator, he's just had the upgrade, he's had the supply lead for the past, what, 5+ minutes? Ever since the fight here. Ever since this fight, Creator took that supply lead. Premier, he shut it down, cleans up all the Immortals, GG gets called, and Creator takes game number 1. Whew, GG. Creator, he does take a lead in the series. Again, he took a very strong fight defensively at his 4th base, if you remember, with his shield battery, with his cannon, and even though at the start of the fight he was down in supply, he was able to actually take a Stalker lead and maintain that lead throughout the course of the game after that fight at his 4th base. Because of that, I mean, it doesn't sound like a big deal, but he was up like 5, 6, 7 Stalkers, and that just adds so much extra DPS when it comes to those main fights, when the Zealots clash, when the Archons clash. Just so much extra DPS there. And with that GG well played. Still a very clutch and very intense game, and I will say that Skillus had the advantage early, but did lose it over time. With that GG, and Creator takes a lead in the series, and we'll see if he can extend that lead and claim the series. We'll see if Skillus can bounce back. As we're jumping into game 2 on Tokamak. Here we go. Jumping into game 2. So we are getting ready. Again, game 2 is going to be on Tokamak. Tokamak being one of the larger maps in the map pool, one of the more macro-oriented maps, or you could argue a large enough map to hide some proxies, to hide some builds, to hide some pylons. So we'll see if either player is cheeky enough to do so. As we're getting ready for our next game. Likewise, again, ByuN versus Geralt is going to be after this series. They're lying in wait in the upper semis. Are lying in wait. Here we go. So just waiting for our players to get ready. We're just waiting. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have our South Korean Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing Alkadzia Esports. Leading the series 1-0, it is Creator. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Blue Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing Team Liquid. The Team Liquid Protoss, it is Skillus. Here we go. Again, a very intense back and forth there in that last game. Skillus able to maintain an upgrade lead throughout the entire game, and did at one point have the lead, have the advantage, but once Creator got his 4th base up and running, once he was able to take a fight with stack defense as well, Creator was able to swing everything in his favor instead. Despite being down in upgrades, he had the larger army he was able to overwhelm, and with that, GG. GG well played. With that, Creator does take the first game, and we'll see if he can claim the series. We'll see if Skillus can recover. Again, this can go either way. Personally, I'm hoping for an ace match regardless of how this goes. If this goes the way of Creator or Skillus, I'd love to see a game 3, but the pressure is on. The pressure is now on Nikita. Let's go. But now, 2-gate opener out of our Blue Protoss player. Likewise, same with Creator. So 2-gate openers all around. Here we are settling in. Hello. Great minds think alike as both. Oh no, this is gonna be awkward. Wait, does Creator scout from the high ground? Oh no, it does move past. He does move past, but we do go for the proxy pylons right next to each other here within the same screen. Based on Creator's location, this is prime location for a proxy Stargate for an Oracle right into the mineral line. Meanwhile, Skillless, this looks like a proxy. It could be a fake out, or it could be an Oracle as well. Further back though. It is much further back. We'll see if we make use of this pylon. Oh my god, one base all in. Let's go. Proxy Robo, one base all in here from Skillless. Meanwhile, Proxy Stargate, aggressive start out of Creator. Now, who do we favor given the situation? Depending on how things pan out, I do favor Skillless. I say depending. If Skillless is able to confirm what's happening, if he's able to get a safety shield battery in the main base, then 100% I favor Skillless. If Skillless doesn't get a read on what's happening, if he fails to defend his main, if this Oracle pops off, then I'm going to be leaning a little bit more towards Creator. But for the most part, this Stargate, the biggest problem here is that this won't be able to help defend against the all-in that's coming. I mean, can race back home, can set up a stasis trap, I suppose, but that's not the most reliable form of defense. Creator, he is aware that the pylon is missing. Creator, he's searching, checking on the left-hand side. Creator, he's scouting for the proxy. Skillless moving out. Immortals on the way. Skills, he's committing to the all-in. Here comes the Oracle. Meanwhile, nothing in the main. Uh-oh. Yeah, nothing in the main base for Skillless. Creator, he's crazy. He expands. Stalkers have arrived. Immortals rallying in. But again, this Oracle can just eviscerate that mineral line. Oracle headed for the main. Nothing in position. There's no defensive Stalkers. There's no shield battery. Oracle does pop off. Probe's going to be going down. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4 probe kills. 0 mining in the main. And here comes the all-in. Can he break through? There's a shield battery. Yeah, it does cancel. Does cancel low ground. No force field. Uh-oh. No force field. He can just walk in. He can walk in. The boys are being pulled. Probe's going to be going down. Shields are triggered. Shields are triggered on the Immortal. But again, there's no warping. There's no warping. There's no sentry. Oh. Trying to force his way in. That's going to be 9 probes. Oh my god, 10 probes. 10 probes going down across the map. Skillless' economy is crippled. He can barely reinforce. He can barely reinforce with the army. Prism moves in. Nice control. Nice juggling. He might just have too much. Yeah, he just might just have too much here. Gateway's just not being powered. Sentries on the way for the force field. Void Ray coming in from behind. Takes down the first gateway. 1 gateway left. And the force field is not going to be enough. Yeah, the slow warp in. The slow warp in. Don't like this. Sentry has arrived, but Skillless, yeah, he's done it. Skillless, he has control of the natural. He has control of the ramp. Of the main even. Takes down the pylon. 0 gateway. 0 production for Creator. The Oracle is killing everything across the map, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The main army is not being stopped. The boys are being pulled. With the help of this Prism, not a single unit should go down. Nice juggling, nice control. Saves the Stalkers. Ooh, does pull them back. Void Ray comes in from behind. Plenty of anti-air, plenty of Stalkers. And the Void Ray falls. And with that, we're going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game number 3. Saves the Immortal. Takes down the final units. Again, he went down to 5 probes. But GG gets called. And Skillless, he will tie the series up. We're going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, we saw that Creator, unfortunately, he didn't realize how much danger he was in. What I'm referring to, when it comes to Creator's build, he went for the proxy Stargate, but remember, he was expanding. Creator, originally, he was getting a natural base, he was getting a Nexus, he was not getting a Robo. If he was aware of how much damage, or if he was aware of the build, they would have seen, instead of a Nexus, a faster Robo in the main base to actually get his army up and running, to get a Immortal, of course, to help defend. Likewise, a Sentry would have been crucial to help defend as well, to force field the ramp. We saw the Sentry was warped in after the main base was compromised, after Skills had already busted into the main, so the Sentry was too late. Sentry was just too little too late at that point to really be a factor in that defense. GG. GG, well played. Whether it would have been with a faster Robo, whether it would have been with a faster Sentry, regardless, Skillless does break through, and now we're getting into the ace match. This could go either way. This could go either way here. Let's go. Let us go. As we are getting into game number 3. go. Okay, we're good. I almost got thrown into the ring, Pap. Yeah. Oh, no. But here we go. We're getting into the ace match here. Going to be loading into Persephone. Persephone for game 3. Let's go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the Team Liquid Protoss tying the series up 1-1, forcing the ace match. It is Skillous. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player. We have the South Green Protoss representing Alcadzia Esports. It is a Creator. Here we go. We get an intense back and forth. We've made it all the way to the ace match. This can still go either way, and we'll see if our players are any more cheekier here. Again, we had some crazy proxies in the last game, and Skillous did come out on top with the proxy Robo 1-base all-in. Again, it took a while for Creator to realize how much danger he was in, to realize the all-in was upon him. Here we go. So players are setting up. Hello. As Creator, okay, gonna be hiding his second pylon. I believe this is a fake proxy pylon here, just here on the right-hand side, not even on Skillous' side of the map. This is designed to try to fake out his opponent, designed to try to mind game Skillous. So 2-gate opener out of Creator, 2-gate opener out of Skillous. Waiting for said pylon. Bam, there it is. Pylon has been thrown down. Meanwhile, second pylon in the main base for Skillous. Now, what I find most interesting here is that Skillous doesn't even probe scout. So, Creator, he's trying to go for some mind games, trying to hide his pylon, making it look like he's cheesing, making it look like he's going for the proxy, but Skillous doesn't even scout. Like, he doesn't even care. Likewise, Creator going in for a delayed scout. We can see the second pylon's in the main base for Skillous going for a Stargate before expanding. And again, welcome to Persephone. Persephone has a short rush distance by air, so the Oracle can get across the map quite quick. Probe Scout is denied, and the Oracle is on the way. Meanwhile, Creator going for standard opener, Sentry, Stalker into expand. With the Sentry Hallucination Scout, he should be able to get eyes on the opener, and yeah, he goes in. He gets in. He gets in with the probe. There we go. He does click. He does confirm the Stargate is where the Oracle's coming. Upon scouting, we should be seeing a shield battery and Stalkers get in position. Creator, he may decide to skip the shield battery and just defend with pure Stalker. We shall see. And remember, Skillous, he knows he got scattered, so he knows that there's no surprise factor here. He knows that Creator should be ready. Oh. Creator, he's rallying across the map, moving up with the probe. Moving out for a proxy. Okay. I mean, this is a way to approach a Stargate opener. Now, because of the Stargate, this does mean that the ground army from Skillous is going to be weaker. Yeah, force field is thrown down. Creator does take the fight. Skillous, he is in trouble. He needs a shield battery. As he's racing back. Oh, he gets caught out. Oracle does get some hull damage and does not get the Stalker. Whew. Stalker survives. Oracle does get away, but again, Skillous, he is in trouble here. Yeah, shield battery on the high ground. Has to be careful about his movements. He cannot get baited out. Yeah, here comes that proxy pylon. Warpins are on the way. Creator, he's doubling down. He's not stopping. Just hyper aggression out of Creator, trying to punish that Stargate. And again, the Oracle's not helping. The Oracle's not helping here. Nice force field, zones away the army, gets one Stalker, gets two, and this is getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand, becoming too much damage. Void Ray comes in to defend. And there's no saving this base. That's going to be a cancel. That's going to be a brutal start here for Skillous, and that might even just be game. There's a cancellation. He's stuck on one base. Creator is expanding. He already has the natural, and Skillous, just a really rough start. He's being forced into one base all in. But he can't move down the ramp. The problem is if he tries to, he's going to be force fielded. His army's just going to be cut in half. He cannot move down. He's stuck in the main. The Oracle does hit the natural, but there's nothing here. Unfortunately. Nothing in the mineral line. Everything's in the main. For this situation. Oh, once again, nice force field. Locks down two of those stalkers. Oh. Another sentry has arrived. Another force field. And does take down the Void Ray. Signs the Void Ray, pulls away, does Rico back home. And now he can saturate. Now he has enough stalkers to defend, now he can saturate his bases. And Creator takes the lead. And against skills, he's all in. He's completely all in at this point. It's all or nothing. Now, there is a world where Skillus can actually kill Creator if he's able to bait the army to chase him into the stasis, right? If this stasis goes off and catches half the army, then Skillus, he can pop up. I think he noticed. Yeah, he noticed. He's going to bait it out with the hallucination. Yeah, GG gets called. Too great of a position here. And Creator, he will hold, he will defend. He will snowball out of control and claim the series at 2-1. GG. GG. Creator, upon scouting the Stargate opener, he responded with just mass aggression, just rallying everything across the map, getting a proxy pylon across the map as well. And he knew that because of the Stargate, because of the Oracle, the ground army force skills would be lacking. He was able to punish that, able to leverage that, and just break the natural, force field the ramp, just ensure that Skillus could not expand. GG. GG, well played. GG, well played with that Creator. He will claim the series, will advance on into the grand finals. And the question becomes, who will face off against Creator? We're here to find out. We're here to find out. Exclamation mark, be in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. Up next, we have our Tuna versus Protoss matchup. As a reminder, ByuN took down Eba 2-1. Geralt took down Christiana 2-0. And we have ByuN versus Geralt in the upper semis. Let's go. Let us go. We have the upper semis ready. It's going to be that best of 3 PVT. And again, Creator is waiting for the winner of the series in the finals. He is waiting for the winner. Here we go. As our players, they do need a moment here to set up. Likewise, we're also going to be conducting a raffle. There's going to be a raffle as well, just before the grand finals, featuring all of our players to earn some extra prize money, so we'll be getting into that. Likewise, if you want to help support this tournament, if you enjoy the Sparkling Tuna Cup, again, this is a weekly tournament where we do pit players from Europe and players from Korea against each other, get a solid lineup here, able to feature players like Creator and ByuN, and Geralt and Skillus, and many others, right? Like Christiana, Art, Nikrat, Eba. We had Lunacy earlier, we had Ateshi, we had Prome. We had a lot of up-and-coming European and Korean players as well in the earlier rounds. So again, if you enjoy the event, if you enjoy the tournament, if you enjoy the broadcast, do consider supporting us via Patreon. 100% of the money on Patreon goes towards the players. It all goes towards the players, all goes towards the tournament prize pool. You can see our current Patreon goal and how much we earn right under the bracket. On my down there on the right hand side, you can see currently we earn 443 USD a month via Patreon, and all that money goes towards the prize pool. We do have 500 USD a month as the goal for our next stretch goal here. That is to boost the prize pool even further. Fun fact, the next goal after this is to pay the casters and the admins. So after this goal, I think it's at like 550 USD a month. That would be where we can start to pay out the admins and casters a little bit more regularly for the event. But at least currently, it's all towards the players. All towards the players through Patreon. So you can help us grow the tournament there if you wish. Otherwise, we are just waiting for our vetoes to wrap up, and we're waiting to get into our semis. I think ByuN will win, but I hope for Geralt. I think it's going to be close. Again, if you've been watching Geralt as of late, you would know that he has some killer PvT, and Geralt has beaten ByuN and Cure as of late. Specifically, Geralt, his late game is ideal. Like, we've seen Geralt take down ByuN and Cure in the late game of Protoss versus Terran. If he can get there, if he can get up to 4 bases saturated, that's where Geralt can thrive, but it's getting there that can be the issue, and we'll see if ByuN can stop him from comfortably getting to a longer macro game. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. But for now, I guess we're going to be going on a short break. Here. Until then, we're going to be going on a short break, and we'll be coming back here with ByuN vs. Geralt coming up next after the break. See you soon. See you soon, Pappy. See you soon. Oh, never mind. I was about to cut to a break, but we have our lobby. Game 1 is going to be on ByuN. Are there alternate options to pay casters? That's through like subscriptions, right? There's subscriptions on Twitch, there's memberships on YouTube, and donations. We're kind of bad streamers just because we don't have a donation goal. Like I feel like we'll work on it. But usually, you know, streamers have like their bar to incentivize like donations in the chat. We don't really have that, but donations are available for those that wish to donate to the stream. You can do so. There's a link in the description, or there's a command in the chat. But otherwise, we're getting into our next game. We're getting into our fresh series, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Pylon, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Qualifier Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player. We have the Polish Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Geralt. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our TVP. As a reminder, Creator is waiting for the winner of this series. Let's go. Let us go. For the time being, though, we're going to be settling into Pylon. And welcome on to Pylon. Pylon is one of the more aggressive maps in the map pool. Shorter rush distance by ground, more direct rush distance as well. So aggression is favored on this map. And double gas opener out of ByuN. Double gas into a faster factory, into a delayed CC, into a much more aggressive start from our Terran player. Now, something that we did mention previously that I stand by and is important to bring up for this series as well is that we have seen an uptick and a rise in 2-base all-ins from Terrans and TVP. That is true, especially amongst the Korean Terran players, but that is less applicable to ByuN. I would say out of all the Korean Terrans, out of Kyor, Bunny, ByuN, GuMiho, Ryung, Maru, out of all of them, I would say that ByuN is the most macro-oriented, and what I mean by that is that ByuN, he's the most willing to throw down the third CC. he's the most willing to throw down an expansion and to get into the mid-game more than the others. Whether that's, you know, a good thing or a bad thing, up to you to decide that. But he, amongst all of them, he's most willing to get a third CC and play out a longer game state. Because of that, I actually favor Geralt here. If we do end up in a longer game, and if Geralt isn't crippled early on, like, I do favor him getting to a longer game against Terran. I mentioned previously that Geralt, he has some killer late game PvT, and we have seen Geralt defeat Kyor and ByuN in the past in these longer games. If he can get there. If he can get there, we'll see. We shall see. For now, again, double gas opener, faster factory. CC is now on the way to the low ground. From here, we can go into Reactor Reaper Hellion. We can go into Widow Mine Drop. We can go into Tech Lab into Mine Drop, into Medevac, of course, into Starport. We can go for an add-on swap for a Cloak Banshee. We can go into Early Cyclone. We'll see where ByuN takes us. For now, Reaper into Reactor. From here, we could commit into Reactor Reaper Hellion. If we only make 1 or 2 Hellions, we could go into Reactor Marine instead, into Tech Lab, into a more tech-heavy follow-up. Yeah, there it is, Tech Lab. So Tech Lab is on the way, so this is going to be Reactor Marine instead. We're preserving the gas for this, for the Starport, the Tech Lab, and we'll see where ByuN takes us. Depth's going to be shut down. Behind this, Twilight Council opener out of Geralt, working towards Blink. So Blink-based opener from our Protoss player. So far, so standard. Does recall the adept back home, does barely make it back as well. Clutch save. Tech Lab is done. Do we swap? Do we swap? No, we do not. Okay, Cyclone into Cyclone drop. So no Widow Mines, no swap either. We have a little bit of Reaper Hellion poking in. A little bit. Este slow, Joe, baby. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the donation, for the $60 donation as well. Oh my god. As Hellion into the main base, Double Reaper here towards the natural, does get one probe. One probe goes down. No major damage yet. Hellion is shut down, and Geralt defends. Ooh, even sniping a Reaper. Not bad. Even sniping a Reaper towards the end. It's catching up. Gotta give my casters some TLC. Oh, gracias, baby, gracias. Thank you. Do appreciate it. We don't really get many donations to the channel just because we don't really push for donations. We probably should, like, in the future. Probably should, but thank you. Do appreciate it. Oh. As nice snipe on the sentry. Sentry goes down, going for the stalker as well. Thankfully, there is a shield battery, barely keeping those stalkers alive. Geralt, he's holding. He's holding on, does go for the warp in. ByuN behind this, pulling away, is going for early tank production. Tank into Tech Lab into Banshee. Oh my god. Building up his Banshees, working towards tanks. Geralt, for the time being, is unaware. I believe, did he lose the sentry? Yes. So sentry was sniped early, which means no hallucination. No scout. No scout out of Geralt. Is playing blind. Oh. That's Geralt. He does dive forward. Looking to contain ByuN. Say contain. Yeah, he shouldn't dive on the tank. Tempting, but yeah, there's plenty to defend. ByuN is secure on 2 bases. Banshee slips by. And remember, Geralt, he hasn't seen the main. He doesn't know, or he was unaware of the tech lab on that starport. Doesn't know what's coming his way. Working towards charge, so bling into charge. Into delayed splash damage. Robo just out on the way. Thankfully, no cloak Banshee. Thankfully. As there is 0 detection. Gets one, oh, one probe. One probe goes down. Geralt, he does warp in, and with that, does zone away. So Geralt, he holds. Does hold. Meanwhile, thorough TC for ByuN. As we mentioned at the start of the game here, ByuN, he is one that's more willing to just embrace and get into the mid game and expand. 2 base all-ins are a bit of a rarer side from ByuN. Not impossible, just rarer. ByuN does pull away. Looking to catch out the army. And Geralt, he's aware of the move out. He is aware. Behind this, force to back up. And Geralt, there's not really much here to defend against. His Storm is not yet ready. He has plenty of charge thoughts. Gonna try to dive in, does go for the feedback. Getting on top of the tanks. He gets 1, he gets 2. 2 tanks gonna be going down, but is that enough? The Storm would be ideal, but still doesn't have it. No Storm, just barely not. And with that, ByuN pushing forward. Takes down the Stalkers. Zealous, they do warp in. And again, a very, very messy hold here from Geralt. Bleeds out 9 probes. Okay, the Banshee probably go for the natural. But Geralt holds. Whew, he does hold on, he does defend. Hunting down that medevac. He does chase him down. Nice cleanup. Cleans up the main army. Likewise, just the 1 tanker does remain. Oh. And even that goes down. Whew, okay, so Geralt holds. Geralt, he barely holds on. Did cost him 9 probes. 9 workers did go down in the defense. But does survive, and now he has Storm. At the same time, ByuN, remember, he was not all in. He did expand at 3rd base, getting up and running. ByuN does have the economic lead. And we'll see what Geralt can get done. As he's holding on to a couple of Storms. Water Mines will zone. Storm grazes the army. Oh no! Oh my god. Whew. That was close. Despite that, mind shots on the Stalkers, and ByuN might just have too much here. Yeah, he does have too much. He's going to be overwhelming. Storms, I mean, even here, the army's nicely spread. Storms will zone away. The threat of the High Templar going to be enough. God, he's barely holding on, but again, he's down in army, down in economy. God, he's time to saturate his fourth base. His fourth, it's getting there, but it's late. So late fourth base out of Geralt. Oh, spots the medevacs. That's what them. West Storm on the Bayou. ByuN just rallies in. Yeah, it's too much. Brutal EMP. EMP shuts down the High Templar. No more storms. And ByuN has done it. He has broken through. Ooh, takes the, oh my god, takes a massive storm to the face. Does take the storm. And with that Geralt, he's holding on. He's holding. He's surviving. Let's go. Oh my god. Catching up more of those key units. But we do see drop into the main base at the same time. ByuN is still not backing off. He's still committing. Pushing further in, just pulling Geralt apart. And Geralt just barely doesn't have enough supply. Now going for the Nexus. He's going to bring it down. Oh, good. Oh, never mind, barely holding on. So again, EMP on the main army. Drop back into the main. Drop back in. Down to one High Templar. That's going to be 5. We're bringing as many as possible. And Geralt just barely hanging on with his army. ByuN licking his wounds. 4 CC is on the way. And here he comes. Now, if we can hold on to one of those storms. Oh god, oh god. EMPs on the Archons. There's only one High Templar. Storm does connect. But just the one storm. Second storm as well. But that's all we had. Just 2 storms. That's all that was left over. With that Geralt, he cannot hold. He cannot survive. GG gets called. And ByuN, he will break through the third base. And ByuN will take game number 1. Whew, GG. ByuN is able to overwhelm again, and ByuN able to maintain a better economy, got his third base up and running, was able to break through that expansion, was able to strike Geralt just before Storm, and even though ByuN didn't kill Geralt with the first push, he did cripple him. He did cripple the main army, and did allow for himself to even contain Geralt on 4 bases. Remember, his 4th base was very, very late. GG. GG well played. Geralt just could not keep up, and ByuN takes the lead. Does take the lead in the series, and we'll see if Geralt can recover, bounce back, and force the ace match. As we're getting into game 2, and I'm hoping for a larger map. As I mentioned before, like, these smaller maps do favor Terran players. I'm referring to Pylon, Ultra Love as well, Torches, these smaller maps with a shorter rush distance by ground. Terran players, they can just rally across. Larger maps, Terrans have a harder time being aggressive. Referring to Tokamak, referring to Maganatha, referring to even Leylines a little bit more. Up next, we have one of those extremes, Tokamak. Let's go. One of the more macro maps in the map pool. Longer rush distance, more defendable bases. This is where Geralt is going to be at his best. Let's go. Let us go as we're getting to game number 2. Go. They got against everything, basically. Oh, where's the ghost copy pasta? But yes, as is being stated, EMPs are pretty crucial in this matchup. EMPs, they strip away shields and they strip away energy, so they're a big part of like mid to late game Terran compositions against Protoss. Big part of it. Technically, you can snipe High Templar. We've seen that before, but like EMPs are kind of like their main goal. And here we go, we're getting to our next game. We're getting to game number 2, and spawning in the right-hand corner of Tulkamak, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 1-0. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Geralt. Here we go. So we are settling in. And again, welcome to Tulkamak. Tulkamak is one of the larger maps in the map pool, longer rush distance by ground. The bases are more defendable, referring to specifically the 3rd base and 4th base locations. The choke points coming into them are more narrow. On top of that, we have all these ramps, all these points of elevation where you can take better defensive fights as well. And unlike on other maps, there are these rocks in between the bases. On maps like Pylon that we just had, typically this area in between the 3rd and the 4th is open. Here it's closed. It's closed by rocks, so now it's more difficult for the aggressing player to rotate in between all the bases. So in general, this is often why we see longer games on Tulkamak, as it is harder to be aggressive and to break a defending player. Not impossible, but harder. So we'll see how players will change their approach. We'll see if ByuN can be as successful or as aggressive. We'll see if Geralt can stabilize on 4 bases. See if he can stabilize. Meanwhile, we do have an economic opener, Rax Expand out of ByuN, going for a later factory. Again, because of the map, this makes sense. Remember, last game it was a double gas opener into Reaper Hellion into early Cyclone drop. This time, faster CC. This probe does go down. Oh, Tech Lab first. Are we opening a Marauder? I mean, that would make sense. So I'm pretty sure the goal here is to go Marauder to catch out the first units. A couple things are happening. Remember, this is a faster CC. This does mean because of the economic opener, ByuN is exposed to his opponents. Oh, never mind. Add-on swap. So I was going to say he's exposed to his opponent, so Geralt could try to open up Stalker Adept and rally. And there we go. To rally across the map to try to bully the CC and deal damage on the low ground. And as a result, we often see players try to go Tech Lab into Marauder first to catch out the first units with Concussive Shell. Here, Tech Lab, not into Marauder, into Add-on swap, into Cyclone, but the role is the same. The goal is the same, to catch out the first units. In this case, the Stalker. Stalker does poke in. ByuN here abandons the low ground. Does pull away, no safety bunker. Just waiting for his Cyclone to force us back. So let's just wait in the main base for a Cyclone. Before it can expand. Adept has arrived. Cyclone diving on the Stalker, and the Stalker should go down. Yeah, there's no escaping this. Tries to walk away. Gets cleaned up, Adept forced to recall, and ByuN holds. Ooh, even killing both the Adept and the Stalker. Very nice catch. Yeah, strong start here for ByuN. Hallucination into the main. Hallucination is denied. Gee, the Cyclone doing everything. Oh my god. Shuts down the harass, denies the scout. Hallucination dips back in and gets eyes on the add-ons. Tech Lab on the starport. So it confirms the Tech Labs, confirms the reactor. Geralt claiming his faster 3rd. So we have 3-gate blink. Sorry. Yeah, 3. So 3-gate blink into a 3rd base. A relatively safe start here by Geralt. Not overly safe. But does have the extra gateway. Meanwhile, he does keep up with the drop. Zones away the medevac. And I was assuming this was going to be Raven, but no, it's going to be Banshee. Not Cloak Banshee, but Banshee nonetheless. So tank Banshee out of ByuN. Wouldn't drop into the main. Gets a break. Up. Gets 2. 3 even. Jesus, 3 probes going to be going down. Not a bad mind drop here from ByuN. And behind this is massing up his army. Just massing up that army. Hallucination. I don't think got a glimpse of the Banshee. It was close. Very close. But what's important, did at least confirm no research. No research on that Tech Lab. So is where even if it is Banshees, there's no cloak. Here comes the move out. And this is going to be a very ByuN push. What do I mean by that? This is designed to, I believe, break the third, and this is hitting pre-stim. Remember, no upgrades, no stim. The tech labs have been on the factory and on the starport, not on the Raxes. So a stimless move out here by ByuN. The main bulk of the DPS is going to be in the tanks and the Banshee. The Marines are just there to buffer. They're just there to support the high power units instead. Stalkers back in. Nice target firing on the Cyclone. Cyclone goes down. Army gets zoned away. One Stalker falls. Tanks will siege. And ByuN just zoning away the army, pushing towards the third. Again, he wants his Nexus. He wants the base. Yeah, tanks do siege. Going for the Nexus. Geralt trying to catch reinforcements coming in from behind. Oh, does take a tank volley to the face. Yeah, brutal tank shots. Stalkers are going down. The third base is going to be broken. Brutal losses here as Geralt, he bleeds out most of the army and he loses the expansion. Ay, ay, ay. And this is all that ByuN wanted. He doesn't have to keep pushing. Kills the third, backs off, gets into stim. Yeah, he backs off. If he keeps pushing, he might overextend. Remember, charge almost done. Like, charge is going to be a big factor in that next fight. Charge is almost complete. ByuN, he's being greedy. He wants more. He wants more damage. Oh, Banshee does fall. And he's going to get it. Yeah, he's going to get the third. Charge finishing up in 10 seconds, but there's no Zealots ready. And he will force a cancel. Massive pickoff. There's another cancellation. Scans, does get eyes on the Zealots. Yeah, he's going in. There's not enough. There's only three. Only three charge lots. There's not enough to defend. And ByuN is just going for the kill. He's going for the kill, going for the throat behind this. Third CC, behind this. Just upgrades are on the way. Stim +1. Doesn't even need them. Doesn't need them, baby. Oh my god. Yeah, it takes down the gateways. And Geralt, he cannot defend against this. Not anymore. He lost too many Stalkers earlier. You can see he's trying to catch reinforcements, but he cannot push into the main army. He's going to go for one last engage. One last round. Storm is now done. And here he comes. Dives on the... Oh, god, god. The tanks, they bully the Stalkers so hard. One Stalker makes it through. Ah, GG. GG gets called. And ByuN, he will take the series 2-0. He will break through and he will advance on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, ByuN being hyper aggressive there with that original stimulus push. Remember, he was not all in. The goal with that move is to deny the third. Is to deny the third base. We saw that Geralt, he tried to slow down the army, tried to come in from behind, but he took so many tank shots to the face. He bled out, I want to say, like 4 Stalkers trying to catch the Banshee behind the army, if you recall. He bled out too much, which meant that he could not engage with the army, and he couldn't even save his fourth, let alone his third, or his backup third base. Couldn't quite save it. GG, well played. With that, ByuN will take the series. Congratulations here, ByuN does claim the series, and now we're making our way to the grand finals. It's going to be a best of 5 between ByuN and the Creator. Let's go. Let us go. We have our grand finals here. Bam, getting ready. And you know what that means? That means I need to get my VPN going. And un momento, papi, un momento. Again, if you're a long-time viewer of the channel, you would know that the Korean server, it does not lack us. And it's 50-50 if we load in without a VPN if the server is stable. New South Wales, Azure. AU Oceania. AU Oceania, New South Wales, Azure. Okay. Okay. Beautiful. Oh right, also before I forget, you know what time it is? It is a Gamma time. Predictions, not quite. I say Gamma time in a different way for the players, as we can switch things over and catch up on our bracket, and more importantly on La Rifa, papi. Let's go, let us go. For those that are curious, we do host something special here on the channel for our tournaments. It's a way to spread the love in Sparkling Tuna Cup. Bam, it's a way to spread the tuna. We have a 5 USD random raffle. Here we go. This week we have 23 eligible players, and 1 random player that competed tonight will be eligible for 5 USD. Or will receive 5 USD, I should say. Here we go. Randomizing our range. Vamonos. Now, there are some players that are ineligible. What I will say, bam, as you can see here, the one requirement that we have is that you play out your matches. You can't see it here, but I believe in the... Hold on, I'll interact. In the full brackets, in the round of 32, you can see here Prome, he did forfeit versus Dave Latos. So Prome is not eligible for the random raffle. You have to play your game. Checking in is not good enough. You have to actually play your matches. And likewise down here, Linkskane also did forfeit against Minizerg. So those 2 players are not eligible, but outside of that, we have everyone is eligible for some prize money for 5 USD, and 1 player walks away a little bit richer here. This week, our random raffle champion, random raffle winner is... Oh, congratulations to the Italian Protoss player. Congratulations here to the Italian Protoss, to Ledlix. Ledlix, of course, does walk away with 5 USD. Shout out to Cos Phoenix. I see Creator, I see Christiana, Ragnar, and Gillyman down there. But Ledlix is the Italian Protoss, does walk away a little bit richer. Congratulations. Hashtag rigged in the chat. GG, well played. Oh, hold on, let me just let them know. Ledlix wins the raffle. We'll walk away. Ledlix, where did he end up? Let me just quickly double check here. Ledlix, I think he went up against Nicorakt. No, that was Azura, the other Italian Protoss. Ledlix, he was there. He took down Choi Galaxy, and he went down to Geralt. In the round of 16. So GG well played. Does walk away with 5 USD as we are now getting ready for our grand finals. Let's go. Again, best of 5 finals between ByuN and Creator. Vetoes are done. Oh, and we're jumping into those finals. Let's go. Rigged pizza, yes. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of torches, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. Oh, it is ByuN. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player of the South Korean Protoss representing Alcadzia Esports. It is a Creator. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamma time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our best of 5. And again, we have our grand finals here. We have our top 2 players of the tournament, and often we do have Korea versus Europe. Often we have players like ByuN versus Skillus, or ByuN versus Showtime, or Shin versus Geralt, or a mixture of these player names that I'm mentioning. But this week, no, we get some Korean on Korean action instead. Again, shout out to both Geralt and Skillus. They both fought hard in said tournaments, but barely didn't quite make it through into those finals. Did get knocked down in the semis, and instead we have Creator and ByuN. Let's go. Let us go. And again, shout out to Creator. If you do wish to support Creator, you can do so via watching his POV. Creator, he is streaming his POV over on his own Twitch channel, so you can check out Creator there. And never mind. I was gonna say that I think last night we raided Creator, and we typically would raid Creator after this cast, but we have a cast right after that. Remember, this is only our first cast of the evening, our second cast of the day. Our next cast is going to be in, let's have a look here, in 1 hour. We have 1 hour until our next broadcast. We're going to be covering the EWC Global Qualifier Day 2. Day 2 is in 1 hour's time. So again, we're in a tight schedule here. We got an hour to wrap this up. I say that, we may go over time. Like, it's a best of 5, right? It's a best of 5. This has potential to go the distance here. Fingers crossed. If we do go over time, hopefully we don't miss out on too much in regards to the EWC qualifiers. Hopefully we don't miss out too much. As for now, we do have our initial economic, oh, my apologies, sorry, double gas opener here, Faster Factory out of ByuN, going for a delayed CC. Meanwhile, Creator does open up back at home, going for his Twilight Council. So Twilight Council open out of Creator. Now, Creator, he is one to mix up his openers. He has been very fond of Robo openers, for example, like Robo opener into Safety Immortal, into Faster Colossus. We have seen that from time to time out of Creator, but early on, the Double Reaper does slip in, and we're going for the mineral line, going for the probes. Nice reaction. Creator, he pulls away. Does pull away in time. Will zone back the army. Once again, diving into the mineral line. Gets one probe. One probe. Ooh, does get a one probe for one Reaper. Better trade for Creator. Yeah, better defense here from the Protoss. Will force back at ByuN. Reaper is zoned away. And Creator holds. Creator, he does hold on. Oh, even catching out the... Oh my god. Creator, calm down. Catches out the Reaper. Being more proactive here. ByuN caught with his pants down. Not expecting Creator to be that aggressive. And with that, that was one probe for two Reapers. Again, that was a better defense for Creator. Behind this, ByuN rushing into a very fast tank. Going for a tank drop. Hyper aggression here by ByuN. We'll see what kind of position we go for. We could try to go straight for the natural. We could try to drop into the main. And here he comes. Here comes a tank drop. As he's diving into the main base. As he boosts across the map. ByuN didn't get scouting. He did not get into the main. Did not get into the main base. He did not see the tech of choice. I mean, you can assume it's going to be a Twilight Council, but he is playing blind. Headed towards the main. Behind this, going for a Raven follow-up. Not Banshee. And he will boost in. He will boost in. Creator, he's, yep, in position. And ByuN doesn't quite commit. He poked forward. He saw the Stalker. He gets the hell out of there. ByuN looking for another way in. Rotates over towards the natural. Does rotate. And he will catch a transferring worker. Not even. The probe survives. Third base is being taken. Creator, he defends. And ByuN, he's playing with fire. He has to get out of here. And what I mean by playing with fire, Blink is almost done. Like, when Blink finishes, like, this job is not safe. he has to get the hell out of here. He was on a timer, and thankfully, he does make it home in time. Does make it home. Creator comes in for the scouts, does get eyes on the add-ons, gets eyes on the additional tank production, and no tech lab on the starport. There was the one Raven. Raven's moving out for harass, but there's no additional Banshee production or anything crazy like that. So Creator looking quite secure, looking good. Claiming his third base, building up towards Immortals, Temple Archives on the way for Storm. So Blink opener into Immortal into Storm here from Creator, not into Colossus. See Ravens coming in from behind. Headed towards the third. Main army straight through the center. Creator does spot this. You can see how little time it takes to get across the map as well. Like, the rush distance by ground is so short on torches. And ByuN's already here. Remember, there's no splash damage. No charge, but there is Blink. Ooh, tanks are on siege. ByuN has to get out of here. He has to pull away at the same time. Auto charge into the natural. Tank does siege. Nice spread. Tank goes down. It takes down the first tank. We have two more tanks on the high ground. Ooh, Creator, he will blink in. The Immortal does rotate, and the tanks are falling one after the other. Brutal losses from ByuN, losing 3 tanks. 3 tanks go down. Nice positioning with the army as well. He pulls away from tank fire. Almost gets a medevac, and ByuN, he's getting shut down completely, except across the map. Does get 7 probes. 7 probes go down to the auto turrets. So ByuN, he pops up with the harass. Ooh, please out the medevac. Yeah, boys are being pulled. Marines are falling. Remember, this is all pre-stim. There's no bunker. There's no tanks. There's no nothing. There's no stim. No stim. But boys are being pulled, and this might just be too much. Yeah, Creator, he might just have too much here. 10 seconds away from stim. It's getting close. Stim is almost complete. More SCVs going down. Here come the Zealots. Yeah, he has too much. He's done it. Creator, he will punish ByuN. There's the first stim. But even then, not going to be enough here. That's target firing at a Creator. Does focus on the Marauder. 17 SCV kills. The Immortals are being surrounded. But overall, a better trade for Creator. One Immortal goes down for 23 SCVs. Creator, he's somewhat running out of steam. Medevac's racing back home as well. Oh, we'll catch a Marauder. Sorry, an Immortal. Not bad. Immortal goes down. And ByuN holds. Yeah, ByuN, he is holding on, but at a cost of 27 workers now. Crazy damage. And again, the reason why he sustained so much is because he lost 3 tanks. Remember, he lost 3 tanks in the center. Those typically are defensive tanks. They would be back at home, but they were caught out in the open. So ByuN, he was caught with his pants down, and everything just snowballed from there. Ooh, charge is delayed. So late charge here for Creator. Often you would go charge before storm. Here was storm before charge. So charge is delayed, which means Creator cannot kill ByuN. But he did cripple. He did cripple ByuN regardless. Zealot slow lot drop into the main base, going for the mineral line. Shouldn't get much done. Yeah, just deny some mining time. Water tower still popping up. And one Raven has 10 kills. That Raven is keeping ByuN in this game. He's trying to. As Creator claims another expansion. Gets another Nexus. ByuN is stumbling here. Still technically alive, but he's stuck on 2 bases. Stuck on 2 bases, and Creator has double the base count. Getting a 4th expansion. While ByuN is stuck on 2. Dropping to the main. Does get a couple of probe kills. Couple of workers go down. Brutal Storm. Storm does zone away. Likewise, ByuN rotates through the center. Again, ByuN is basically all in. Like he's all in at this point. He has to get some critical damage here. The longer this goes on, the worse it is for ByuN. Nice bait. Oh. It was 1 Stalker. But 2 Widow Mines. ByuN snaps the Observer. Triple drop in towards the natural. Or towards the main. But Creator's in position. He's ready. Spots the main army. Drop comes in. Nice target. Very nice target firing. Yeah, Storm on the drop. GG gets called, and Creator, he shuts down the drop. He shuts down ByuN, and Creator takes game number 1. Ooh, GG. GG, well played, Creator. He does take a lead in the series. And again, a very intense game 1 here. ByuN was hyper aggressive with the early tank push, but he got punished. He got punished for it. He lost all 3 tanks there in that first move out. And upon losing those tanks, that was game then and there. That meant that he had nothing to defend. Creator, he recognized how vulnerable ByuN was. He just rallied across the map. He just pressed the advantage. And with that, he dealt critical damage. Remember, he killed 27 SCVs. 27 workers went down. That was just critical damage, and ByuN could not recover. Could not recover. GG, well played. Creator takes a lead. And that leads us into game number 2. As the pants were down, baby. The pants were down. All the way. And now we're getting into our second game of the series. Whew. And as a reminder, best of 5. Remember, there's a best of 5, so we have plenty more games ahead of us, plenty more games to come, plenty of opportunities here to recover and to make a series out of this. But the pressure is on the Terran, and spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion down in the series. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing Alcadia Esports. It is Creator. Hello. As ByuN, he moves out with not just 1, with 2 SCVs. So he's moving out with a proxy 2-Rax Reaper here from the side of ByuN. I say 2-Rax Reaper. Technically, we can turn this, depending on the gases that we can, morph in a Tech Lab and go into Marauder. But it does, oh my god, miss rally, ByuN, calm down. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol there from ByuN. He accidentally rallied out 2 extra SCVs. He only needed 2, but he rallied out 4 by accident, so a bit of a misstep there from ByuN. Especially when it comes to this early on, this early game aggression, like, you cannot make those mistakes. Creator, he's checking. He does move out. Okay, doesn't check the proxy location. Is unaware. Probe moves out across the map. Now, this probe scout will let creator know that the Rax is missing. Now, in this matchup, it is not uncommon to hide the Rax further back in the main, or even at the natural, or even at the third, or even fourth location. So, seeing that there is no Rax is not the biggest of tells. We'll see how creator responds. But now, Gate, Cyber Expand. Does check the gases. Only one gas has been taken. Proxy, Marauder. There it is. Tech labs are on the way. Marauders are amassing. You can see he's checking. Oh, does go for the gas. You can see, yeah, he's scouting further back. As I mentioned, like, it's not uncommon to hide the racks further in the main, so he's checking further in the main base to make sure there's no hidden racks. Does go for the gas steal. Oh, wait, what? Wait, hold on. Okay. So, I mean, the gas steal does actually cause some chaos here. He goes Tech Lab into Reaper, into canceling the Reaper, floating back home, so the one proxy Reaper into the main. Okay. Oh, he misrallied again. Oh, he misrallied for a second time. Yo, ByuN, calm down, papi, calm down. As he is going back home. Again, just a shaky early game here, very shaky here by ByuN. Now floating back home. Transitioning out of this, we do see a robo opener out of creator. He's got a safety shield out of the main base. Yeah, he's secure. He's secure in the main. And ByuN is forced to try to transition out of this. Yeah, just a really shaky start here by ByuN. Ay, ay, ay. Raxes are floating back. Oh, creator, he did a react. He canceled. My apologies, I did miss this. So, creator, upon realizing that he was being proxied, he canceled the expansion. He got a robo, he got a shield battery as well. This is an overreaction from creator. He believed that he was being all in. Now he realizes that the Raxes are floating back home, and now suddenly ByuN's not in the worst place. Like, I thought that ByuN was in a worse position than he was, but no. Instead, creator, he did overreact, and now we're kind of in a weird game state. We're in a weird place where creator's expansion is late, but ByuN's expansion is also delayed as well. We have the early robo for the early immortal. ByuN setting up with his bunker. It's just a really awkward game here for both players. Okay. Okay, let's go. I think I still lean towards creator. I think creator's overall setup here is still a little bit better, a little bit cleaner than ByuN's. But shaky game. CranKy's wrong, should cancel Nexus for his proxy Marauder. Sorry, when I say overreact, what I mean by that is that, like, we're like transitioning out of it, right? Like we're already like abandoning that position. Also, CranKy live VIP, man. There is no CranKy. Oh no. So we're falling back. From here, we are setting up, getting to charge. We have the charge follow-up into charge of Archon. Likewise, ByuN setting up back on him as well. Getting to zone at 2-1 setup. Okay. Now from here, we do have our faster third racks. Okay, so faster third racks here into a delayed starport. Now this does make the most sense in my mind. Like, after the shaky start out of ByuN, after misrallying some SCVs and pulling back out, after abandoning the initial proxy, to go and turn this into, never mind, I was gonna say turn this into a 2-base all-in would make a lot of sense, as his starport is delayed, and the starport is delayed, but we're going for a third CC. So a third CC out of ByuN does not turn this into an all-in. As we mentioned before, like ByuN, I mean, we mentioned at the start of the series, start of last series as well, he's one that's less willing to go for all-ins. More so than the other Korean Terrans. So we're going to try to macro from here. Likewise, Storm is on the way. Storm is on the way. Third base is being taken. We're building up from here. Storm has completed. Creator, he's safe against any early push. As we can see, remember, there is no all-in coming. But Creator, he's safe. He's got his Storms ready. Now claiming his third. Creator is still unaware as to what's really going on here, trying to come in for the scouts. And based on the angle of scouting, he may get behind the mineral line. Oh! Never mind. Gets denied. Does scout extra access, does see the army. He does not see the command center. Now moving in with a second hallucination, still trying to confirm. The observer, who stays the scout, is denied once again. Does not get behind the base, does not get into the main. So Creator's still working with some incomplete information, but seeing all the extra Raxes being thrown down, he can assume that there was a CC behind this. Otherwise, the Raxes would have already been done by now. From here, Gateway Explosion, Bay's on the way for Colossus production, going to be diversifying his splash damage, going to be building up. As ByuN does move out. So far, we're just calming things down. Like, again, after a very intense early game, the game is just slowing down. Observer does confirm the third, so now Creator is aware that ByuN is being expanded. That is a tell for a fourth base to be thrown down, so Creator is taking his own fourth. And moving out. Now, I don't think Creator has to try to break this position. I mean, we have 3 tanks pre-siege, we have some turrets as well. Nice pre-split here by ByuN. The goal should just be to contain. To poke in, maybe get a unit here and there, but to contain and get his fourth base. So he's slowly saturating that fourth. Colossus are building up. ByuN likewise now getting into his own ghost production, into his own EMPs. There we go, fourth CC on the way. ByuN just turtling up, building up into a longer game state.
Engaging the enemy.
Station zone away. And we'll see what the army looks like when ByuN does eventually break out. Like, he's already working on Viking production as well to help deal with the Colossus. Still just one starport so far. There we go, second starport's on the way for mass Viking production. ByuN is building up. Now, what I find interesting here is that Creator, he actually cuts Colossus production a little bit earlier here. He's going to stop at 3. He'll stop at 3, now working towards Disruptors. And when I say earlier, in current meta, because of how Marauder heavy compositions have gotten, we've seen a lot of players go up to 4 Colossus. But here, going to be cutting at 3, working towards Disruptors. Disruptors are now amassing. He's got a handful of High Templar, so just diversifying his splash damage, getting all 3 forms of splash damage. Let's go. Does get all 3. The one thing that I would say here is that we're still lacking a second robo. That is a little bit concerning. When a fight does occur, and then when a couple of robo units like Colossus and Disruptors go down, it's going to take quite some time to rebuild and to resaturate. And there we go. Second robo is now on the way. So Creator just securing himself, getting all his production up and running, slowly taking a 5th base, getting up to 80 probes, and so is ByuN. So again, after the chaotic opener here, just kind of like no rush 12 minutes. And soon our players are going to be active. It's been a much more passive game here, but again, that's just because of the early game. just because of the attempted proxy, then the transition out. We can see ByuN taking up a little bit further from here, going for the fusion core. This should be for Liberator range into Mass Liberator. He's not there yet, but he's getting there. Likewise, Creator, he's going to be committing to a ground army. There's no Fleet Beacon, there's no Stargate. Likewise, diving on the Ghost, hitting 1, 2, almost 3 goes. Nice snipes. The Ghost being the first things to go down. ByuN caught out. So nice pickles here from Creator. As Creator double expands. Getting a 6th and 7th base. Liberator range is on the way. Second fusion core, okay. I don't think that was intentional, but sure. Second fusion core, let's go. And Creator being cheeky. Now, typically when the Liberator count gets a little bit too high, that's when Sky Toss is going to be a must from the side of Creator, but we're not really in that game state yet. Liberator's just now amassing. The ground army is still very much so viable here for Creator. ByuN rotates over, does catch a Colossus, not bad. 1 Colossus goes down, gets 2 shots. Takes down 1, oh, does take a Storm to the face. Another Storm does connect, but he gets a 2nd Colossus. Better pickups here from ByuN. The rest of the army out of position for Creator. Likewise being dragged over. There's another opening. ByuN pulling Creator apart. Not bad. Does catch a couple of Colossus. Likewise Creator moving in. Nice Storm. Very nice Storm. Oh god. As ByuN does take a Storm to the face, army goes down. Now it's going to be ByuN's turn to be out of position. He's rotating over. And he will lose this position. Yeah, tank goes down, army as well. Liberators do arrive. Liberation is here. Creator now looking for another way in. We have how many Liberators so far? 6, soon to be 9. That's a lot of libs. That's a lot of freedom. You're rotating over. Does take an EMP to the face. Decent Storm. Landing on Vikings. ByuN trying to keep up. Another Liberator goes down. I don't see the space getting up and running. It is denied. Base is denied. ByuN contained on 4 bases. But is slowly breaking out. Again, pushing into how many? Pushing into 4 disruptors. Stargate's on the way. As we mentioned before, we're working towards Skytel, so it should be Stargate into Fleet Beacon and towards Tempest. Or at least a mothership. But Creator is thinking about it. Could argue we could have seen that a little bit sooner, but regardless is now on the way. And ByuN does expand. Does take the 5th. Colossus trying to move in. That's still a lot of freedom. Yeah, Liberators, they zone away the army. Oh, they get a free Immortal. Immortal goes down. ByuN running into Stalkers. Yep, there's a Fleet Beacon, 2nd Stargate, working towards Tempest. Getting to a longer game. EMP's coming in, nice EMP. Catching out the army. Yeah, Archon Immortal as well, brutal pickoffs. ByuN chasing Creator down. Get better trades here from ByuN. Building up towards 10 Liberators. You know, ByuN not quite in position here, but there is a planetary. 2 planetaries even. It's going off, takes out the Liberator, and he will not get the planetary. Planetary does hold. him moving in. ByuN is actually still not quite here. Yeah, going for a push instead. Does go for the counterattack. EMPs to try to avoid those recalls. Try to. He's on run by into mass liberate. Jesus. Has a lot of liberation zones back home to defend. Shuts down the zealots. Dive in the army. Nice EMP. Takes down the High Templar. Oh my god. You're just catching a creator. The army goes down. The expansion as well. A creator who was distracted. Now trying to move in. We have more freedom zones. Oh. Never takes down a ghost. But still gets the expansion. ByuN forcing his way forward. Oh. Nice splits. Very nice splits. Poison over, pushes into mineral lines. Once again, Nova goes off, gets a ghost. And ByuN is running out of steam here. Still pushing forward. Where are those reinforcements? ByuN has no minerals. Another ghost goes down. Does snipe a disruptor. Not bad. He gets one, he gets two. Yeah, 3, 4 disruptor snipes all of them. Massive pickoffs. Resets the disruptor count. 10% now on the way. ByuN was still waiting for his eventual wave of reinforcements. Still stuck out in the open. Yeah, he's gonna get surrounded. Creator will clean up. Took a lot to clean up this army, but does get there eventually. Jesus. There we go. Does force a pickup. The ghosts are saved. And back at home, ByuN has been amassing more starports, more liberators, more Vikings. Just switching to a mass air army. He's got 8 Vikings. He's ready for the Tempest. Yeah, Tempest goes down as well. Massive pickoff. Takes down the Tempest. The Colossus. Vikings, they reign supreme. Now, Creator does have a bank, but it's a mineral bank. Like, gases have not been taken. There we go. Gas is just now on the way. Creator, he now realizes, like, ooh, I'm kind of broke. Doesn't have the gases. Mass mineral means nothing here. He makes zealots and that's it. He just makes chargels. He has a 4k mineral bank. Ay, ay, ay. Where is the gas? He's got to rotate, takes down another expansion. Gas is just now being taken. There we goes off. No connection. Once again, doesn't connect. Storm needs a decent storm here in the army. Oh my god. Yeah, better storm towards the end. And Creator, he's holding. He's barely holding on. Tempest, they force back the army. Now going for the Liberators. Creator's still in this. Still in this game. Still doesn't really have much gas mining, unfortunately, but he's getting there. Oh. Getting there. Nova's catching out 4 ghosts. Much better Nova. Yeah, the ghost count is being reset, so at least almost. But ByuN is still rallying in. He's still overwhelming. There's still just too much bio. Once again, zones back the army. Oh, we gotta get a handle on that worker rally. Like, get out of here. Just wants to pull the boys. ByuN does move in. Takes out another Liberator. Liberator does go down. Pushing forward. And as it all settles here, you can see the Creator, what was once a massive mineral bank, now less so. He's been burning through his resources, his minerals, his gas. ByuN now suddenly has a larger bank. He has been having better fights, more efficient trades. So I'm catching random reinforcements, getting what he can. Again, he's getting out of hand. Takes down a Tempest. Oh, we'll take some storms to the face. That's a lot of Vikings going down. A lot of Vikings do fall. Let's get a Tempest. Does catch a Tempest. Likewise, oh, still not able to break in. There's still Colossus waiting. Disruptor as well. He needs more Vikings. He's on 4, soon to be 5 starboards. Jesus. Making 4 Vikings at a time. And the Tempest, they're gaining some value here, and they're meant to, but unfortunately the Tempest count's just not high enough. Brutally MP. As creators never really been able to build up a critical mass of Tempest. Has always maintained a low count here. Just now getting up to around 6 for the first time. Yeah, 6 Tempest. Almost there. Like 6 Tempest is the more ideal to support your army. Just getting there for the first time. Likewise, Vikings, they just chase down the Colossus. Oh my god. Another one goes down. Novas do connect. Storms are decent. He does run through the storms, but he breaks through. He breaks through, takes down the High Templar. No more Disruptors. There's still Tempest behind this. But Creator's broke. This one, Creator, he is broke. Oh, no mining here at that northern base. No mining at the southern base either. Like, again, barely any mining. Where are the probes, by the way? He has 77 probes. Or 75 even. But again, barely any saturation. Oh, okay, I was oversaturated here. We're now transferring over. Trying to get some money. He has bases, but again, the economy here, the saturation is not ideal. And ByuN is maxed. ByuN, he's maxed out. He should just keep trading. Liberator has arrived. Denying more mining. And that's what's coming down to here. Just lack of economy, lack of mining for Creator. Once again, moving in. Guess another Colossus. Barely avoids that Nova. That was close. Does avoid. And if given time, Creator, he can rebuild, right? Like, he has a worker count, he's resaturating his bases, but I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. That's going to be the entire mineral line. 22, 30 probes going to be going down here. They're going to get up to 27, 28, 29, 31. Ay. Yeah, losses that Creator just cannot afford. And was just unable to keep up with the rotations, bled out too many units. Again, took too long to get his gases. And with that, Creator just cannot afford these trades. Will clean up part of this army, but lose another expansion. Or at least a mineral line. Jesus. 50 probe kills. 53. 53 workers going down. The expansion as well. Takes down the Nexus. Army sims in. Even just going for the Colossus. And ByuN's chilling. Chilling back at home. Just happily mining. Muling his heart out as well. Claiming another CC. And this is going to be the final army. The final push here for Creator. He held his own for 26 minutes. Jesus, for 26 minutes. But again, did lose map control early on. Was shut down. Leading out more of these, like I said, Vikings, more of these Tempest. Tempest are snipe. And GG gets called. There's nothing left, and ByuN, he does hide the series 1-1. We have a back and forth. We have a series. Let's go. GG, well played. ByuN does fight back again, a very intense back and forth. Again, it was a bit of a shaky start because of the initial opener, because of the proxy, because of the denied proxy as well. Both players were forced to just slow things down and expand. As we mentioned, we had no aggression at all until the 12-minute mark. Both players just slowly building up instead, and we saw that ByuN was able to get into his own a little bit faster. We saw that Creator, he was late to take up in towards Skytoss. He was late to take his gases as well. If you remember, there was a time where he was stuck on 4,000 minerals and almost 0 gas. He then realized and started taking his gases, but he just couldn't really leverage his greater economy, and ByuN took advantage. ByuN took advantage of that. GG. GG, well played, broke on through, and ByuN fights back. And now we're getting into Last Fantasy here. Oh, the most vetoed map in the map pool. Okay, the most vetoed map, but in this best of 5, we get to feature it here and now. Let's go. As spawning in the top side of Last Fantasy, we have our South Korean Terran player. We have our Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss. For Alcazia Esports, it is Creator. Tempest Tickles. I mean, ideally you want to like build up your Tempest count over time and gain value over time as well, like with a bit of a slower approach. Unfortunately, as we mentioned at the time, Creator, he never really got up to 6 Tempests. Like just before that, he was always being shut down, bleeding out Tempest after Tempest. ByuN was just so opportunistic, just catching out Tempest and catching out key units much earlier, being much more aggressive and being successful as a result, or gaining a lot of success. Sniping Tempest, sniping Colossus. Again, he had 5 starports with reactors towards the end. Just mass starport, going ham. All the Vikings. And GG. GG, well played. With that, we have Creator scouting and looking for ByuN. Remember, this is a 3-player spawn map. We can spawn in left side, right side, and top side. And Creator, he will confirm that ByuN is nowhere to be found. Let's go. Double fusion core though. True. Pros and 7 bases. GG. I mean, as you saw, the bases mean nothing if we can't spend our money, if we can't get the gas that we need as well. As behind this, we have our economic opener, Rax Expand out of ByuN, going for his factory follow-up. Likewise, Creator going for a standard opener himself. And we'll see how we approach Last Fantasy, because again, it's a rare sight to see this map. There are certain features of this map as well. The rush distance by ground is a little bit shorter, especially because of the speed zones. There's plenty of speed zones in the center, so you can zoom across the map, true, and you can rotate quite quickly as well. On the flip side though, the bases are very secure. We have a lot of choke points, very narrow ramps here coming in towards the natural, likewise narrow ramps here towards the right hand side, or more narrow entry points, so you can turtle up quite nicely here on 4 bases, at least for what we've seen on Last Fantasy. We'll see if that's what we go for. Oh. Hello. Wait, what? Wait, what? So Creator's going for a Twilight Council opener into Blink. ByuN is rushing into a very fast eBay. Okay. Let him cook. Sorry, my apologies. So I'm used to seeing at this point that should be a starport, right? We go for the racks into factory to starport. So really fast eBay, really fast +1 here from ByuN. And I would imagine he's going to turn this into an all-in to hit with that +1 timing. I'm just caught off guard. Remember, this is going to be +1. We don't even have stim on the way. Like we don't even have a tech lab on the racks. Racks on the way here for what I would imagine an add-on swap in towards stim, into maybe a 3rd Rax, into a 3 Rax stim timing with +1. But yeah, this is interesting. Okay, let's go. So a very aggressive setup here. Okay, no add-on swap. No add-on swap. We have tank production underway. Rushing into tanks. And yep, 3rd Rax. 3rd Rax. No starport. 2 base all in. 2 base all in here from ByuN. He's just going to double down and commit. Does this hit with 1-1? Because +1 is going to be done well ahead of time. Third Nexus on the way. Creator going for a 3-gate blink into a third. More of a standard opener. And +1 almost complete. Just now going to be starting up Stim. And yeah, is this lined up with +1 armor alongside this? I would imagine so. Yo, combat shields? Okay. Dolan, is that you? The Danger Dolan himself? There we go. Yeah, +1 defense has begun. Going into combat shields first. Basically, we're just waiting up on Stim. There we go. Stim just now starting. But the observer gets spotted. Takes down one. Is aware of the other. Is aware of the second observer. Checking the vision here. Creator, he did see this. Yeah, he knows. He's aware of the all-in. We have a massive gateway explosion. Charges on the way. Creator, he knows he's getting ready. But knowing is half the battle. Here comes ByuN. He's pushing out early on. He's pushing out pre-Stim. Let's go. Please go +1. Ooh, Cyclone barely survives. The boys have been pulled. Wait, we're pulling the boys priest. He's crazy. Okay. What is happening? What is happening? This will hit with combat shields. Nice force fields. Ooh, locking down the army. Oh, very nice force fields. We spoke about the choke points earlier. Just how narrow these ramps are. So this will buy some time, does delay the all-in. Creator slowing this down. Peeking away through SCVs. Does get one, does get flat to 4. Tanks moving forward, miss rally! Oh, pretty miss rally there from Creator. The Immortal takes a lot of hits, tanks they pop off. And Stim is almost ready for this. It's gonna hit in a couple of seconds. Yeah, the boys are being pulled, collapsing the army. Tank follows on the Immortal, gets 1, and gets 2. Yeah, with that ByuN, looks like he should have enough. He breaks through the Immortals. Ooh, barely takes out both. Clears through the probes. Stims in. There's one more Immortal just about to pop out. Oh no! Yeah, it does pop out just in time. It's gonna be close. Can he hold on with 3 shield batteries? Yo, with the power of the story, 4 shield batteries he's holding. He's holding, he's defending. He saves his natural. Oof. But there's a bunker behind this. There's that bunker, still very close. Remember, ByuN is all in. He doesn't really have much of an economy. Creator, he's on 3 bases. Setting up the concave. Setting up the flank. We're trying to cash out reinforcements as well. Not quite able to. Not quite. Still very close. Zell's charging in, collapsing on the bio. But ByuN, I think, has he done it? Creator, he does get a tank, not bad. Oh, he bleeds out a lot of stalkers, but the tank does go down. Takes down the tank, ByuN still pushing in. Shuts down the shield battery. Remember, the longer this goes on, we have more Warpins, we have more Zealots. This is getting better and better for Creator. He just needs a little bit more time. But that's a surround of bunkers. He surrounds the tanks with bunkers. Ay, ay, ay. He's just secured this position in between the bases. Pushing into this is going to be difficult here for Creator. Oh, he's going for it. He's crazy. He's pushing into the bunker line. Dives in. He does focus out one of the tanks. He gets one. Gets one tank. And barely going for the other. It's close. Takes down the bunker. Takes down the tank. Whew, and cleans up. He does clean up just barely. Shuts down the army. And with that Creator he holds. He cleans up the army. And from here can counterattack ByuN, though. He has been building up SCVs. He has a comparable economy. 38 SCVs to the 36 probes here of Creator. Creator barely saturated, but now he moves out. He has a massive army. ByuN setting up back at home. No bunker. Uh oh. Yeah, no bunkers. He has 2 tanks. Creator should not push into this. Yeah, we need to calm down. we gotta calm down. Calm down, man. Calm down. Double starboard on the way. Let's go. And despite the all-in being crushed across the map, remember, he was able to cripple the economy. Damage was still done. And we pull the boys for a second time. Let's go. Let's just keep pulling the boys. Send it again. Hon Mono, is that you? True. Esther Hon Mono. What are you doing? Get out of ByuN's apartment. As Creator trying to slow this down. Trying to slow this down. Not quite able to. Just a bigger rally across the map. Tanks do siege. Oh, this does distract ByuN. Oh my god, he's just stimming through the speed zones. Oh my god. Yeah, crazy speed. Takes down 1, 2, 3, 4 stalkers. Ooh, meanwhile, Charge will take shots at the tanks. Tanks went down. ByuN out of position. ByuN, he was out of position. 3 tanks just got sniped. Down to 1. Yeah, 1 tank left. Nice catch there from Creator. Yeah, tanks are on siege. That first tank should be targeted. Should be. There we go. Trades the tank with the Immortal. Marine stepping forward. From here forward back to the shield batteries. Creator, he's holding on. And these extra war pins. Now, do we pull the boys for a 3rd time? 3rd time's the charm. But the problem here is that we're running out of boys to pull. There's not much saturation left. There's 23 SCVs remaining. You can't pull the boys for a 3rd time. Oh no. Takes down the SCV. No, he can't. ByuN's like, watch me. You think I can't pull the boys again? Nah. I'm a Terran, Fabi. Speaking of, boys being pulled for Creator. The workers have arrived. There's a tank behind this. Tank is started just in time. Ooh, but the Marines, the man with gun, takes down the Zealots, takes down the Archons as well. And ByuN, he's done it. Let's go. He barely breaks through. Takes down the army, stims on in. And denies the weapons as well. He strides through. The army's overstimmed. But we have medevacs. Medevacs have arrived. Yeah, he can't sustain these stims. Busts into the mineral line. Takes down more probes. Stalker's trying to engage. But ByuN has done it. ByuN, he has done it. He has broken the back of Creator. See, 3rd time's the charm. He's down to 11 SCVs back at home, by the way. that's how often he pulled the boys. He has no economy. But he kites well. Starter steps back, takes down the mineral line. Down to what, 8 stalkers? Down to 5, 4, 3. 3 stalkers left. And with that, ByuN, he overwhelms. He overwhelms the army. It was a very, very tense all-in here from ByuN. A crazy build rushing into 1-1 upgrades. And GG gets called. ByuN takes the lead in the series. Whew, he does take a lead 2-1. GG. GG, well played. ByuN does take a lead. And with that, ByuN needs 1 more game to claim the series. Let's go. Let us go. Whew, oh my god. GG, well played. Tight time with EWC starting soon. I mean, we're going to wrap this up, of course. We're going to wrap this up. It's all good. We'll focus on Sparkling Tuna Cup before indulging in any EWC. Hope you're well rested. I mean, we just did a 12-hour cast yesterday. Like, yesterday we did 12 hours. Today, it shouldn't be 12 hours. We've casted 4. It should be around 8 hours today. So 12 hours yesterday should be around 8 hours today. Around 8 hours. It'll be okay. We'll be okay. Whew. GG. GG. Yo, and a shout to Nikita in the chat. God, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime for 10 months. Thank you so much for the support. Do appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed the content. Hope you enjoyed the casting. Hope you enjoyed the StarCraft. Thank you for the support. Whew. Oh my god. GG. Sparkling EWC, exactly. So we might miss out on like the first series of EWC or the first couple of games, but that's fine. We're here for the Tuna, man. We're here for the Tuna. We're here for ByuN and Creator. And here we go, spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Tokamak. We have actually, hold on, isn't ByuN playing in the I just realized, hold on, I just realized, isn't ByuN playing in the EWC qualifiers? That might make things a little bit oh no, he's not. Okay, we're good. Did he qualify last night? It's all a blur. Yeah, okay. He qualified last night, so he's good. He's free to play out his series. He's fine. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 2-1. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing Alcadzia Esports down in the series. We'll see if he bounce back. We'll see if he can force the ace match. It is a Creator. Here we go. Whew. As in a crazy game on Last Fantasy, the all-in just didn't stop. It just did not stop. But it was a crazy build to begin with. Remember, it was a Rax into Factory into really fast eBay into really fast +1, and the all-in hit with 1/1 upgrades with +1 armor instead. +1 armor with if you remember, with combat shields, not with stim. Stim hit a little bit later, so it was an interesting all-in there from ByuN. One that I'm not too familiar with, I'll be honest. But again, did hit quite hard. Creator, he was able to survive initially, but the all-in just kept going. Like he just kept going. He just kept pulling the boys 3 times in that series, in that game. 3 times. Just did not stop pulling the boys. Let's go. But yes, yeah, thankfully he did qualify yesterday. Yes. So he has nothing to worry about. He's good. We can go the distance, Mike. We can go the distance. Thankfully. It's from here, this is gonna be a Twilight Council opener. I mean, hey, the stars aligned, right? Like if ByuN didn't qualify last night, then he wouldn't be here. It wouldn't be, well, most likely he wouldn't be here. Or he might be, but he might just be cheesing every game just to wrap it up quickly. So it did line up in such a way we can enjoy a best of 5, carefree. Meanwhile, economic opener, CC on the high ground. Cyclone's on the way. And behind this, we have our standard blink opener here at a Creator. We can just calm down. Welcome on all to Tokamak. Tokamak, of course, being one of the more macro maps in the map pool. Larger map, longer rush distance by ground. Longer rush distance. As we are settling in. From here, we do have a bit of a safer start here out of Creator. What I mean by that, it's going to be 3-gate blink, but a robo as well on 2 bases. So robo before expanding, so much safer start here from Creator. With this, you can go for earlier Observer, just in case there's a Banshee follow-up into earlier Immortal production as well. ByuN moving out with his Mind Drop. Getting to his eventual 3-1-1 setup. Mind Drop here towards the natural. We'll scout the 3rd base. We'll confirm. Speaking of Banshee play, okay, so medevac into add-on swap into Banshee. Or just, actually, sorry, just made the tech lab. Banshee's on the way, Mindrill comes back in. Creator, he does pull away. And he'll lose just the one. And one probe kill. ByuN going further back into the main. Oh, doesn't commit. Oh my god. Doesn't commit. Takes a lot of hits, a lot of damage. One shot away from going down. And with that, ByuN, the mine drop is shut down. Is going to be shut down here. Creator claiming his third base. Now working towards charge as a follow-up. Charge into Forge into +1. So standard follow-up here out of Creator. Going to be delaying his splash damage. And ByuN, he will soon move out with a stimulus timing. This is what he's known for. These kind of stimulus pushes with tanks and with Banshees. So really early move out here by ByuN. And remember, the purpose of this move out should be to deny the third. Should be. Creator being somewhat active. You see a couple of boys join in. A couple of SCVs. They're on repair duty. ByuN moving forward. Zones away those stalkers. Mine drop into the main base. Will unload in time. Nice on Burrow. Hank's getting in position. Immortal has arrived. Can he siege up in time? He's being shut down. Yeah, he's being shut down. Is trying to siege. Nice concave here from Creator. Collapsing in the army. ByuN throwing down those bunkers. Still pushing forward. But again, he is out of range of the third. The purpose here was to deny the expansion, but so far, he can't get close. Cannot get close. Leaving out Marines. Yeah, 1, 2 Marines going down. And ByuN, he does abandon this position. He races back home. Does race back. Creator, he holds. And I'll take Creator in a better position here. He did cut worker production, unfortunately. Oh. Nice time. Yeah, so the worker count is a little bit lackluster here for Creator. Just now getting it back online. Now transferring. Behind this third CC on the way for ByuN, and now we're working towards another longer game. Whew, okay. So we're calming down, getting to a longer game state. Same tactic again. If you're referring to that Sinless push, that's what we saw be quite successful against Geralt, if you recall. But that's not what we saw last game. As Jesus, we have a very high tank count here at the natural. Creator should not push into this. Should just be containing. Just contain the Terran. As that's going to be 5 tanks sieged up. Prism's on the way. Getting up to 6. Jesus. Getting up to 6 tanks. That's an insane tank count this early on, by the way. Creator, he pulls away. He pulls back home with the Immortals. Does pull back home. More tanks are amassing. Meanwhile, Creator, he has his Dark Shrine, true. DTs are waddling in. We have one at the third location, one into the main. Here comes the move out. As he moves out, oh, Prism goes down. There's a first scan. There's one, and there should be another. Yeah, there's another scan here at the natural. Cleans up that our Templar. Now, what I find really fascinating about this move out, so yeah, we're all in. This is a fake third. That's what I was gonna say earlier. Fake third CC. We pull the boys completely all in. Let's go. Again, the third CC in orders for just to pull more boys. That's what. Let's go. Does dive in again. He's got 6 tanks. Oh my god. Mass tanks just going up. But I say 6, 7 tanks in with the army. The boys have arrived. It's all or nothing for ByuN. And we'll see if he can overwhelm. Black pushing forward, diving on the Prism taking a lot of hits. Tank Floys, they just shut down the Ground Army. Again, 7 tanks. It's just so many tanks. What can Creator do? He can do nothing. He just can't touch his army, not if it's sieged. Yeah, Liberation has arrived as well. The boys are still here. Tank Boys, they focus on the Immortal. We see Creator trying to come in from behind. But this army is just massive here for ByuN. And he has done it. He has done it. He's breaking through. Zelza coming from behind. Tanks that will clean this up. Zelza get 2 tanks, but there's still so many more behind this. 5 tanks still remaining. GG gets called. The heavy tank count overwhelms, and ByuN, he will take the series 3-1, becoming this week's Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. GG. GG, well played. A crazy build here by ByuN. Like, I was like internally, I was very conflicted because I was looking at ByuN's army. I was like, you do not get up to like 5 and 6 tanks like this unless you're going for an all-in. But he has a 3rd CC, so I was very perplexed as to what was happening, as to whether or not ByuN would actually saturate his base. As we saw, it was a fake. Like, it was just a fake 3rd, just so we could pull more boys. Happy, true. But he never expanded. He just sent it across the map. Got up to 7 tanks towards the end, which was crazy. And tanks, they don't really scale too amazingly into a longer game in TVP. But when it comes to these all-ins, yo, tanks are brutal. They just bully back the army. They bully back any semblance of trying to engage with the force of ByuN. The one chance that the Creator had was to try to catch the army unsieged, or slow it down, or force ByuN back home, but he wasn't quite able to pull off any of that, and ByuN did just barrel through the center. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, ByuN. He will claim the series. He will be our champion. He'll be our Sparkling Tuna. GG. Just in time for EWC, actually. True. Esports World Cup Global Qualifier. They just started. They literally just started. Let's go. ByuN, he's asking, oh, did I win the random raffle as well? I'm like, no. I'm like, Lelix, why? Why no me? Always. True. GG, well played. But congratulations here to ByuN and to Ledlix for winning the random raffle, to Creator for making it to 2nd place, for making a series out of this with ByuN as well. GG, well played. Don't forget to join the match arena. And if you enjoyed the tournaments, if you enjoyed the broadcast, then we have you covered with some more StarCraft, because hey, we are live on a weekly basis. This is a weekly tournament. Every single week we do have the Sparkling Tuna Cup. I say every week. There are some exceptions. For example, DreamHack weekend, right? The weekend of DreamHack, we didn't host the Sparkling Tuna Cup, or like the weekend of EWC qualifiers as well. So there are some exceptions where we don't want to like take away from qualifiers. We want the players to focus on EWC or focus on DreamHack. But outside of that, we do run our tournaments on a regular basis here, and we are gonna be going on a short break. I do need some time to set up all the overlays, because do you know what time it is? Bam. Hold on. It is EWC time. As you can see, we do have access. We do have permission to cast, of course. So EWC is just now about to begin. So we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll be jumping into the Esports World Cup. Ooh, they just started game 1. They just started game 1 between Gabe and Lemon, as you can see here. So we're going to go on a short break. We're going to be jumping in partway through this game, partway through this first series. But the stream will continue. The stream will not go offline. We'll be setting up all the overlays, and then we'll jump into Gabe versus Lemon. As yeah, it was a tight schedule. it was a really tight schedule. We finished up just in time, but again, I do need some time to set up all the overlays, so we're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we'll have our next series, or we'll have our next cast, our next broadcast, the Esports World Cup qualifiers. We'll see you soon after the break. See you soon. Bye. See you soon. Also, before I forget, exclamation mark Patreon. Patreon in the chat. If you want to help support this tournament, this is a weekly tournament. If you want to help support the Sparkling Tuna Cup, then Patreon is the place to be. 100% of the money that goes towards our players. If you want to help support the scene, support the community, check us out on Patreon. Otherwise, we'll see you guys in 5 minutes. We'll see you guys soon. We'll see you soon.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome. Oh, that's... Hold on.
Man, there we go. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the EWC, the Esports World Cup 2025 Global Qualifier Day number 2. We, of course, just wrapped up with Day 1 yesterday, and we just wrapped up with the Sparkling Tuna Cup. Yesterday, we had a 12-hour cast of non-stop StarCraft, and here we are looking to do the same with just a non-stop StarCraft, baby. Let's go. We are jumping in mid-series, jumping into game number 1. Again, we're only 6 minutes late, as you can see here, so we missed out on the first 6 minutes of the game. So far, it looks like we had a decent back and forth here. Welcome to Maganatha. Lemon going to be counter-attacking, pushing in towards the natural base. At the same time, Gabe going towards the main base. Sorry, going for a drop into the main. Yeah, going for said drop. SCV is going to be going down. A lot of SCV is going to be falling. Meanwhile, does drop into said main base. Ooh, recall is not available. Yeah, recall not available. Lemon does rally back over. Gets in position. Pylon going to be going down. Depowers and denies extend thermal lance. Not bad. Yeah, closest range is going to be delayed. And the drop is achieving a lot of damage here, even going for the upgrades. Yeah, depowers more. Does depower, does deny. With that, is going to be forced out of the main base, but not bad damage here, not at all from Gabe. Unfortunately, did lose a lot of SCVs across the map, but he's still rallying across, headed towards now the third, trying to pull Lemon apart. Again, the gateways were depowered, warp ins are limited. Gabe working towards the third. Oh, takes out the shield battery. Shield battery goes down, warp in does complete. Lemon still trying to collapse in. Lemon, he's barely holding on, just barely. Yeah, deflects at the point. Oh, the Colossus! No, Colossus goes down. He gets one. No shot. He gets one. He gets two. Yeah, so close. One more volley. One more volley. Barely doesn't. Oh my god, the Colossus survives on a slither of HP. 8 HP remaining. Lemon, he's holding, just barely. And with that, the game will continue. Gabe, of course, he's recovering economically. Now claiming his third base. And Gabe does have momentum. It is on his side. He's on his side. Drop into the main. Cleaned up. Lemon is holding on. Does hold, does defend his main. At the same time, rotates over towards the fourth. Oof. My shot's going up. Just a pop on the right hand side. Lemon, he's holding, he's surviving. Let's go. I will say that Lemon, he's behind economically. Like typically, as a Protoss player, you want to be upper base and upper mineral line compared to the Terran, as mules are going to be a big factor here. So Gabe, he still has momentum going his way. Extend the lens just now finishing up. Meanwhile, nice catch here on the Marauders. Picks off a couple of them. Does take down a couple Marauders, but still forced back. And Gabe still maintains back at home. And now taking his gases. From here, he can work towards a fourth TC. Second starport on the way for Mass Viking. The Vikings are amassing, and we're settling in. They're just catching up in the chat. Ooh. Again, it's been an intense weekend of StarCraft. When it comes to the overall bracket, I mean, we'll be getting into it after this series. I'm sure they'll showcase the bracket itself, but we have 4 best ofs tonight. We have 2 best of 5s and 2 best of 7s. So it's still an intense night of StarCraft here, featuring Gabe, Lemon, GuMiho, and Astrea, alongside Goblin and ByuN. So 6 players, and 2 of them will qualify for the Esports World Cup. Until then, the game is slowing down. Gabe working on 2-2, getting his 4th TC. The Colossus count's still quite low here for Lemon. He's got 2 Colossus. And the Viking count is building up. He's got 4, soon to be 8 Vikings. Is getting there. Hashtag rig raffle. Yes, yes. as both armies are maxing out. Now, as we're getting to maxed out compositions here, I do still favor Gabe. The big deciding factor for me, at least, is lack of splash damage. We have some Colossus, yes, but that's what the Vikings are for. Where are the Disruptors? Where is the Storm? One or the other, we have none. We're so heavily reliant on, there we go, bam, instantly one Colossus goes down. They're basically just getting one shot. Lemon heavily reliant here on mass zealots, and that's not going to be enough. And that's not good enough here, not against a ByuN army. I mean, that is a lot of zealots. They're racing across the map. Does force a reaction. But yeah, I'm just a little bit shocked to see the fact that there are no disruptors or storms. Without it, how can Lemon engage? As Vikings, they just go to town. Now, you could argue that maybe we've overcommitted into Vikings, for sure. Like, it's a lot of Vikings, and there's nothing with it to do, but they can always land. Yeah, they just land. They can land, they can shut down the base. Army stimming in. There is a lack of ghosts here and a lack of EMPs, which is a concern. But outside of that, he can stim, he can win. Kites back, takes down all those charge lots, and from here, Gabe just snowballs out of control again. 0 splash damage. Vikings, they drop into the northern expansion. Mineral line going down. We now have one disruptor on the way, but it's so late. It's too little too late at this point. Meanwhile, DT's across map, 15 SCV kills, gets a mineral line. A full mineral line goes down. Nova goes off, D's in connection. But we need more than that. We need more than just one Nova. There we go, more disruptors are amassing. Disruptor goes down. Do we have a scan? Uh-oh. Gabe, he's running out of steam a little bit here. His army is overstimmed. And he hasn't noticed that Dark Templar. There it is. There's a scan. Nova goes off. Grazes the army. No major connection. And he's done it. He gets broken through. Takes down the pylon. The Toast pylon goes down. GG gets called as everything gets depowered. And Gabe will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Gabe does take a lead in the series. Again, we did have a bit of a back and forth here between the two players, but something that was lacking, something that was missing there from Lemon, even though both players were maxed out, the soup lies. The soup does lie. Lemon, he was at 200 supply, but he was stuck on a mass gateway composition. He only had 2 Colossus, 0 Storm, and 0 Disruptors. So his army he could not take a head-on fight. He could not fight head-on. He could go for round bites with the Zealots, but that's all he could really do. The round bite was denied, and Gabe just pushed. He just snowballed out of control, then and there. GG. GG, well played. Gabe does take a lead in the series, but remember, this is a full best of 5, so we do have opportunities to recover and to bounce back. Let's go. See, we didn't miss out. We did not miss out on any games. There you go. Does take a 1-0 lead. As a reminder, GuMiho versus Astrea will be after this series. And then we get into the best of 7s. Oh. Then we get into said best of 7s. Let's go. Shout out to Zombergub and Rotterdam, of course, for being over on the mainstream. They were casting yesterday as well, I believe. We're also covering yesterday. Oh, yo, Esther Rowdy in the chat. Good to see you. Good to see you. Esther Rowdy. Oh, but here we go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the Taiwanese Protoss player, the blue Protoss. It is Lemon. And spawning in the top right-hand corner. We have the German Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Team Mouse. It is a Big Gabe, Hero Marine. Bam. Yo, how delayed are the fanfares? Hold on, I'll do that again. Yeah, the fanfares are conch. There we go. But here we go, double gas opener out of game. Double gas going into a faster factory. Welcome to Ultra Love. Oh, actually, I don't think we casted many games on Ultra Love during our tournaments, but Ultra Love is one of the smaller maps in the map pool. Aggression is favored, all-ins are favored as well, so we do expect to see aggression from our 2 players here. Double gas makes plenty of sense from the side of Big Gabe. Does make plenty of sense. Here we go. See in the chat, will you be able to cast Ozcraft next week? I've not been reached out to cast Ozcraft. I most likely won't be casting it just because we are going to be casting Home Story Cup. Home Story Cup, unfortunately, is on the same weekend as Ozcraft. So we have to kind of pick one or the other. And I have not heard anything regarding Ozcraft. They probably have their own casting setup. They probably have their own setup that they're going to be going with. So, so much love towards those working on Ozcraft, of course, 100%, much love. But we will most likely not be a part of Ozcraft. It's all good. Wish them all the best. Wish them the best. As we are going to be settling in. Focusing on our match. From here, Gabe going for CC on the low ground, so we do have the reactor on set racks. And he's going for the 1-1-1. No tech lab yet. My eyes are on the production tab. Reaper dipped in, was forced out. There we go, tech lab's on the way. And we'll see if we go for an add-on swap. We'll see if we commit into Cyclone or even into early tank, into drop play. Here, Marine, Gabe, he has options. Does have options. And yeah, there it is, tank drop. Jesus. Now, this is very popular on Ultra Love. The reason for this, if you've been on this map, you may have noticed this. There is a position behind the mineral line where you can siege up on the other side of the ravine at the natural, and you can actually lay siege upon the mineral line. You can reach that mineral patch, and you can deny mining at the natural, so there's a very frustrating position there that you can abuse, and that, I imagine, is where Gabe is going to be headed with this early tank drop. Otherwise, he could just go straight for the natural and just go straight for the pylon. Like, he could try to snipe the pylon and just overwhelm. Ooh, charge opener out of Lemon. Now, fun fact, a charge-based opener is designed to shut down tank all-ins. Like, early game tank pushes are typically shut down by this. But this is not an early game tank push, this is an early game tank drop. This is hitting faster. It's hitting faster, it's hitting earlier. Drop is on the way, again making a beeline for that position outside of the natural, but the Stalkers intercepts. Nice catch! Yeah, nice move out here from Lemon. Does force the unsiege or does force the unload. One Stalker goes down. He does delay. More Stalkers rallying in. And he wants that tank. Yeah, tank taking a lot of damage. Ooh. Does his results. Meanwhile, we spoke about this position. Yeah, getting behind or getting onto the other side of the ravine. He is within range of the mineral line. He does deny mining. Mining is denied. Ooh. Yeah, Stalker's going to be going down. Does have on the tank. Tank does fall, and Lemon will clean this up. Not without a cost, though. Not without a loss. Not without losing 3 Stalkers. Ay, ay, ay. Could have been worse. Could have been worse. You know, Gabe is not stopping. Moving out with another tank drop. He's back. He's back. He's returned. Once again, laying siege on the natural. Yeah, probe goes down. But this time, charge is done. Yeah, charge is done. Lemon, he's holding, he's defending. Does force back Gabe. It does hold. Lemon, he saves his third, he saves his mineral line. Gabe does escape. And now we have a game. We have a game here. Calming things down. We see 3 more Raxes on the way. Gabe, this looks like the beginning of a 2-base all-in, to be honest. It looks like the beginning of that. We'll keep an eye on the add-ons. If he gets add-ons on on all buildings, then we can get into a longer game and get a CC. Our eyes are on Gabe. Are on him. Lemons is nuts. We'll lose the observer. Nice knife. Meanwhile, I believe there are add-ons on the way on those Raxes, getting 2 more reactors. So we have the opportunity here for Gabe to expand and get a 3rd CC. Zealot's going to be forced back. Sim and combat shield's almost done. Yeah, and Gabe just going for drop play. Moving out with his drops. As he moves out, Zealots are moving in. Uh-oh. Yeah, Gabe, he does miss this. Catching out reinforcements. He going for the mineral line. Gabe, he does not turn around. He commits, dropping to the main. He's pushing towards that third. He wants that third base. Can he get it? It's going to be close. Going to be close, going to be clutch. There is a Colossus, no shield batteries. Yeah, tries to recall. A handful of Zealots boys are being pulled. And with that, Gabe, he will overwhelm. Takes down the mineral line, go for the Colossus. Doesn't quite get within range. It's close though. Colossus taking a lot of hits. Does take a lot of damage. And Gabe, he does trade well. I say that, gonna be forced to pick up. A drop here between the bases towards the natural. Only gets 3 probes. Lemon, he's holding on. He's surviving. Let's go. He's holding on for the time being. Gabe is still rallying. He's still not backing off. He's crazy. Still just rallying across the map. He did not get a third ZC. He did not expand. And again, the Colossus is so low. Never goes off. Army stims in. Nova does not connect. And he gets a Colossus. Massive pick off. And Lemony cannot hold on. Again, no shield barriers, no defensive setup. Down to 1 Colossus. Zealots, they cannot hold their own. Drop into the main. He's being torn apart. And Gabe, he's doing it. He's doing it, man. He has too much. He can stim. And he can win. Duh. Catching out the Stalkers. Again, the 1 Colossus keeping Lemon in this. Trying to hold on, trying to buy some time for extra warp-ins. And hey, it's kind of working. The warp-ins are coming. Force to wake up. Saves a third. Just barely. At least for a little bit longer. As Gabe is still just rallying in. Still pushing forward. Takes down the Zealots. Dives on the Colossus. This time there's just none of support. None of Zealots here for Lemon. Over time, he is still just being overwhelmed. It's not a clean engage here from Gabe, but it's good enough. It's good enough. Pushes through the defensive line. Takes down the final Zealot, takes down the final Stalker. There's 2 more warp-ins. The base taking a lot of damage. Gabe being forced back. Okay, being forced back. Lemon again barely holding, barely surviving, but not really living here. I mean, Gabe has just been two base all in this entire game, but there we go. Finally gets the expansion. Finally gets a Colossus as well. Oh, a bit of an awkward dive. But there we go. The base falls. Gets behind the mineral line. Zealots are overwhelming the ground army. Okay. Lemony cleans up the army, does force it back, but did lose the expansion. And Gabe, does he get his own third CC? Does the game slow down? Because Lemon now he's on 2 Colossus. Catching us on the Marines, avoids the Widow Mines. Lemon, he has momentum. The Ghost Academy just finished up for Gabe. And it's building a second starport. Widow Mines are cleaned up. No shot. Yo, Lemon, can we bring this back? Trying to catch at the army. Massive swipes. Massive swipes on Gabe. Aha, forced to recall back home. Yeah, recalls completely. Gabe, he's safe. He's safe. He's oversaturated. Like, again, Gabe, he's running out of steam a little bit here. He might be forced to just lift and land his main. just get a fresh mining base. That would make the most sense here. Just lift and land. You see long distance mining. Yeah, Ducklings, this is mining. This might still just be enough for Gabe. Oh god, catches the Colossus. Gets one. Yeah, he's good enough. He's fine. He's got enough. GG gets called, and Gabe, he will take a 2-0 lead. GG. Whew. GG, well played. It was a very long all-in. It was a very long two-base all-in there from Gabe, and for a moment there, I was like, yo, are we running out of steam? Are we not doing enough damage? But no, he was able to trade well enough against the Zealots, trade well enough against the Colossus, did barely eventually get the expansion, and upon killing the expansion, he could maintain himself, he could outproduce his opponent. GG. GG, well played. Lemon barely didn't have enough to hold on. It was close. It was still very close and very chaotic. Not the cleanest game there from either player, but in the end, did barely get away of Gabe. GG. GG, well played. With that, we are now getting ready here for game number 3. Now, I'm hoping for a series. I'm hoping for a back and forth. You know, I want to see more of a back and forth between these two players, but the pressure is on Lemon. The pressure's on. Beautiful. Sorry, just setting up some. There we go. But GG well played, and with that, we're getting ready for game number 3. As a reminder, best of 5. Best of 5. Gabe is 1 game away from claiming the series. Meanwhile, Lemon has to fight back here and now to make a series out of this. And again, I'm hoping for an extended series here. Also, I just realized I don't think I had Gamba on. Oh. My apologies. Sorry, my apologies. I was just, yeah, we were just rushing into the series, rushing into the game. Predictions now open. They're now open, so you can place your bets. Of course, it is heavily in favor of Gabe at this point in the series, but you know, you can predict for the finale as to how you think this will conclude. And here we go, spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines. We have our Taiwanese Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss. It is Lemon, not Zest. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner is when we have the German Protoss, sorry, the German Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Mouse. It is Hero Marine. Big Gabe. Beach. There we go. Do apologize for the lack of fanfare. For some reason, it's not working. Can I? Yeah, the fanfare is struggling a little bit. There we go. It has been struggling. It's all good. Whew. But from here, we are going to be calming down. We're going to be settling into our game. Settling into game number 3. Potentially the final game of the series. Also on momentum. We're good. Alright, good to go. So from here, we're calming down. We do have initially, once again, a double gas opener. Double gas opener out of Gabe, going for a faster factory. This doesn't mean that it has to be a 2-base all-in, but we can head in that direction. Once again, good head there. Faster factory into a delayed CC. Into a more tech-heavy start. Last game, this led into a tank drop, if you recall, but that is very, very unique to Ultra Love. As we mentioned, specifically in Ultra Love, there is that position behind the natural base, behind the natural mineral line, where you can abuse that mineral line on the other side of the cliff face. And we saw Gabe just take full advantage of that location. Here, there is no such position, so we should be seeing a tank drop here. Not this time. We shouldn't be, but we'll see. Behind this, a tech lab on the factory. Not going for reactor Reaper Hellion or anything like that. It's going reactor Marine instead. and is going for the Cyclone. So Cyclone drop here from our Terran. Hallucination does scout, does confirm the add-ons, does confirm the setup, does confirm the later CC. I see Medevac is on the way. He ensures that there's no crazy early add-on swap into Banshee play. Technically, it could still be a tank drop, true. From the side of Lemon. Like he's not fully aware. Second Cyclone on the way. Lemon opening up charge. Again, that's meant to be a bit of a safer opener here from Lemon. Is meant to keep you safe against early tanks. As the Cyclone is revealed. Drop is spotted, Lemon trying to intercept. As he will expand. Will attempt to expand. Cyclone is coming in, he wants a sentry, and he's gonna get it. Yeah, nice pickoff, denies the sentry, denies the expansion. Oh, this should not have happened. The base is denied, a Stalker's out of position, and Gabe drops into the main. A rough start here for Lemon. Not like this. Not like this. Losing the Medevac, losing the Cyclone as well. But, I mean, the damage has been done. Sure, Gabe here overextends. He does overextend here, I will say that. But he got what he wanted. He got more than what he wanted. Got a sentry, got a Stalker. Denied the base. And behind this can just settle into his own tanks. Yeah, as Indy's pointing out, just better trades here for the Terran. The drop play continues. Back at home, tanks are amassing. eBay's on the way for +1. And we can, from here, get into extra Raxes. Extra Raxes into... we can head into a 2-base all-in from here. We'll keep an eye on the Rax count. We mentioned last game that once we saw Gabe get it to 5 Raxes and go for add-ons, I assumed that he would expand, but nah, he just never did. He just committed even harder. And that is now working towards Sim, +1. Combat shields. Upgrades are lined up. So far a 3-1-1 setup. Tracking the main. 11 behind this, remember he opened charge, now working towards Colossus. Colossus production is underway. And we'll see how many Colossus he can get. So the quality was just dying on us a little bit. Go zoning away. Does zone away. I see 2 more Raxes, but a 3rd CC. Okay, Gabe, he's expanding. Okay, let's go. Gabe, he's expanding. We're building up towards a longer game state. We are not going to base all in. Gabe had a nice start though, and yes, on the one hand, you might be thinking, hold up, he's down a base. I mean, the Protoss should be up a base here to be more equivalent with the Terran. As the Terran gets a 3rd, that's when Lemon should be getting a 4th. So Lemon should be expanding. As Gabe is breaking out, drop here towards the natural. Lemon does deflect. Currently, Gabe has got the better economy. He's got the larger army. Gabe is in a solid position, but we'll see what kind of fight he takes. Yes, here comes the 3rd. Gabe, he sneaks up on the 4th. Can he force a cancel? Uh-oh. Does siege up. Does siege, stems in. Does cancel the 4th base. Massive pickup. Zell's trying to charge forward, but there's a minefield. Order targets are thrown down, zoning back the army, delaying the fourth even further. And that's all the game has to do, just deny the fourth. Deny the fourth base, and he can take an economic lead. And so far, pulling it off. Maestro connects. Zealous a will over on the tank. Tank is going down, and Lemon, he is holding. And Colossus moving in. Gabe steaming forward into this. Picks off a couple of stalkers, but is forced back. Oh, even losing a medivac. Oh, barely not. Barely escapes. Lemon holds. But did lose his fourth, and his fourth is so delayed as a result. So production-wise, economically, Gabe is still holding his own, very much so. Jumping towards a natural. Lemon not quite in position. And more workers going down. Lemon trying to keep up. Will shuts down the medivacs. The medivacs, they were low to begin with. Okay. I mean, he does clean this up. That was a little bit wasteful here from Gabe. That was not a good drop, or not a good trade with said drop. So that was a strong moment here for Lemon. Catching Marines and Marauders, and the game will progress. Okay, 4th CC. Now, you can definitely argue that Gabe, like, he was far enough ahead where he could afford to throw away some medivacs. True. That is true. But he doesn't want to throw away his lead. Does need to tighten up. So Lemon is secure. Or getting secure. Second robo is on the way. Lemon, what we were missing and lacking last time was anything other than Colossus, so we do need Disruptors or Storm or both. And it's still working on it. Oh! Flash shot's going off. Gabe is being active. Likewise, so is Lemon. And Gabe is going to be the first to max out. He's got a decent Viking count. Meanwhile, from the side of Lemon, he's not going for Disruptors, going for a more Immortal heavy composition, which is viable. That is true, but yeah, it's definitely going to be difficult to make work. Okay, so we've got one Disruptor. Let's go. Let's go one Nova. A more Immortal heavy style can work well against a really Marauder heavy composition. As Drop goes back into the mineral line, does force a recall. Main army's pushing forward. Recalls most of the Stalkers. There it goes off. Nice splits. Yeah, nice splits. A brutal connection with the HR missile. Yeah, the missile goes off. Vikings the move command. Gabe? Let's go. He has us around. True. Comes in from behind. And he does sandwich the Colossus. There, all 3 Colossus go down. Not the cleanest trade there for Gabe, as it will cost him every single Viking, but you know, it works, I suppose. It's fine. There you go, takes out the expansion, 0 splash damage left. He can work his way through those Zealots, and the Stalkers as well. Yeah, Lemon getting desperate here. Trying to engage. I mean, he can take this fight. Okay, where are those reinforcements? Where's the rally? Being forced back. He's forced back. Lemon, he's still holding on, making 2 Colossus at a time. Okay, building up towards Liberators. Liberation is on the way. Setting up, drop here behind the middle line once again. Unfortunately, Lemon, his Disruptor helmet's reset. He's now, I think, on 2 Colossus. Yeah, just 2. There's still not much that Lemon has to work with. +3 is completing at least. Hey, Cat does catch the drop. Drop goes down. As Lemon does collapse in. Yeah, he collapses forward. The Colossus getting a lot of swipes in the main army. But the Vikings do push through. And Gabe, he will take this fight. He will take this fight, takes down every single Colossus once again. Colossus kind of gets reset. Disruptors, they just now begin. These are late. And Gabe, he should have enough to just keep pushing. Just overwhelm. As is still waiting on 3-3. Finishing up in a couple of seconds. There we go, 10 more seconds away. GG gets called as Lemon, he is overwhelmed. And GuMiho. And Gabe, he does claim the series 3-0, does advance on into a qualifying match. GG. GG. Whew. Oh, and we can actually have a look at the bracket itself. There we go. Gabe, the rematch. He advances on offensive against Goblin in a qualifying match. Meanwhile, Astrea versus GuMiho is coming up next. Okay, that's why my mind was on GuMiho. It's going to be the next series. But that's going to be a spicy one. As a reminder, Goblin did already defeat Gabe during the EWC European qualifier. But we'll see if Gabe can get his revenge. As a reminder, Goblin also beat Lambo in that qualifier, and Lambo did qualify over Goblin. Can Gabe do the same? Can he do the same? We're here to find out. GG, well played. Again, Goblin versus Gabe is going to be coming up next in the qualifying match, but that'll be a little bit later on in the broadcast. Until then, we do have our next series. Congratulations to Gabe. My condolences to Lemon. Again, Lemon, he was one of the weaker players here in this qualifier. Still a strong player in his own right, but did have a bit of a harder time in these matches. Did have a harder time against some of these Terran players. Did fall in the end, but we'll see how GuMiho and Astrea can compare. Up next, GuMiho versus Astrea is going to be right around the corner here in another PVT. Oh boy. And likewise, Goblin versus Gabe after that. We'll get into those matches though. We'll get into those matches. Don't worry. Until then, GuMiho versus Astrea, another Terran versus Protoss. For now, we're going to be going on a short break. I'm going to go refill my water. Like I'm out. As you can clearly see, there's nothing left in this bottle. So I'm gonna go get some water. I'm gonna go refill, and again, we'll be back in a couple of minutes here with GuMiho and Astrea. We'll see you soon after the break for another Best of Live. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Oh my god. Am I crazy? Did I like jump ahead with the timer? As we are jumping into our second series of the broadcast, here we go. In the bottom left-hand corner, we do have Astrea, the American Protoss. And in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran. It for SA2L Esports. It is GuMiho. Oh my god. I thought like I had like an extra minute or something, so I went to get some water. I mean, oh god. Hi. Yeah. Okay, we are back, and if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamma time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. So jump into our second best of 5 of the broadcast, and this is going to be a banger here. I do see someone asking in the chat regarding the PBT here matchup. See someone saying PBT worst matchup for GuMiho, but how good is Astrea in shape? There is some question marks about this. I would disagree with that in the sense that if you've been watching the channel, we've been casting a lot of Astrea. We've been casting a lot of Astrea as of late. I would say that Astrea's strongest matchup is PBT. We have been casting Astrea takedown Cure and takedown ByuN. I would say GuMiho is comparable in skill to the two players that I just mentioned. If not, yeah, I would say quite comparable. So I do think that Astrea, this is kind of the best matchup for Astrea, and we'll see how he compares to GuMiho. I expect this to be a back and forth. I would be surprised to see a 3-0 in either direction. I'm hoping for a game 4, maybe even a game 5. Best of luck though. Best of luck to both players. But again, I would go as far as to say that Astrea's strongest matchup right now is PVT, and he does open up Twilight Council. Twilight Council opener out of our Protoss player. Likewise, we have a more standard opener out of GuMiho. As GuMiho did open up Rax's Band, so standard economic opener out of our Terran player, likewise standard opener out of Astrea. Oh. And for those that are looking and waiting for Goblin versus Gabe, that'll be after this series. So after the series, then we have the best of 7s, Goblin and Gabe, and likewise the winner of the series up against ByuN as well. Here we go. For now, actually, is going to be on the way, so it's going to be a 3-gate blink setup here out of Astrea, 3-gate blink out of our Protoss player, and likewise GuMiho going into a standard opener into a Mind Drop. So nothing crazy here out of GuMiho yet. Now, GuMiho, he is one that's willing to mix things up in this matchup. We've seen him embrace mech from time to time, but I'll be honest, it's been a while since we've seen proper mech out of GuMiho in this matchup. Otherwise, is willing to just go into ByuN instead, into a more standard mid-game. Now, Hellion does attempt to dive, is going to be shut down. Nice force field. Astrea will lock him in. We'll lock him in, we'll lock him down. Let's go. Here we go. Likewise, claiming his third. Does claim his third base. Likewise, Job making his way in towards that natural. I saw Astrea doing mistakes he never did in earlier years. That doesn't stop Astrea from having comparable, if not greater, like PVT than some of the Koreans nowadays. Like again, like we've been casting a lot of Astrea as of late. Oh, likewise diving in. Ooh, we'll take a mind shot to the face. But Better does go down, but a nice mine shot here out of GuMiho. He trades well here against these Stalkers. Will lose the army, but again, he denies mining. He does pick off 1, 2, I want to say 2, maybe even 3 Stalkers. So not the worst trade here from GuMiho. Like Astrea looking for a way into the main. Picks off those Marines, dives into the main base, denies some of the bunkers. Ooh, even getting on top of the tank as well. Very nice pick off. Tank goes down, SCVs as well. He may bleed out a couple of soldiers in the process, but this is worth it for Astrea. Very nicely done. Gets a free tank, gets off some SCVs. We'll bleed out some pros back at home. Trades 1-to-1 when it comes to workers. 2 pros with 2 SCVs. Bleeds out 1 more Stalker. And is taking up towards Storm. So Temple Archives into Storm. We saw a lot of Colossus play out of Lemon, a lot of Colossus heavy play out of Lemon, and even a lot of Colossus play out of our previous Protoss plays as well in Sparkling Tunica, out of Creator. But here, working towards Storm. Storm is on the way. Nation further back into the main, gets eyes on the third CC, confirms that GuMiho is not going for an all-in. And this will tell Astrea that he's safe to tech. He's safe to tech, he's safe to expand, safe to set up into a longer game. So nice scout here from Astrea. He knows he's safe, and the game will continue, the game will progress. Game is about to progress. Likewise, overcharge towards the third base. Nice damage here. Getting up to 4, getting to 5 probes. Very nice. 5 workers going down. As we mentioned, like Astrea is under no threat of like dying anytime soon. GuMiho's macroing up. Likewise, so is Astrea. Building up into a longer game. GuMiho staying on 2 bases, working towards a Ghost Academy. We did speak about this a couple of weeks ago, how the meta has been shifting in such a way where now we're rushing into an academy faster because of the rise in popularity of Storm. So we're getting into faster Ghost production. Third base not being taken. Academy now finishing, and Ghost production will soon begin. So GuMiho working on those Ghosts. GuMiho's about to eliminate him. Yeah, MW, don't be a clown, Pappy. Don't be a clown. We still have our series ahead of us. For now, there's the Bay, so going to be diversifying that splash damage, working from Storm in towards Colossus. Right now, it's on Astrea to contain. The pylon's in position, and he will keep up with the drop play. So far, so good. And again, the game will continue. The game will continue from here. From here, Astrea claiming his 4th base, maintaining map control. We'll see if he can keep up with the move out here of GuMiho. We'll see if GuMiho even intends to move out. Like, he's hunkered down pretty hard. Like, he's got a tank line, turret, center tower, throws down the tower itself to wall up with those rooks. He may just turtle until he maxes, which is like a viable style, but yeah, we'll see. Armory's on the way. Does attempt to break out, only with a bio army. Runs into storms. Again, it's on Astrea to just contain, to delay the 4th base for as long as possible. While Astrea gets a 5th. 5th base on the way. Astrea should be the first to max out. Once he starts nearing close to maxing, he can make a choice here to double down, throw down extra robos, and switch. I mean, he should throw down extra robos anyway. To switch into disruptors after the Colossus, or he could even go for a fleet beacon into Sky Toss. There we go. 2nd robos on the way. We'll see how greedy Astrea is going to be with his tech. Likewise, GuMiho going for a 2nd starport. Throwing down a wall of cannons, throwing down some shield batteries. Both armies are maxing. When it comes to the competition that we're working with, I think currently I want to favor GuMiho in a head-on fight, just because we're lacking disruptors. I think there's only a handful of Colossus, and I mean, there are 0 disruptors so far. Storms are good, but I mean, that's what the EMPs are going to be for as well. So it comes down to the spread. Comes down to the engage. As Astrea, he has pre-spread his High Templar. Double expanding. GuMiho looking to move out. And GuMiho is now taking a force. So this is kind of like the big moment here. GuMiho expands on the top left, and it's on Astrea to delay. Zelda moving in. And he will delay, but only by a couple of seconds here. GuMiho does rotate. Storm popping off. Nice storm. Takes down the tank. Tank goes down. Another storm is coming in. Feedbacks to the ghost. But no major connection. Once again, more feedbacks. So GuMiho, he does break out. He does expand. So the fourth base is getting up and running. This is a big moment here for GuMiho. Does claim the fourth. And Astrea now, he has to back off. He has to retreat. +1 air attack has begun. This tells us, yep, there we go. Stargate's on the way, working towards Skytoss. So Astrea, he's thinking about Tempest, thinking about Skytoss. It's still a ways away, but he's working in that direction. Astrea claiming every other expansion. Building up. Goblin will still go to trading versus GuMiho. Goblin was going for a different style though, if you recall. Goblin was not taking up towards Skytoss. Goblin, because of his trades, was staying on a bit of a lower tech army. Here, Astrea, he thrives in the late game like Skytoss, death bull of an army. Like the two players have different strengths, different play styles. Different approaches to PvT. You can see Astrea, he's just fully walling up towards the northern bases. Like again, as for Astrea, his win condition is to perfect his army, is to get into Skytoss, into Storm, into Disruptor. And you can see that GuMiho's never attacking, he's never moving out, he's purposely as defensive as possible. In comparison, if Goblin were in this game, like he would be in a worse position just because Goblin would be trading against someone that isn't even being active on the map. Like GuMiho, he wants to fight back at home. So again, just different approaches, different games. So just hyper defensive here from GuMiho. Now starting to break out, thinking about it. Yo, let's go double cyber cores. We're getting to 5 Stargates. Jesus. So 5 Stargate production. Fleet beacons on the way. Working on working on double upgrades here for his Sky Army. Now, after the next trade, Astrea can then start making 5 Tempest at a time. Or 5 Carrier. Depending on what he's up against. Tempests are more ideal against a more Liberator-heavy composition. Carrier against lesser. It's more like Bio-heavy. But ideally, Astrea, he's going to want to skip Carrier. Just go straight into Tempest. It's just more efficient. Marauders, it will distract Astrea for a moment. Astrea building up that bank. Now, the big challenge here for Astrea is going to be freeing up that supply for Skytoss without losing too much at once and without triggering a counterattack. It's easier said than done. Nice snipes. But again, Astrea, he wants to slowly refine his army. If he loses too much too quickly, then bam, GuMiho can just push. And he can break Astrea before any Skytoss, because it takes a long time to make Tempest. Like, their production time, it takes quite a bit of time. So this is still very tense. And despite the fact that Astrea has a 7k, almost 5k bank, he may not be able to spend that money. Like, if the fight goes too poorly too quickly. Like, there's a world where he takes a bad fight and then bam, GuMiho just goes straight for the main, straight for the production, and just ends the game. So it's very tense. Because again, currently in a head-on fight, I do favor GuMiho. Another snipe. Still working on more upgrades. GuMiho breaking out with these turrets. Astrea, he does want to trade a little bit here. Catching out some of the ByuN. Throws away some zealots. Okay, we're still not quite there. Ooh, this is dangerous. GuMiho now claiming a 5th. Uh-oh. Ideally, Astrea, he wants to fight for this. He does spot the army, he does spot the base. Astrea, he has too many probes. He has 98 workers. That's also hurting him. He has a very high probe count, which means the army is even smaller. Astrea poking in. Does land a storm. Collapsing in the army. He's out a couple of units. So the robot slips in. And yeah, this is looking a little bit rough here for Astrea. Tempest production just now begins. The first 2 Tempests are on the way, but this does feel very late. Like it's a really late transition into Skytoss. This was needed like maybe 5 minutes ago, or at least 3 minutes ago. So it's going to take a long time to work into that Tempest. And now he's throwing away these zealots. Again, I wouldn't be opposed to Astrea losing popes here. I mean, he's about to mine out his side of the map anyway. Throws away those zealots, freeing up more room for more Tempest. More Tempest on the way. Still a little observers. Like, this isn't over here from Astrea, but like he's still a ways away from perfecting his army. Which is scary. There we go. Building up more Tempests. Likewise, more turrets. Okay, the Tempest count is getting up there. We're getting up to, I believe that's going to be 6 Tempests. Because he already has 3. Which is not bad. So we're getting up to 6 Tempest. The supportive army here is still a little bit lacking. From the side of Astrea. Likewise, yeah, GuMiho has to get rid of these Marauders. He's also perfecting his army as well. You can see as he throws away these Marauders, we have what on the way? Vikings. Vikings are on the way. Going to Mass Viking, which is exactly what he needs against Skytoss, against Tempest. I mean, this Viking are also already very hefty. When it comes to Astrea's army, what is he working for? Working on Tempest, Storm, and Archons. And he does have some Storm, but the Archons are lacking. Likewise, he still has too many probes, I would say. Like, he still has too many workers. And soon he should be getting rid of them. Once he starts mining out these bases. Even I would say before that. Like right now, I think it's safe to throw away like 20 probes. Yeah, there we go. This is what we were waiting for. Like now is the time to throw away these workers. I feel like he can throw away more than this. Like we can afford to go down to like 70 probes. Getting more Tempest. Look on the right hand side. This base is almost mined out. Ooh, does get the ghost. Clutch snipe. And with that, nuke is going to be popping off. Nice storm. Takes down the ghost. And now Astrea's army is getting better. Up until this point, if you remember, my biggest concern for Astrea was his ability to switch into Mass Tempest. He's getting there. And again, he's throwing away some of those probes, which is all good. Which is solid. I would say that Astrea's army is still a little bit vulnerable to Mass Viking. Like, I'm still concerned about the lack of Archons. Like, ideally you want some more Archons, some more, or at least Blink Stalker. Like, just something to protect the Tempest and zone away the Vikings. I feel like that's really lacking at the moment for Astrea. But his Tempest kind of solid. Well, the Tempest. GuMiho rotating over towards left hand side. Alright, gaining some grounds. Let's go. Takes down a tank, takes down some of the turrets. Meanwhile, a big shout out here to Natman in the chat. God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime for 3 months. Thank you. Ooh, decent storms, but the Colossus are going to be going down. Getting 1, 2 Colossus. Oh, barely not. Never mind. They barely survive. Colossus do live. Now, what's interesting to me is Astrea, he's not stopping Tempest. He's not stopping Tempest production. He's almost going Mass Tempest, which is a concern. Like, Tempests are very efficient. Don't get me wrong. Like, they're very efficient units. Or they can be very efficient. But they're also vulnerable to a dive. You know, GuMiho throwing away all of his SCVs. I feel like Astrea should be doing something similar here. Astrea pulling back. Like, Astrea still has too many probes. Nukes are popping up. Oh, denies the nuke. It's going to be 20 dead SCVs. GuMiho down to 40. Which is fine. Like, GuMiho doesn't need many SCVs. He has mules. Bearing that better in mind. Nuke will connect. Nuke on the cannons. Astrea, he's making 4 more Tempests. Like, he legitimately is going almost pure Tempest Storm. Okay. I mean, as long as he's able to avoid those Vikings, he's gonna be okay. That's a big if, though. Like, at a certain point, GuMiho is just gonna send it. Now, it was like 19 gateways, right? So, okay, so in a scenario where GuMiho dives, resets the Tempest count, Astrea, he can remax with Stalker. Like, he can go for a Stalker remax, and then counterattack. So he should be fine in that scenario as well. Like, he has a large enough bank to afford that, and he has a large enough gateway count to afford that as well. So, like, go for a ground switch. Base goes down. Nice snipe. Is rotating. But yeah, I believe there are 19 gateways for Astrea. So he should be able to remax almost instantly. Like, if he were to lose the air battle. 14 Tempest. Jesus. That's so many Tempest. GuMiho throwing away more SCVs. Like, the win condition for GuMiho is to be able to catch out this Tempest army with his Viking Thor to reset the Skytoss count and then instantly go for the main. And if he can get on top of the production, then he might be able to end the game. But like, that's gonna be the one win condition for GuMiho. Oh, let's go. Takes 2 patches. But like, the win condition for GuMiho is to win a fight and then get on top of the production. If he fails to do that in time, then he'll win a fight, but Astrea will just remax with a Gateway army, right? And then Astrea can hold and can rebuild. But that's probably the best chance that GuMiho has. Is to take a fight as close to the production as possible, then win it, and then just go for it. And now nuking the Finch bases. Gaining some ground. Like, where's Thor drop behind the mineral line? Let's go. I like how Astrea, he actually doesn't really respond to the army. He's trying to find some value towards the south side, but not really able to. We'll lose the base. GuMiho gaining ground. Hey, the nuke does catch some units. 16 probes falling. Astrea moving in. There are only 14. Never mind. Like, the Viking count is not high enough here. Only 14 Vikings. Like, there are more Tempest than Vikings. That's crazy. "17 Tempest. That is a lot of Thors, though. 11 Thors, true. You can see here, GuMiho is setting up the flank. We'll lose 1 Thor. Yeah, Thor's coming in. They're a little bit slower. They're waddling forward. And you can see he's trying to set up the flank. He's trying to set up the concave. Am I convinced by the Thors? I don't know. He's got 4 more Thors on the way. I don't know. Going Thor against Tempest, like, I'm not too convinced there. Like, the power of going Massive Viking is that Vikings, they do have dive potential. Like, you can chase down Tempest. Thors are not really built to chase. Like, they're not. Do you see these thick boys chasing down the Tempest? Like, I'm not. I mean, they're struggling to move around. You know, they. Aye. I'm not convinced. I'll be honest. Yo, let's go. Lonus is mining. Like, I feel like Astrea can kite these Thors for days. Like, I don't know if he's under threat here of the Thors. Thors, they can defend, true. Like, they can hold a line. Yeah, as GuMiho, he's running out of gas. Like, GuMiho, he's being starved out. He's running out of money. Like, Astrea has just been so much more efficient over time. He's been so patient with his Tempest. Like, our biggest concern for Astrea was pre-Tempest army, if you remember. Like, I was concerned about Astrea even getting to Tempest. Once he got there, though, he's solid. He's just been out trading GuMiho. Remember, GuMiho is mining out. GuMiho doesn't really have much of a gas bank. That's what I'm looking at mainly, is the gas bank of GuMiho. Remember, he's trying to play mech. Gas is that much more important. So GuMiho is just starved out, running out of resources. Free damage in the center. Let's go. Going for the turrets. Slow and steady from Max Angel. Takes down a Raven. Does force a rotation. The Thors, again, you can see they're kind of getting stuck on each other. You know, they wish they were Goliaths. Oh, God. As he does snipe a couple of Thors. And this is my prediction here. Do we ever see an army where the Thors are able to fully engage on the Tempest? I don't know if we'll ever like get that fight. I'll be honest. The game may end before GuMiho can actually engage with the army. There we go. Snipes the Thor. GuMiho trying to chase. Nice snipe here on the High Templar at least. But I can see a world where GuMiho just slowly bleeds out these Thors over time, over the next like 10 minutes. it'll take like 10 minutes, but Astrea, he'll get there. Okay, just poking in. Getting a Thor, backing off. Oh. Okay, here we go. Does push in. Nova's going to be going off. Does connect. Here we go. GuMiho trying to push through. Trying to push through this choke point into disruptors. I mean, nice sent out missile. Missile goes off. But again, pushing through these bridges, you can't expect these Thors to do that. To push through these narrow bridges, Thors that can fit in like 2 at a time, no shot. Oh god, like the Thors are just so clunky. They're so wide. CMP. Last we do snipe the initial ghost. Ghost goes down. And again, does GuMiho ever get the fight that he wants? So his bank has been thinning out. He's down to less than 2k for gas. Less than 2k. Again, we're soon seeing the final army of GuMiho, where he just won't be able to build anything else. And again, like, just really patient play here by Astrea. And again, I'm sure there are people in the chat that maybe haven't watched Astrea before. Like, I saw someone trying to compare Astrea to Goblin. But, like, just to re-emphasize, like, they're very different kind of players here. Like, as we saw, the win condition for Astrea was to get to this kind of game state. Was to cut the map in half, outmine, and then, like, get into, like, this kind of army. Into, like, this, like, giga late game. He does this a lot in PvZ, if you've been watching like Astrea versus Scarlet or Astrea versus Neeb as well in PvP. Like notoriously, like NA, like EPT NA games would last like 3 hours. With Astrea and even Scarlets, like they're insanely long, like the insanely long series. A lot of late game. See, people think that like NA full of clowns. Nah, people NA, they play more late game than the EU. It's it's crazy. At least the top of the top. Yo, Spirit wishes he was in this region. He looks over fondly at the Americans. Ah, it's my people. Get me over there. Este Piotr. Three-hour series, yeah, 3-hour series would be quite common. Yeah, they'd be quite common in EBT Americas. Be very common. Yo, who remembers EPT Taiwan Hong Kong? Do you remember the what was it, Go-Go Joy versus But Always? But now, yeah, he just sends it. Yeah, GuMiho's had enough. He's out of patience. He's run out of patience. He's sending it. He's had enough. He's F2A moving across the map. He's broke. Yeah, GuMiho, he's broke. He's out of money. And he's chasing down some of these Tempests. Some of the Tempests going down. Astrea, he has to warp in. There we go. 19 Stalkers at a time. We get 19 gateways. Let's go. We spoke about it. Remember, he starts losing Tempest. It's now time for the gateway transition. For the mass Stalker warp in. He's ready for the blink, ready for the dive. Speaking of, gets a Thor. And no one expects the 19 Stalker warp in. Let's go, baby, let's go. Takes down the Vikings. Novas, they connect. They punish the Thors. Oh, God. They punish so much. 0 Vikings left. A handful of Thors. Thors just waddling in. Yeah, and Astrea, he's just all over this. Now warping in 19 Zealots. GG gets called. Astrea, he will take game number 1. Whew, he will take a lead in the series. GG. GG, well played. Astrea, he will take a lead. He will take the first game. Again, a very intense game here. There were definitely some moments where GuMiho could break out. We spoke about it, but Astrea, he was most vulnerable when it came to that transition pre-Tempest. We spoke about it, where Astrea, he had like 98 probes. He had like 2 Colossus, a handful of High Templar. And I was really concerned that he wouldn't actually be able to switch into Tempest, but he got there. He slowly got there, got up to 2, then up to 6 Tempest. It was able to eventually transition into that mass Skytor style. Once he got there, he was secure. Like before then, that's when he was at his weak point, but we saw that GuMiho was being very defensive. He was being very defensive himself, turtling up, and he had a really hard time breaking out. I do think there would have been some opportunities there for GuMiho, but he didn't quite take them, and Astrea did get into his ideal into his late game. And again, this is where Astrea thrives. Like, this is where Astrea is at his best. Astrea, he's very patient. He's a very patient player. If you've seen Astrea against Zerg, if you see him against Protoss, then I was alluding to historic matches in ESL Pro Tour Americas in the past between Astrea and Neeb and Astrea and Scarlet, and even Astrea and Future as well. Like, there's been some like historic, like, multi-hour long series between Astrea and these guys. Again, but if you want to lock into like a 5-hour best of 5, he'll do it. Like, he'll let's go, baby, let's go. He's more than happy to. Meanwhile, shout out to Just Me Executor in the chat. God, thanks so much. Thanks so much for subscribing. Thanks so much. We do appreciate the support. For subscribing for 4 months. Thank you, puppy. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it. It was over when Astrea mined the corner bases, pretty much. Like, when he was able to mine the corner bases, but also, of course, like, perfect his army as well. He was locked in. Now, what I should also emphasize is that Ultra Love is maybe one of, if not the best map for this. Remember, one of the big features of Ultra Love is how extreme it is. Short rush distance by ground for all-ins early on, or you can just cut the map in half. We were actually pointing out certain features of the map during the late game there, but there are those very narrow bridges in the center, and in general, there are a lot of points of elevation and choke points. It can be really difficult to push past the halfway mark on Ultra Love. It is easier on other maps. In regards to other maps that you can cut in half in such a way, we're getting into game 2. We'll get into it. We'll get into it here. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Leylands, we have the American Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss leading the series 1-0. It is Max Angel Astrea, the most patient Protoss player in the world. Even more than patience. Much more, actually. God. I love your patience. I love you. And spawning in the right hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing SA2L Esports. It is GuMiho. Now, when it comes to these maps that you can cut in half a little bit easier, I would say Ultra Love. I would say Persephone. We've seen a lot of split map play on Persephone as well. Persephone is a little bit different just because it's difficult to take the corner bases, but you can take the gold instead. You can take the gold over your opponents, true. The other maps would be Magnatha is awkward. We'll get into Magnatha if we get into there in the series. Magnatha is a much more awkward map just because of how difficult it is to maintain those corner bases. But I think Magnatha is probably going to be there as well. What else are we thinking of? Tokamak, true. Tokamak can cut that map in half. But ley lines, I would say, is difficult. I would say it's difficult here to really maintain a base advantage over your opponents on this map. We'll see what we go for. I was gonna say I would expect to see GuMiho be more aggressive, but this map isn't too ideal for all-ins. It's possible, it's viable, but this is not a pylon, for example, right? Like a pylon, GuMiho can just double down and send them on 2 bases. Here on ley lines, we'll see what he goes for. We shall see. As GuMiho is scouting for proxy gateways. And again, we've seen Astrea at his best, right? We've seen him at his best when he's able to get into that late game, able to take those fringe bases, able to maintain that better economy, and overwhelm. And if I was GuMiho, considering the GuMiho as a player as well, he probably does not want to get there again. he's like Astrea's like, okay, you ready to do that again? And GuMiho's like, nah. Never again, Babby, never again. So we do expect to see him be more aggressive this time, right? Throughout the entire course of the series, we do expect I would be leaning more towards all-ins and more aggressive builds, more aggressive play. I don't think GuMiho is really one to really get into that kind of gameplay. And there it is, second Rax. Already a second Rax in production. And from here, we can go into a third Rax, into what would be the beginning of a 2-base all-in. So we keep an eye on the production. Right now, he's on 2 Raxes. The tech lab is on the way. And we're waiting for a third Rax. If we see a third Rax before the starport, it screams 2-base all-in. Otherwise, this could be a 2-1-1. Which GuMiho does like to mix in every now and then. So what's it going to be? Third Rax or starport? Stim has begun. So really fast stim here at a GuMiho. Third Rax, there it is, 2-base all-in. So third Rax is on the way. Basically what's happening here is that GuMiho, he's delaying his starport in favor of early stim, early combat shields, and a mass marine army. Before we can talk about that though, he does already move out across the map. He spots a third base. I don't think he can force a cancel though. I say that. No shield battery. Oh, no defensive shield battery. The Hellions, they do bust into the middle line. Probes are lining up. Do line up here. Nice positioning here from Astrea on the ramp. Does try to block, unable to. Hellies, they bust into the bases, and probes are going to be going down, getting 2 so far, getting up to 3. Yeah, nice start from GuMiho. 3, 4, 5 probe kills. Takes down 6 in total. A nice start from GuMiho, and the scout fails to see the Raxes. Again, 3 Raxes. Stim is almost done. We got the eBay for +1, and GuMiho, he's gearing up for that push, and it's going to hit like a truck. And already a really strong start for GuMiho to cripple the economy to set up for the eventual move out. And again, it's on Astrea to at least confirm what's happening. Like he does have incomplete information. He's not fully aware. Here comes a hallucination. He does miss the army, but he will spot the production. And he should know. Should be at least somewhat aware. We're catching out the stalkers. Nice catch. Tank volley goes off. Army is spotted. We can see once again the tank resees trying to bait the army within range. Trying to bait. Yo, going for... I love the Dark Shrine. I love the Dark Shrine in this position. Just because Scan's going to be very limited for GuMiho. Just because he's going to be muling his heart out to maintain the all-in. So Dark Shrine is on the way. Here comes GuMiho. Remember, Stim is done. Takes down the Medevac. Okay. Medevac goes down. GuMiho trying to force his way towards the bases. Charge is only halfway done. This is going to be close. This is going to be clutch. Can he get on top of the tank? The first tank should go down. Just barely. Yeah, takes down the tank. Going for the second as well. Oh, it's going to be a brutal trade. Takes down both tanks. And Astrea holds. Yeah, Astrea, he's holding on. Does hold, does defend, does survive. Here comes the Dark Templar. And as we mentioned, scans are not going to be too freely available here for GuMiho. Third CC. He throws out a third CC. You can see he's muling his heart out there at the natural. He just threw down just a wall of mules. So he just muled up. Dark Shrine is ready. DT's going to be waddling in. And how many scans are going to be available here? Here they come. Now, there are 0 scans at the natural. I haven't seen the main. Doesn't notice. He doesn't. He does see the pylon. Does he? He does. Yeah, he notices. Yeah, there we go. Turrets are on the way. That was a very fortunate scout there for GuMiho. He's pulling back. No scan. Yeah, 0 scans. Oh, but he falls off. Wow, he fully walls off. Again, that one Marine scout. That could have been game. That could have been critical damage. Whew. Okay, the game continues. Again, that was such a big brain move here out of Astrea, but it took a little bit too long. Got scouted. Now GuMiho is now breaking out. Now, as a reminder, this is a later third base for GuMiho, so Astrea already getting a 4th base, embracing his upgrades, getting to 1-1, working towards the Temple Archives. Astrea forcing out scans. So you see Astrea collapsing in once again, getting on top of the army. Tank's gonna be going down. Ooh, does only get 1 tank. DT does hit the 3rd. Delays mining, no major losses. This bio army is getting out of hand. Storm is not ready. Very late storm here from Astrea. Ooh, and he's hurting. Yeah, Astrea is hurting. No splash damage, no storm. With that GuMiho boosting into the main. And even though I would say that Astrea had a bit of a stronger start in this game so far, not anymore. Astrea not in position. Drop on lows, takes down the Temple Archives, brutal snipe. And Astrea just being pulled apart. This drop in the main getting out of hand. Yeah, it does outtrade the Zealots. You can see Astrea is getting ready at the Astrea at the 3rd base. But the army's not leaving. he can just get more damage. Takes down the Cybercore. GuMiho setting up, pushing towards the bases. We can see Astrea try to double expand. Oof. I mean, Storm is now done. True. Now he's got some storms. Despite that, the base is going to fall. Yeah, it's going to be a kill in the expansion, a kill in the Nexus. Astrea trying to keep up. Okay, I'm liking the Zealot run by. Gets into the mineral line. Sniping a couple of SCVs. Nothing major. Nothing major. Astrea moving out. He does have a comparable army. I was gonna say comparable army. I mean, with storms, anything is possible. Yeah, has to recall back home. Force to defend. Liberator going ham. And Astrea, he will clean this up, but GuMiho can afford these losses. He can't afford the losses. GuMiho still has momentum, still has a larger army, is pushing towards the bases. Remember, Astrea, he just recalled, so recall is no longer available. GuMiho just able to outposition Astrea, pushing up a ramp into the ByuN. Yeah, there's so many High Templar, but they mean nothing. They do nothing. Gets 1, 2, 3, 4 High Templar. Oh, God. And again, it wasn't a bad start for Astrea, but once the ball started rolling here, it just didn't stop. I'm referring to the drop into the main. Drop into the main base, the late storm from Astrea. 15 probe kills. And Astrea just cannot keep up. Using another mineral line. GuMiho just all over him. Going for the Nexus. Bold move. Won't quite get it. Oh, this is going to be a longer broadcast than we thought. Ah, no. Yeah, okay. Good luck in. We do land a couple of storms. Again, not the best connections. Astrea, he's somewhat catching up when it comes to supply, but the economy is still lacking here. Does come in from behind though. Okay, gets a couple of medevacs. Trades out some stalkers. You know what, just dropping into the main. GuMiho still rallying across the map, still denying mining time. Oh god. Astrea, he just wants to mine, just wants an economy. Not like this. Yeah, again, it's just been pulled apart. You can see here, just comparing 57 probe kills so far against a handful of SCVs. Nice storm. Oh, good. Do get some decent storms. I mean, Astrea can still take some fights here. He now has a comparable army. Not the most efficient army. It's very gateway heavy, very zealot heavy. But with some well-placed storms, you can pull it off. GuMiho stims in. Base out of storm. Nice EMP. Denies another storm. Oh. That's one final storm of the army. Astrea keeping up with the rotations. Base is back up and running. And even trying to surround it, catching reinforcements. Not bad. But he's lacking storm. He is lacking storm with the main army. Another base is going to fall. Astrea collapsing in. Trying to catch out GuMiho. We'll see if he can. EMP some High Templar. There's what, like 3 storms left. Lands 1. We need more storms. And another connects. He's down to one final storm. Yeah, not bad. Running out of zealots. Still a brutal trade here for Astrea, but he will clean up GuMiho. Takes down the Marines, the Marauders, the Ghost, more importantly. Cleans up everything. Army goes down. GuMiho plummets in supply. Now, this did cost Astrea some bases. Did lose some Nexus. So he doesn't really have a bank to work with. So we're getting scrappy. GuMiho escapes with the Medivacs at least. Medivacs get the hell out of there. They do survive. Max clawing his way back into this game. He was losing a lot of workers. I mean, again, he's lost so many probes throughout the course of this game, but again, he's recovering. He's recovering. GuMiho also getting a fresh expansion. Now settling in. No shot that after this kind of game state for the past 17 minutes, I mean, it's been very chaotic for the past couple. Do we slow the game down? Do we max out? Is that what's about to is that what's about to happen? I mean, GuMiho is doing everything he can to stop that from happening, but ooh, we'll take another storm. Can Astrea slow the game down? Can he regain map control, contain GuMiho, and then expand? And then max out? No shot. Yo, it's only 2 AM. The night is still young. Flanking storm. Not bad. Does land a storm. Ooh, the other does mainly zone. Not ideal. Zoning storms. No major connections. Astrea, that's being a little bit wasteful here with these storms. Has to be careful. GuMiho is maxed. He's pushing in. Another storm gets forced. Snipe here on the High Templar. We're taking this around, but where are the storms? Yeah, there are none. There are no storms. Astrea, he cannot commit. The base is going to go down. Nice trade here. Nice fight from GuMiho. He's going to get surrounded though. Getting out some ghosts. Trying to land some storms. GuMiho, he's maxed out. He has a bank as well. Astrea not there yet. They have bleeding out High Templar, losing one, almost another. And the Zealot is quite necessary, actually. He's just buying time. Just buying time. Does force GuMiho back home. Astrea, he's able to rebuild. 4 more High Templar warping in. Let's go. Building up more High Templar. Ooh, catching out the ByuN army. Zealots are coming first around. They have a Hoost around 2. Nice counterattack. Kills the CC. I believe that was the main. Yeah, the main did float over. At the same time, Astrea losing bases, losing mineral lines. Another expansion under fire. No storm to defend. And Astrea just getting pulled apart here. Losing so many expansions. 34 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. Another Nexus crumbles. And you can see here, without Storm or without Colossus, there's just no defense. There's no defense. Needs some kind of AoE. And again, Colossus wouldn't be too bad here, considering there are no Vikings. Oh, nice storm, very nice storm. Oh my god. Lands a storm, but Astrea, he's down heavily in supply here. He has to keep going. Losing another expansion. Head Templar getting called out. It's getting 1, getting 2, getting all 3. Oh my god. That's 3 High Templar. Straight down to 0 storms with his main army. This can't be another 40-minute game. It shouldn't be, right? Like GuMiho has too much momentum. Yeah. Does catch at the High Templar. Nice catch. So many storms being denied. Astrea catching out some stray units. He's moving in. Preparation has arrived. And as long as GuMiho just maintains this momentum and just keeps this pressure up, like Astrea, he cannot stabilize. He just cannot stabilize. Down 20 workers. Down in economy. Mining is still denied. And then GuMiho just finding a lot more success here, just being hyper aggressive. Just non-stop drop play, counterattacks, run-bys. At times has been a little bit inefficient, but overall still just a net value here. 113 probe kills. Oh my god. A lot of workers have gone down. From the side of Astrea. And Liberators just bully back the ground army. Astrea, he cannot engage. Has to pull away. GuMiho once again getting behind the mineral line. Yeah, we're looking to make a series out of this. We had an intense and very long game 1, and we're kind of getting there here in game 2 as well. Also very intense, much more aggressive, much more chaotic, is what I will say. So the run by gets 13 SCV kills, not bad, does distract GuMiho. And these distractions are what Astrea needs. Even then, he's up against 6 Liberators. Liberation is set. Astrea forced to back up. And at this point, GuMiho may just go for the base and keep going from there. Sets up the Liberators. Expansion goes down, does take 1 storm to the face, but he can just keep going. We'll lose a planetary in the process, but yeah, GG gets called. Astrea, he runs out of steam, runs out of money, and GuMiho ties the series up 1-1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Again, a much more aggressive style here by GuMiho. I would say that initially Astrea honestly had a really good start. Remember, GuMiho, he started things off with basically a 2-base all-in. With a 2-base all-in, and Astrea, he was able to shut down the tank push, able to defend, able to survive. But we spoke about the drop into the main. There was like a big doom drop where GuMiho pushed on the south side, got into the main base, was able to snipe a cyber core, snipe the temple archives, get gateways, trade against the army. Like, things got really out of hand once the drop play started kicking into high gear. And Astrea lost a lot of momentum, and he never really regained it. He never regained it, and he never really got his footing again. He was doing some counter damage, and there were some decent fights from Astrea, but it still was barely enough. GG. GG, well played. With that, we have a tied up series 1-1, but remember, this is the best of 5. Plenty more games ahead of us, plenty more games to come. But I'm going to be going on a very quick short break here. Fun fact. I need some water. Hold on. Un momento here. Be back very soon here for game number 3. Be back soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We are jumping into game number 3 of our best of 5 series here in the EWC qualifiers, Esports World Cup qualifiers, and global qualifiers. In the right-hand corner, we do have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran for SA2L Esports. It is GuMiho. That's pretty good. And in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss. Currently teamless. Being forced into a tied series, it is Astrea. Max Angel. That was close. But here we go. Here we go. Welcome one and all to Torches. Okay, so we were discussing map options earlier when it comes to certain playstyles and what they benefit and what they do entail. Earlier we saw ley lines, and ley lines we saw a much more aggressive style that GuMiho much more successful as well, able to pull Astrea apart. Speaking of aggression, Torches. Torches, short rush distance by air, short rush distance by ground, all ins are favored on Torches. So once again, I do feel like an aggressive style out of GuMiho can be more successful on this map as well. Ideally, Astrea wants to slow the game down, but will have a hard time doing so on a map like Torches. What were the vetoes? Jesus. I mean, Last Fantasy, obviously, but yeah, curious what the vetoes were and what Astrea did opt to get rid of. Overall, though, we are going to be settling in. It is double gas open out to GuMiho. He does hide his factory further back in the main, and based on the factory positioning, he might even just turn this into an all-in, by the way. Like, that is a very hidden factory. So curious to see if he goes for the factory into CC, or factory into a starport, or even factory into a second racks. One base all-ins are a little bit of a rarer sight, but only a bit. Okay, CC. So racks factory expand here by GuMiho, but still an aggressive start nonetheless. From here, we'll keep an eye on the add-ons. Because of the factory placement, we're not going to see an add-on swap here with the racks. There's the starport. So racks into reactor, most likely into marine production. Tech lab is on the way. And does GuMiho go for an early tank? Does he go for an early cyclone? What's the plan? Arise on GuMiho. This nation moves out. Reaver finds the probe, not bad. Does find the worker. Tech lab is done. I don't see a unit on the... Oh, wait, second tech lab? Add-on swap. Okay, now we have the answer. I was curious about if we were getting an add-on swap. Big scout here. So it was factory into tech lab and add-on swap into Cloak Banshee, but... Astrea saw. Astrea, he saw the fast starport, he saw the tech lab already. He's going back in for a rescout, and here he should confirm the research. He does. Yeah, he does see the researching on the tech lab. He's aware of the Cloak Banshee. He knows. So a very cheeky build here by GuMiho, basically rushing into Cloak Banshee as quickly as possible. Astrea responds with a robo into observers, and he has blink on the way as well. So Astrea, so far, he has a solid response. He's rechecking. At any moment, we could see a cancellation on Cloak. There we go. Does confirm the Banshee. Confirms there's no, like, fake out Raven opener. I mean, that'd be crazy. And GuMiho, he still might cancel Cloak. We'll see how confident he feels. Remember, he knows he got scouted. As you'll see, the robo is now done. Observers are on the way. Press Quick Banshee into the main. Observer not in position. Yeah, the observer was at the natural. 1, 2, 3 probes going down. Not bad. Not a bad start here for GuMiho. He gets the hell out of there. Does pull away. And GuMiho's not done. He's making more Banshees. More Banshees are coming. Based on the commitment into more Banshees alongside the tank production that we're seeing here, it looks like we're pushing out on 2 bases. Like, with everything. With, like, one main push. This looks like, if you recall, ByuN was doing this previously against Creator, like this stimless move out. Yeah, a couple of boys are being pulled. Remember, there's no stim, there's no upgrades. Just tanks and banshees. They're going to be the real damage dealers in this army. Observer does spot the move outs. Clutch scout there from Astrea. He is aware. He will try to slow this down. Nice scan, takes down the observer. Banshee's that much more viable. Catching out the stalkers. Yeah, 3 stalkers going down. Tank does siege. GuMiho pushing further in. Again, those 3 banshees, they do so much damage to the back line. Oh god. Going for the pylon, depowers the robo. No immortal. This might just be too much. Might be too much here. GuMiho getting on top of the robo. The immortal is denied. And they will not finish. Stalkers, they can't win from behind because of the tanks. Oh. Nice one of the banshees. GuMiho now aware there's an observer. Forcing back the reinforcements, or forcing back the flank. That does go for the dive. And Astrea, he will clean up the tanks, not bad. It takes down both tanks, and will clean up the army. And we'll hold. It will barely hold on. No detection though. Yeah, cheeky scan there. Did snipe the initial observer. Banshee's a punish. GuMiho is still not done, still rallying across the map. But Astrea, not quite enough to defend. Barely not. Down to 6 stalkers. That's 3 observers going down. 2 banshees, they can one-shot probes. They can and they will. Astrea, he breaks out, takes down the tank line. Takes down the tanks, but throughout all of this, 13 probes falling. Ay, ay, ay. And where exactly are we? So on the one hand, Astrea holds. Astrea, he survives. He defends his bases. True. What did he lose in the process? He lost 13 workers. He lost the robo as well. True, lost the robo. He was denied the immortals. Economically, I do favor GuMiho. GuMiho, he's down 6 workers, but he has mules. 3rd CC is on the way for GuMiho as well. Astrea needs more damage. Oof. Catching out the Banshee. Still a very chaotic game. Straight now building up into Storm. Does find the Banshee. Not bad. Nice control there with the Observer. Takes out the Banshee. GuMiho now expanding. Okay, we're slowing things down, at least somewhat. I say we're slowing things down. GuMiho is still pushing. Stim, combat chills +1. We do have bio upgrades on the way. Ideally, we do want to wait for those upgrades. GuMiho just posturing. Likewise, this time when it comes to the next push, Astrea, he now has splash damage. He has Storm. Observer gets spotted. Nice snipe. But the game should continue. And a head-on fight, it could go either way. But when it comes to drop play, we saw GuMiho excel earlier. He's spotted. Astrea's keeping up. Now we have the Bay on the way as well. If you recall, last game it was so chaotic just because Astrea was so heavily reliant on Storm. But here we have Colossus. Building up towards Colossus alongside High Templar. So Astrea refining his army. Going for a massive warp into the main. Ooh, GuMiho out of position. Zealous, they're popping up. They get a little damage done. Oh my god, the storms! Storms do punish. Better trades here for Astrea. Nice storms across the map. Zell remains to the main. 14 SCV kills. They should not have gotten this much damage. That is insane. 15 SCVs and even going for the armory. Doesn't quite force a cancel. Doesn't get the kill either. But nice damage nonetheless here from Astrea. GuMiho so used to being the aggressor, not used to defending here. Bit of a change of pace. It's a very successful warp in. Now we have the academy on the way. Meanwhile, we got plenty of High Templar. Currently, no ghosts. That's a lot of tanks. Tanks who set up. Dropping into the main. Soldiers respawn, warping on top of the tanks. Let's go. The warp in does finish. Trying to force some friendly fire. Cheeky moves there by Astrea. Very cheeky. Swords mainly zoning. A storm kills the observer. It's close, but Astrea should have the tools to defend, assuming he lands the storms. Force a storm early. Never mind, this position is brutal. GuMiho just pushing right into the production. Right into the main. That takes down the gateways. Astrea trying to catch reinforcements or even just force his opponent back home. Sending the main. Holding on to the ramp. Forcing his way in, takes down a High Templar, going for the Robo. And the Colossus, it barely will not pop out. Clutch snipe there from GuMiho. Recall does finish. Storms coming in. Brutal storms. Oh my god. The storms are connecting. Astrea looks like he barely may have enough. I say that the Stalkers, they go down. Yeah, very messy fight here. Zealous trickling in. And Astrea holds. Astrea he holds, he defends across the map. He gets into the mineral lines. Getting a handful of SCVs. And GG gets called, does all enough damage. GuMiho runs out of steam. He lost his army down to 46 workers even across the map. And Astrea, he survives, he defends, and he does put a point on the board. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. A very chaotic game is what I will say. Very chaotic, very back and forth as well. Again, GuMiho, he didn't really have much of an economy. We saw that Astrea this time was able to have more success harassing across the map, getting into mineral lines. GuMiho was basically all in, and alas, he barely did not break Astrea. It was close. He got into the bases, he got into the main, but he was cleaned up, he was surrounded, didn't really have much left over. GG. GG, well played. Very, very intense game there from both players, from both GuMiho and Astrea. And Astrea takes the lead, one game away from claiming the series. One game away. Cross left side is like a healing spot. Yes, there are healing pads. Just like on Persephone. On Persephone, there's healing pads. On Torches, there are healing pads as well. GuMiho delayed his third by a lot. Yeah, I mean, it was basically a 2-base all-in from GuMiho, and then it was forced to expand. Like, he didn't really intend to take a third base early on, but he was forced into it as the game progressed. Which was fine, like, he was getting to his third base, but if you remember, as he was expanding, as he was building up, like, that's when we had the Prism into the main base, that's where an entire mineral line went down. Like, Astrea, he was able to get some work done. Able to get some damage dealt. GG. GG, well played. With that, again, Astrea needs one more game here to claim the series. Up next, I'm curious what the map is going to be, though. Where are we going to be dropping? Where are we headed? So I was not privy to the vetoes. I don't quite recall them. Don't quite recall. So we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. Again, depending on the map itself, does favor a more aggressive play or not. I mean, we spoke about torches, and we were kind of leaning in favor here on who would be the aggressor. GuMiho was able to achieve some damage early on, but barely not break Astrea. Barely not. Qualifying. So just setting up for that next match. Until then, looks like the players, they did need a moment here to themselves, which is understandable. That's completely understandable here. Ooh. As, yeah, looks like they're asking for a break. Okay. So the players are asking for a break here. It's been a long series. So we're going to be going on a very short break. When we come back, we'll have the remainder and the finale of GuMiho versus Astrea. We'll see you soon after the break. See you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, I hope you enjoyed that lovely break as we have returned, as we are mid-series here, and in the top right-hand corner we do have the American Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing Tokamak. Oh, it is Astrea. And in the bottom left-hand corner we do have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran for SA2L Esports. It is a GuMiho. That was too fast. Let's go. Let us go. Ooh, and again, it's been a very intense match here, and we just had a break here, which is more than understandable. I mean, something to kind of take into consideration here for greater context, of course, is the fact that this is the last chance to qualify for these two players. You know, Star Zagora is over, GSL Season 1 and Season 2 is done, DreamHack Dallas wrapped up. There's no other way to make it into the Esports World Cup, the biggest tournament in StarCraft 2 for the year. And, you know, again, future years are still a little bit uncertain as to the future of other EWCs and StarCraft's involvement in the Esports World Cup. But at least for 2025, this is the biggest event, and this means the most to our players here, to GuMiho, to Astrea. Astrea, of course, he was a part of EWC last year. He was the NA representative. This year, Trigger did win that regional, but Astrea is still fighting his heart out here. Again, this is Astrea's strongest matchup as well. He has a good chance to make it through. At the same time, GuMiho, I feel like, was meant to be a shoo-in. Like, GuMiho, he is also one of the best players in South Korea, but has been struggling as of late, especially in this matchup as well, has been having a little bit less success. He's a very entertaining, a very fun player to watch, especially just because he's so versatile in so many of these matchups and so many of his builds. It's a bit of a shame, but only enough room for one, right? Only one of these two can make it through into a qualifying match. Even then, there's no guarantee that either of these two can even make it through into the main event as well. It's brutal, it's cutthroat. It comes down to this last chance global qualifier. Like, this is it. This is the last opportunity here for these players. Is the final opportunity, and here we go. We do have our openers. So far so good. We have a more economic start out of GuMiho, going for a rack expand. Meanwhile, oh my god, Astrea going gate expand into third. Is this off of one gate? Is this off of one? It's off of one gateway, right? He's crazy. Oh my god, this is so, yeah, off of one gate. Gate cyber expand into Nexus. He's crazy. Oh my god. Astrea, calm down, Bobby, calm. But this is the Astrea that we know and love. He's a player that doesn't like to take some risks. He's typically often very greedy, and this will skyrocket him ahead coming into the mid game, coming into a longer or later game as well. If you remember, we spoke about, we were listing out some maps at the start of the broadcast. After game one, talking about how there are certain maps where you can cut the map in half, you can go for longer games. This is one of them. Welcome to Tokamak. Tokamak is the most defensive map of the map pool. You can defend on 4 bases easier on this map than almost any other map in the map pool. As a result, this is where we want to go into and gear up towards the mid game more so than any other. That's why GuMiho went for an economic start. It's also why Astrea cut corners and did go for the greediest third base timing you can go for. Now, will he be punished for it? Because here comes GuMiho with the drop. Again, Astrea's crazy. He's lost his mind, Bobby. Oh my god. He's crazy. Now we do see GuMiho poking out. I see in the chat, is he dead? If you're referring to Astrea, by no means. Remember, GuMiho went for an economic opener. GuMiho did not go double gas. So because of that, GuMiho does not have enough to really punish too much. Drop into the main base. Cyclone confirms the base is already done. Does get 2 probe kills. A nice little amount of damage here from GuMiho, but he needs more to recover. Like, right now, the pressure is on GuMiho to do something across the map. Nice Elcons. Very nice Elcons, and with that, he'll take down both Stalkers. Oh my god. Both Stalkers go down. Probe's going to be falling as well. They're getting up to 7 probe kills already. This is getting out of hand. 8, 9 probes. Yeah, just get 9, 10, 11 workers. He does target fire as many probes as he can. Cyclones towards the natural base as well. And here, this is becoming critical damage. GuMiho, he does 12 off. Remember, GuMiho, he does see the greed of Astrea, and he punishes the greed. Whew, oh my god. Does punish at 13 probe kills. The medevac will not escape, or at least it shouldn't. Sail looking unspoken. Astrea. Oh, do we have a blink? Blink it! Oh, not quite. Alright, of course, no Twilight Council? I mean, I know that Greed was definitely the name of the game here for Astrea. Yeah, GG. GG gets called. He does run into the army here. Again, he was unable to punish the aggression of GuMiho, and with that, we're going to the ace match. GG, well played. A crazy game there by Astrea, and GuMiho did successfully punish. Did punish, of course. Was able to snowball out of control, was able to wreak havoc, and Astrea does tap out then and there. Now, my big concern is I feel like that was a bit of a waste on Tokamak. Like, again, Astrea, he went for an insanely greedy build. There was a chance here that he gets away with it, but at the same time, if we had gone for a more standard game, like, Tokamak would have been the game for Astrea to slow the game down, to get into a natural, to get into a third base, to get into the mid game, even without being hyper greedy. Like, this was Astrea's map, and here, alas, he took a chance. Took a chance, did not go well. GG. GG well played. GuMiho did a great job there at punishing Astrea, at dropping into the main base, at wreaking havoc, at crippling his opponent. And again, there was no tech. Remember, the tech was delayed because it was a Nexus before tech. And here we go, we're jumping into our next game. Oh wait, no, replay. That's right, the Observer missed the Banshee. Right, Banshee got into the main base. There you go. So Banshee got into the main, and that's what won it. So it looks like the Observer did miss it, but there we go. That's what did cause the GG. Banshee into the main. But with that, GG well played, and now we're going into the ace match. We're going all the way to game 5. What map are we loading into next is my concern. We'll see. There's no shot. If Maganath is up next, then I do think there's still a chance here for Astrea to, again, try to slow the game down, get into a longer macro game. But we'll see. We'll see what the final map is going to be. I think they did show off the maps earlier, but I don't quite recall. Let's see, is it on Wikipedia? Let's refresh. It is not. It is not, but we are getting to the ace match here. And again, the winner of the series faces off against ByuN. Does face off against ByuN in the next round. Bearing in mind that up next after this series, we do have Goblin versus Gabe. Goblin versus Gabe is going to be our next series. Then ByuN versus the winner of this match. So 2 more best of 7s. 2 more to go. But this series has gone the distance here, going all the way to game 5. We got what we wanted. We got a game 5 out of this. Beautiful. We go. So we're getting into the final game of the series. Going to be loading into Persephone as the final game, and spawning in the bottom left corner, we do have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran for SAU Elite Sports. For Seoul Esports, it is GuMiho. And at the top left hand corner, we have the American Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss being forced into game 5. It is Astrea, Max Angel. The madman himself. He's crazy, man. He's crazy. Let's go. Ooh. So we are going to be moving out. And we do not expect hyper greed from Astrea here. Now, Persephone is going to be an interesting one. So a couple of things about Ultra Love, if you remember, was that we could take those fringe bases, those corner bases. You could expand your opponent. You could out greed them in a way. You cannot do that here on Persephone. Persephone, it is much easier to cut the map in half. Just completely, like, horizontally, you can cut it in half, and your bases are safe and secure for the most part, and it is difficult, very difficult to take bases from your opponents. The one base that is in contention is the center gold. But what I'm getting at is that on Ultra Love, we saw that Astrea took both fringe bases, both fringe expansions, and able to mass up a massive bank as a result. Here, again, the only extra base that you can take is one base, and that is the gold in the center. So on the one hand, you can cut the map in half, but on the other hand, there are less bases to expand to. Like, straight up, like, the base count is much lower here on Persephone, and as a result, we do actually see mined out situations a lot more frequently as well. When you mine out the map. But we'll see if we can get there. For the time being. Calming down. So it is more of an economic open out of GuMiho, going Rax Expand. Economic start out of our Terran player. Meanwhile, Twilight Council opener out of Astrea. This time that's a Twilight Council before Expand. Thank God. No Nexus. From here we do have GuMiho going for his own 1-1-1 follow-up. Astrea just playing safe, just keeping up with the Reapers. Behind this we're expecting 3 gates set up into a third. On the side of GuMiho, ooh, faster second racks, okay. Opening up with a mine drop. Gearing up towards the zone 2-1-1. Or 3-1-1 setup. But we're slowing things down here as we load into Persephone. Like, there's no early cyclones, there's no early tanks. Stim has begun, true. Working towards Stim. But we'll see what this mine drop can get done. Can achieve. Hallucination Scout does come for the Widow Mines. Astrea is fully aware. He's fully aware what's coming his way. He did spot the mines. As the drop is moving out towards the left-hand side. Let's move out. Drop towards the main. Let's GuMiho pushing through the right hand side. So going for a bit of a distraction towards the main. Now this is going to be a stimulus move. I say stimulus, never mind. I remember earlier stim here from GuMiho, so this does actually hit with stim. Okay. So really push here by GuMiho. This move out does have potential. Stim finishing up in a couple of seconds is going to be spotted here by the Stalkers. Nice snipe. Gets one. One Stalker goes down to 4. Likewise, Mandro. Oh, coming in. Quick reactions. Quick response. And giving us Stim into the bases. We'll siege up in time. It takes down another Stalker. Mine drop here into the natural. 3 probe kills in total, nothing major yet. Nothing major, gets into the mineral line. 9 probes going to be going down, brutal damage. Losing 9, losing 10 workers. Yeah, really nice setup here from GuMiho. Oh, does target down as many probes as possible, gets 15! Oh god, 15 workers going down. Astrea, he will clean this up, but this trade is brutal. Astrea, his economy is crippled. Behind this, GuMiho does rally back home. Rallies back, and he's going third base on location. Bay is on the way for Astrea, working towards Colossus, not towards Storm. So Colossus follow up here from Astrea. But a really rough start, losing the entire mineral line. GuMiho is not done, he's stimming. He's stimming in specifically for probe kills. He gets one. moves the medevac. Likewise, doesn't get a second probe, so just one. GuMiho does punish. It's punished. Third base now on location, about to finish. I would say GuMiho getting a better economy. And again, just a really shaky start for Astrea, losing all those SC, or losing all those probes. Blinks in, doesn't get the medevac. Oh. Doesn't get the medevac, gonna be forced out, bleeds out a Stalker. GuMiho is pushing. Astrea does spot this. He knows. But you can see the supply disparity here. Thanks to all that earlier economic damage. Thanks to the 15 probe kills, now he's moving in. He's got his tanks, he's got his bio. Astrea trying to engage ahead of time. Gets one Marauder. But GuMiho is still not slowing down. He's still moving in. Checking top right, confirms there is no fourth. And you could argue that's all that GuMiho needs to do, just make sure that there is no fourth expansion. He doesn't have to break the third. Ooh, does drag Astrea out into the open. Nice Zealot run by. Catching reinforcements, peeling off into the mineral line. Gets a Marine. Denies mining, not bad. Astrea dragging the army all the way back home. Yeah, the entire army back home. So SCVs. Astrea breaks out. Gains map control. Okay. Astrea, he's in this. Still very tense. Astrea now claiming a fourth. You know, GuMiho very well set up. Ghost Company is on the way. Vikings are amassing. And the game is going to slow down. Okay, we're getting there. Now, if you recall, we did start this this game off talking about the map itself, talking about how we do commonly see this map cut in half, like horizontally. You just cut the map in half and get into the late game. We're getting there. Not there yet. But we can see GuMiho is getting a fourth, and so is Astrea. Like, both players are expanding, both players are done being aggressive. Astrea is ready for run-bys if GuMiho moves out. But it looks like we're staying at home. And if we do end up in that swim map scenario, a lot of it comes down to the gold. There's the gold base on the right-hand side. It's really the only base you can really contest. And you can fight for. And typically that does go the way of the Protoss. Like, the Protoss should get that expansion. But again, there are just less bases on this map compared to Ultra Love. You can see here pylons being thrown down. We could be here for a while. Do the anti-air rings block the Colossus from using the healing pad? Yes. The Colossus, they bonk their heads against the healing pad. Sorry, against the air blockers. If only they could crouch down. If they could crouch down and, like, scuttle under. That'd be ideal. But otherwise, yes. Like, they're too tall. So here we go. Likewise, storms a zone. Zealot runway does bypass the main army. Nicely done, going for the planetary. And the repairs, are they going to be good enough? I mean, it's close. Ooh, does get it. Nice snipe. Planetary goes down. Better pick up here from Astrea. So they consider air units but can't shoot air. Yeah, just like Broodlords. Just like Broodlords, just like Guardians. They can't shoot air, but they're still air units. Oh, storm into the mineral line. Getting 7 SCVs. GuMiho, he's had enough. He's pushing out. He's trying to break out across the map. Ooh, Colossus does miss rally. Yeah, big step up there from Astrea. Does slip up. He's got a couple of storms in the chamber. Does have a couple of storms here. GuMiho is still pushing in. Zealot on the way. And Astrea trying to slow down this push. Actually dropping into the main. Yeah, massive load. Or massive... massive drop into the main. Unload into main. There we go. Likewise. Warping into the main base of GuMiho. Let's go. Storm on the Vikings. Yeah, Dust End in the storms. One Colossus left. Oh. So also going to be cleaned up. They don't really get much damage done. Very nice hold position micro. Does mess up the AI. Does mess up the army. Oh, but Astrea he holds. Yeah, he's barely holding on. Takes down the tank. Defends his main. Not the cleanest trade, but he's holding on. And from here, Astrea, he has 82 probes. He has a massive economy. Just has to calm down. Oh, he's going for the warp in, but for the most part, GuMiho is ready for this. Yeah, he has the army. This shouldn't get much done. Just trades with Marines and Marauders. From here, Astrea, he survives. He still has a better economy. He should be the first to max out. It's GuMiho that's struggling. Like, GuMiho, he was much more committed because, if you recall, he lost his planetary. He lost a base, which did trigger him to push out. Astrea, he's on 92 pros. We've been here before. 92 workers. GuMiho, both players are remaxing. We do see that GuMiho is going to have a super maxed army because his working count is much lower. Rotating towards the left hand side. Astrea trying to keep up. Not quite in position. Actually, never mind. Going for a counterattack instead. He is spotted. Spotted by GuMiho. GuMiho, he is ready. Does keep up against the Zealots. Meanwhile, getting damage done across the map. 9 probe kills. Astrea, he's yet to claim the gold. And the earlier the better, just because that gold base is going to be a lot more exposed. A lot more difficult to maintain. We'll see if we can take it. Dude, that's a lot of storm. The High Templar are a little bit bunched up, which is my big concern, but there's only one ghost. Oh, very low ghost count here for GuMiho. Yeah, just the one ghost. GuMiho's maxed out. Going for a Doom Drop towards the main. Liberators, they're popping off. Being so annoying. Sieging up. Astrea bleeding out my workers. Now you could argue he can afford to lose some of these. I would agree. Storm on the Bio Army. Likewise, big dive here on the Colossus. There's not much support. The High Templar going to be going down as well. These are expensive losses for Astrea. Very expensive losses. Coming in with more storms. He bleeds out Colossus, High Templar, 14 probes. Better trades for GuMiho. Astrea, he had the tools to defend, but the attention just wasn't there. Just was not there. GuMiho's still in this. Despite having the worst economy, he's very much so in this game. Astrea's economy is not as good as it once was. Be active. Liberation has arrived once again. Oh. Never get sniped. No storm. Colossus being rebuilt. GuMiho at one point he had one ghost, but now he's mixing in a couple more, getting ready for more EMPs. Both armies remaxed. But again, it's so much more easier here to move out across. Oh, as we do land some storms. Very nice. Jesus. Very nice storms. GuMiho does take the storms to the face. Now the storm zones. This time going for the mineral line. High Templar, sorry, Liberator goes down. Not bad. Does catch the SCVs. Once again, storms do dominate. Astrea winning on both sides. Takes down the mineral line towards the left and breaks through the main army on the right. Yeah, just better engages here from Astrea. Sniping a ghost, going for the readback. Oh, I don't know about pushing into a planetary though. Yeah, that's not going to be as successful. Has to back off, has to retreat. The base that was just killed was the main base, the main that floated over towards the 5th. Or towards the 6th. And here comes the gold. Got base on the way. Astrea is thinking about it. Moving in once again, this time actually going for the planetary. Two fights happening at once. We get some okay storms. They're not ideal. At the same time, planetary is broken. I wasn't sure he would. Yeah, planetary goes down. Massive storms on the air. Oh god, he just runs through the storms. Yeah, the storms are brutal. But we're running out of storms. The base looks like it's going to go down, but this is still a better trade for Astrea. Across the map, killing more CCs, catching more reinforcements, and GuMiho is running out of steam. He's running out of steam, running out of army. This is it. It's one last Hail Mary play here for GuMiho. Astrea just has to play it slow. Play it slow, play it safe, back off, wait for warp ins. Lose the base, that's fine. Just calm down, Astrea, calm down. Here comes the surround. Yeah, he's moving in, collapsing on the army. Storm on the bio. Stalkers collapse in as well. And Astrea's on it. Astrea, he will clean this up. Astrea, he has a bank. He can rebuild, he can remax, he can re-expand. Oh no! The Medivacs, get out of here. GG gets called. There's nothing left. Astrea, he will take the series 3-2, advancing on to a qualifying match. GuMiho is out of the Esports World Cup. GG. Whew, GG, well played, Astrea. He will claim the series. My condolences to GuMiho again. GuMiho, he's an amazing player. He's a strong player in his own right. He deserves to be at Esports World Cup, but unfortunately, we have limited slots available here. And as we mentioned before, Astrea, like, this is where he is at his best. PvT is his strongest matchup. Stronger, like, I would say his weakest matchup is PvZ. His PvZ is looking a little bit shaky, but PvT is where he is at his strongest, is where he's at his best. And with that, he has nothing but Terran ahead of him. Takes down GuMiho, and ByuN is lying in his wait. I'll be honest, there's a high chance here that Astrea can make it through into the main tournament, into Esports World Cup. GG. GG, well played. Again, much love to GuMiho. He's an amazing player. He's a fan favorite, of course, as well. There's a lot of love out there for GuMiho. And I know that his team was definitely cheering for him as well. Like, SAUL Esports, they do a great job when it comes to supporting their players, more than some of these other teams. Like, they're there for their players, they're there to cheer for them as well. It is heartbreaking to see that GuMiho is knocked out here. It was close, it was a back and forth, but unfortunately, he is not quite able to make it through and past Astrea. GG. GG, well played. Much love to GuMiho. With that, we're going to be going on a break here because we have now 2 qualifying matches remaining. 2 matches left to go. Up next is going to be a best of 7 between Big Gabe and Goblin. Let's go. Gabe and Goblin. And this, I'm looking forward to here. I'll be honest. So this is going to be a rematch. Goblin has already beaten Gabe. He already beat him during the Esports World Cup qualifier. He beat him during the European qualifier. During the European qualifier is where Goblin did excel. But if you remember, who else did Goblin beat during the European qualifier? Lambo. And Lambo did get his revenge last night over Goblin. Can Gabe do the same, or will history repeat itself? We're going to go on a short break. When we come back, Goblin and Gabe up next. See you soon. See you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the second half of the broadcast. The second half of the broadcast of the EWC the Esports World Cup 2025 Global Qualifiers Day number 2. We have 2 matches remaining. We have 2 best of 7s. Game 1, Ultra Love. Game 2, Incorporeal, Pylon, Tokamak, Torches, Persephone, and Leylines. A very intense lineup here of matches. Looks like once again Last Fantasy has been vetoed. We've gotten rid of Last Fantasy, as it is the most vetoed map in the map pool, and Maganatha, the largest map in the map pool. So we've gotten rid of Last Fantasy and Maganatha, but all the other maps are going to be in play in this best of 7 between Goblin and Gabe. Let's go. Now, as we were mentioning earlier, there is some history between these 2 players. Goblin did defeat Gabe earlier in a best of 5, but now we're jumping into a best of 7 and spawning in the top right hand corner of Ultra Low. We have the German Terran player. We have the red Terran for Mouse. It is Hero Marine. Big game. Let's go. God, yo, yeah, they got a lot to say. Oh my God, Jesus. He's big, he's huge, he's massive. Ah, so big. There we go. And spawning in the bottom right corner, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the Croatian Protoss. It is Goblin. Oh my Jesus! They spent like 10 minutes on Gabe, and then bam, they just spend 10 seconds on Goblin. Jesus. Regardless, here we go. We're settling into our best of 7 qualifying match, and again, Goblin did take down Gabe previously in the European qualifier, and I'm sure Gabe, he is gunning for revenge. Now, when it comes to Goblin's play, his strongest matchup is PvT. 100%. Similar to Astrea, actually. Similar to Astrea. But that's where the similarities end. I think someone in the chat was like bringing up how different Goblin's style was, and it is. Like, Goblin has a very different approach to Astrea. Astrea, he is a lot more tamer in his approach, I should say, a little bit more passive, a little bit more macro oriented. Meanwhile, Goblin is more active, more aggressive. If you recall in his series against Gabe, I want to say he went Colossus every game. I want to say that he went for a Colossus variation, or at least whenever he went into Splash Damage would be Colossus. Very rarely did embrace Storm play instead. Yeah, very rarely instead. So again, he does have his own unique style here to this matchup. He was able to shut down the aggressive nature of Gabe previously, but now, you know, we've had some time to go over to ruminate and to embrace those games and to learn from them and to grow from them and to potentially have that comeback. Oh, now, as we settle into this, if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our first best of 7. Let's go. Let us go. Predictions, yeah, I got you, baby. I got you. Gamba time, baby. Gamba time. Whew. But again, double gas opener out of Gabe. Now, if you recall in the previous series, which we did cover in the channel, Gabe was very aggressive. He was very aggressive versus Goblin, but Goblin was able to shut him down time and time again. This time, double gas into a faster factory. This time, going into a Cyclone opener into Cyclone drop. See where he takes us. Meanwhile, Goblin going for a standard opener, going for his own Twilight Council. Safety shield battery at the natural. Is being safe, is being secure. Reaper dips in. Doesn't get much information. And Hallucination does confirm the 111, does confirm the attack lab on that factory. So just easing into game 1. Does of course scout the Cyclone. Is aware. Rushing into an earlier tank. Delayed starport. 2 more gates on the way, so a 3-gate blink out of Goblin. Again, very safe play here from our Protoss player. And oh, we saw this previously, if you remember, the last time we casted Gabe versus Lemon. Gabe also went for a tank drop. Remember, it's early tank into tank drop, specifically to try to punish and abuse that location on the other side of the natural. So we're getting deja vu here, as again Gabe was featured earlier against Lemon at the start of this broadcast. He's going for it again. Yeah, there it is. And again, this is unique to Ultra Love just because Ultra Love does feature that position behind the mineral line. We'll see if he can get there. For now, Gabe pushing forward. The Cyclone, ooh, is going to be sniped. A better pick off here from Goblin. Nice control. Goblin shutting Gabe down. Gabe moving in. Tank has arrived. But, oh, actually headed towards the main base. Headed towards a pylon instead. Okay. Does head towards the pylon. The pylon is going to be shut down. Is going to be depower the gateway. We see Goblin trying to catch reinforcements, but there are none. And the Cybercore may go down as well. He'll at least get the gateway. Here comes the dive. It takes down the tank. Going for the medevac. Ooh, we'll bleed out a Stalker. Yeah, one Stalker goes down. Ooh, nice knife. Nice blink. Takes down the medevac, but Lasso takes a lot of hits though. Takes a lot of damage. So many Stalkers do fall. Goblin will defend, but at a cost. Doesn't lose any of his economy. I spoke too soon. Boys are being pulled. 2 probes, 3 probes going down. So a relatively successful trade here from Gabe. Did lose a tank, did lose a medevac and a cyclone, so there were some losses, some gas losses. What I will say is that Goblin, he got away with the third, right? The third base is up and running, he's able to saturate, able to make 3 probes at a time. So economically, Goblin is still in a decent position here. His tech might be a little bit delayed as he's working towards charge and a delayed forge and delayed robo, but he's recovering. Goblin's recovering. I should confirm that the main base is a little bit more exposed. Stim is on the way, but plenty of Marines. And we do see Gabe get into a zone at 5 rack setup. Ooh, blinks in. Blinks into the Marines. That's a lot of Marines. Tank does pop out in time, and Goblin, yeah, this is not it. It was not it. Big overextension here. 3 Stalkers go down. That was not worth it for Goblin. Did misjudge. And Gabe, he can turn this into a 2-base all-in. Do you see what I see? I see 2 extra Raxes with no add-ons. Yeah, no add-ons on those Raxes. +1 has begun. We have Stim, we have combat shields. Gabe, he has the option to pull the boys. He has the option to pull the boys with this. So hyper aggression here from Gabe is moving out. Medevacs on the horizon. So Gabe is moving out. Waiting for his upgrades. Waiting for his reinforcements. As he is getting halfway across the map. Still getting there. Remember, +1 is still on the way. Now, as the game progresses here, we do have Colossus in production for Goblin. So he just needs a little bit more time. Likewise, he does spot the tanks. We can see Gabe trying to catch the army out in the open. Nice knife. Keen eyes there by Gabe. Oh, likewise, caught unsieged. I'm not quite able to commit. Goblin just trying to slow Gabe down. The Colossus will soon arrive. But here come the tanks. They're getting within range. Yeah, they're getting within range here. And it's going to be a brutal fight for Goblin. Yeah, he has to commit. Zell's taking him in from behind, getting on top of the tanks. He gets 1, he gets 2. And he will barely get 3, just barely. 3 tanks go down. But there's still a bio army. There's still a hefty amount of Marines and Marauders left over. Oh, okay, rotating around. Does pull away. Goblin, he holds. Okay. Goblin, he does hold on, he does survive. Has to wait a little bit longer here for a second Colossus. Likewise, army gets spotted. Army is spotted. Goblin's keeping up. Has a Colossus, doesn't want to waste those shots. Yeah, nice kiting. Second Colossus has arrived. Ooh, brutal pickoff. Okay, if he respects the army, he backs off, and a 3rd CC is on the way. Now, what's a little bit scary about this kind of game state here is that this 3rd base for Hero Marine is quite late. It's a late 3rd. Like, he was very committed. Yeah, the observer's pointing it out. Like, a late 3rd base here from Gabe. Ideally, he wanted to kill. Right? He wanted to kill Goblin, but he has failed to do so. Double jump into the main base. Goblin forced to recall. Uh-oh. And how well does he split his army? He does have 1 Colossus in position. On the right hand side. Vikings gonna be moving in. Colossus taking a lot of damage. Drop from behind. He wants that Colossus. He wants him. And the Colossus does go down. Massive pickoff. There's one Colossus left. And Gabe's done it. Gabe, he's doing it here. He will snipe the final Colossus. And with 0 splash damage, Goblin, can he hold on? Takes down the pylon. Denies the warp in. Brutal losses for the Protoss. Okay, we need those charge lots. Oh, my shot's going off. This Goblin, he's barely holding on. Once again, does survive. Oh, the mine shots are brutal. But he survives. Oof. Catching up more Marauders, actually. Not bad. Both Medivacs as well. Takes down the Medivacs. Does survive. Gabe now expanding. Gabe's economy, Goblin's economy, though, not really what it needs to be. And again, he lost 2 Colossus in that fight. He's trying to build back up. Second starport's on the way. You have a Temper Zealot run by so far. Gabe, he's defending back at home. He still has that supply lead. I will say that Gabe still has the economic lead as well. Like, this 4th base for Goblin is late. I wouldn't be opposed to Goblin double expanding. But he's still in a rough position. Does take some ice shots to the face. The upgrades are looking nice for Goblin, though. True. That's like the one area where he does have a substantial lead. Is the upgrades. He's working on 3-2. Meanwhile, just 1-1 for Gabe. Despite that, Colossus are exposed. There's no Prism. Nice kiting, though. Nice kiting. There's still 2 Vikings, though. They're going to be focused down. Better fight here for Goblin. Much better fight. But Vikings are trickling in. Goblin is running out of steam. We need more cells. We need more reinforcements. Goblin saves a Colossus. Nice save. Wow, clutch save here for Goblin. Takes the fight, overwhelms the army. And suddenly Gabe is in trouble. Goblin, can he get into the mineral line? He's close. He is close here. Going for another warp in. From here, pushing forward. Brutal mine shot. Takes down 2 Stalkers. 3 Stalkers even. Before it's being pulled. 8 SCVs go down. Brutal damage. And Goblin is so close to breaking Gabe here and now. He's so close. Needs more warp-ins. He's got 800 minerals. Yeah, the gateway counts on where it needs to be, but there we go. There we go. Here comes a warp-in. Colossus, one more volley. Does go down. But here come the charge lots. Getting into the mineral line. And he's getting more SCV kills. Yeah, this is what Goblin wanted. He got 7 more SCVs. He's crippling Gabe. He does cripple. Nice force field, locking down the army. He picks up more SCVs. Goes to the medevac. And Gabe just cannot keep up. Not anymore. And GG gets called. GG gets called. Goblin, he will overwhelm. And Goblin takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god. Yeah, Goblin, he survived. Again, the upgrades, as we did mention before, Goblin, he had 3-2 upgrades towards the end there against the 1-1 of Gabe. Oh my god, able to take the initial fight, able to overwhelm from there. GG. GG, well played. Goblin does take game number 1, but a very intense game here. Gabe, before that, he was doing so much damage, but we pointed out how committed he was. Remember, we were pointing out how late the 3rd base was for Gabe, how committed he was on 2 bases. He was able to snipe Colossus, that is true, but he barely wasn't able to break Goblin. It was a clutch hold, is what I will say. It was very tense, very clutch hold out of Goblin to survive the aggression of Gabe. It was not easy. It did not look easy at all. But he made it through. He made it through. He survived. GG. GG. Oh my god. Let's go, the homies. Let's go. I'm sure you thermal out there. He's awake in time. He's awake in time for his boy. What time is it in Mexico? I know it's early, right? Mexico time. Oh, I see. He's awake. He's watching. He's watching. 11 a.m. 11 a.m. baby. He's out there cheering for his boy. Good prism save. Yeah, there was some very nice unit control there from GuMiho to save the Colossus with the prism, to reinforce, to snipe some key units, the Medivacs, get into the mid line as well. Oh, GG. GG. Crazy. And with that, we're getting into game number 2. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Incorporeal, we have the Croatian Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss, the homie himself, leading the series 1-0. It is Goblin. The 2v2 god himself. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the German Terran player. We have the red Terran. It is Gabe, aka Hero Marine. Let's go. Let us go. And again, like coming into this, I do actually lean towards Goblin just because of what he's shown us in the past. If you maybe missed out on the European qualifiers, you might not have context as to the strength of Goblin. But Goblin took down Spirit and Gabe in a very impressive fashion during the European qualifiers. It's crazy, crazy impressive. And again, coming into this, like Goblin, we did speak about how there are certain lineups and certain avenues where there are certain players that can really excel, depending on what they play against. We were talking about how if ByuN in the qualifiers went against nothing but Terrans, I do favor ByuN to qualify for EWC. When it comes to Astrea and Goblin, we did point out that their strongest matchups and where they can really excel is PvT. And if Astrea and Goblin face off against these Terran players, then they can also excel and make it into the main event. And things have lined up in such a way with the qualifying matches. I want to say, like Goblin and Astrea, they have a really good chance to make it into the Esports World Cup. We'll see if Gabe and ByuN can stop them. So far, economic opener, Rack expand here out of Gabe. Bearing in mind this is a best of 7, I do not expect a 4-0. I do not expect a one-sided series. I'm hoping for a back and forth. I want to see a game 5, a game 6, maybe even a game 7, maybe. But we'll see how Gabe will adjust. We shall see. Also, I see Tater2 in the chat. I would refrain to, you do this sometimes, I would refrain to posting images like that in our chats. Asked to refrain. Yo, what is this? Like ESL chat? Sorry, I should say EWC chat. That's more that's more accurately modern nowadays. True. Here we go. We are stepping in. We do have our tech of choice. Could be a Twilight Council opener out of Goblin. We don't really expect anything too crazy out of our Protoss player this early on. This Twilight Council in the blink. Likewise, 1-1-1 here out of the Gabe. Here just calming down, getting to his own natural, following it up with drop play. Oh, hello. So Cyclone drop an opener here into add-on swap. Are we going into Banshees? Hallucination does confirm the add-on swap, not bad. He is aware that the tech lab is on the starport, and it is going to be Cloak Banshee out of Gabe. Goblin, he more or less is aware. He doesn't see the researching yet, but he did see the add-on swap. Likewise, does spot the drop, will deflect, will delay. Every second counts. He has time to warp in. He has time to intercept. Oh, he wants a medevac. He does want it. Marine's going to be going down. Cyclone does come in for a lock-on. Once again, zoned away. Very nice control here by Goblin. Oh my god. Medevac does survive. Busts into the main. Goblin, he is trying to get in position. Just one Stalker. 1, 2 probes go down. Okay, has to get the hell out of here. Has to pull out. Has to pull out. I believe the Goblin, he has yet to rescout the main. He has yet to rescout. Robo's on the way, no detection yet. There's potential for damage. Okay, let's go. Space is making its way into the main, going towards the bases. Clerk is ready. Probe's going to be going down. And Goblin, the detection is not quite ready yet. Needs more time. Oh, heading into the bases. Okay, 5, 6, 7 probe kills. Aye. Observers on the way. Brutal damage here from the Banshee. Yeah, Goblin, he just barely wasn't ready in time. He saw the add-on, but he did not confirm the upgrade. From here, snipes the Banshee. 11 probe kills. That is worth it. That's worth a Banshee. Second Banshee moving in. Yeah, despite the third base, no economy. And Gabe, he holds back at home. He holds, he defends, he attacks. With that, Gabe not looking too bad. Not looking bad at all. Looking solid. Gets 13 probe kills. From here, he's building up. Moving on with another drop. The Banshee is still active. I may have spoken too soon. Oh no, has Goblin. He barely misses the medevac drop as well. Does miss it. Third CC is on the way for Gabe. Goblin, he should have an economic lead, but not here, not anymore. Oh, gets the Banshee. Takes down the Banshee. And here comes Gabe. Gabe causing a distraction, pushing on the right-hand side. Right now, I don't think there's much splash damage for Goblin, if I recall. You know, Net just now starting up Storm. Storm is on the way. No Colossus. Gabe moving in. Plenty of Zealots. Diving on the medevacs, not bad. And that's target firing here from Goblin. But he just doesn't have enough. Yeah, Zealots are being overwhelmed. Has to back off. Yo, a big shout out to Kitties in the chat. God, Bobby God. Thank you so much. Thanks so much. For 14 months? Jesus, I can't believe it's been that long. For the 14 months of support. Over a year. Crazy, crazy. Thank you, thank you. Do appreciate it. Gracias, baby, gracias. All the support. Okay, let's get after game one. Gabe, he's angry. He's angry. As I said, he's pushing in. Mind Jolts don't quite connect. Oh, they will now. Getting baited out on individual Zealots. There we go. Nice very nice retargeting. Forcing back the army. Goblin just trying to buy time for Storm. Storm is just now finishing. Goblin, he pulls it off. Does buy enough time, but here he should have a fourth. Like, he's lacking a fourth base. A brutal Storm. Oh my god, the Storm! Yeah, Storm does pop off. The game is being shut down. The army is very low. And Goblin survives. One Storm, baby. That's all it takes. Oh my god. Catching up more Marauders. Brutal trade towards the end as Goblin beats out a lot of Stalkers go down. Expensive losses. Once again, losing 1, 2, 3 more Stalkers. Ay, ay, ay. Forcing some friendly fire. Goblin's not stopping. Goblin is quite committed. We spoke about how late his fourth base is. But without Storm, he cannot break through this Bio army. Yeah, he overextends. He overextends. Loses too much. Goblin has to get the hell out of here. Goblin is still in danger. May have survived earlier with the Storm, but Gabe still has momentum. He still has a larger army, still has a better economy. Gabe is still ahead. Goblin needs more. If he can land another GC Storm, a couple more times, not even just once, a couple of times, then maybe. Really, what's killing Goblin here is the economy. Like, he's down in workers. He's almost even on bases. He needs to get something done across the map. Yes, Gabe is going for a split push. And I believe Goblin's not quite in position. Does get a medevac. Yeah, Goblin, he's not where he needs to be. It's forced to recall. Will hold. Okay. Does hold, does defend. Gabe, he's about to max. He's about to max out. Ghosts are amassing. He's getting there with his upgrades. Getting into 1-1. He's getting there. Now, if Goblin, if he can catch out this medevac, if he can shut down the drops, if he can contain Gabe and slow the game down, take another base, max out, I mean, sure. Then Goblin can pull off this comeback, but the pressure is on. The pressure is on Goblin. Okay, fanning at his units. He is spotted. Goblin going for a zealot round by. Let's go. There's a bunker to defend. Goblin pulls away. Here comes the main army. Oh. Am I just going up? I mean, in a way, Goblin, he is somewhat stabilizing, sure. Now getting a fifth base. Fifth base is on the way. Gabe, he was the first to max out, but Goblin, he's caught up. Up to 3 Colossus. Viking count is kind of low. Only 4 Vikings. Okay. Catching it a ghost, getting up to 6 Vikings. A little bit more substantial. Okay, moving in. That supply lead isn't there anymore. We have +3 attack on the way for Goblin. Stolen Goblin here to try to shut down those Vikings. To attack those Colossus. Disruptor has arrived. Gabe sims in, takes down Disruptor, not bad. Vikings they go for the Colossus. 1 Colossus goes down. Going for the Prism as well. No more micro. We'll lose every single Viking though. That was 8 Vikings falling. It will bleed out all the Vikings. He cannot fight this head on, not against 2 Colossus. Goblin, he takes the fight. Okay. Goblin shuts down the army. Nice snipe. Takes down the rocks. Gabe, he gets the hell out of there. But again, just a really rough engage for Gabe. As he threw away every single Viking. Has to back up, has to pull away. Goblin, he's back in this game. Oh, sniping more Vikings. Very nice. Again, Goblin, he's been so intentional when it comes to at least focusing on those Vikings, at maintaining air control, or just making sure that Gabe doesn't have it. Maintaining his Colossus. Both armies are maxed. Gabe, I will say his Viking count is back up there. So a decent amount of Vikings. Likewise, what I'm most concerned by is a low disruptor count. There's one disruptor, there's a couple of storms. Okay, if he wants that disruptor. Oh, High Templar forced out the storm. Yeah, wasted storms here from Goblin. He's trapped. He has to recall. He is pinned against the wall. Prism goes down. There's the one storm. He's cornered. The Colossus are going to be the first things to go down. Yeah, Colossus do full, and Goblin forced to trade. Has to get the hell out of here. Does get the base. Does get the mineral line. An interesting trade here. So Goblin does get a mineral line, but he bleeds out all of his splash damage. The Colossus, the Disruptors, and the High Templar has to rebuild. Trying to remax. And the Viking count did still persist. Now getting into Disruptors. Getting into Novas. Jeez, oh my, that's a lot of Zealots. I was like, he has no splash damage, true, but he has a wave of Zealots. Oh my god. He has a lot of charge lots. There are no Widow Mines here for Gabe, but he does have EMPs. And that's what it's going to come down to. Likewise, Goblin ideally wants to try to collapse on the army from a flank. Oh. Doesn't want to waste that charge. Storm on Marauders. Decent Nova. Nova goes off. No major connections. More Disruptors filing in. Nova connects. Zoning Storm. Gabe is collapsing in. Rushing through the storms. Pushing up the ramp into cannons and shield batteries. And we'll see if he can break through. Once again, raising the army. Nice engage here from Goblin. Collapsing in with the Zealots, and he will overrun. He's done it. Yeah, Goblin, he will clean up the entire army. Who needs Colossus? Who needs Storm when you have mass charge? Let's go. Swallows everything up. And Goblin, he's done it. He has done it. He breaks through the main army. He will overwhelm. Again, Goblin, he had a really rough start in this game, but GG gets called, and Goblin, he will take a 2-0 lead. Whew, GG. GG, well played. We'll take a 2-0 lead. Again, it was a shaky start, if you recall, with Gabe able to take better fights, able to deny bases. Goblin, it was his fourth, like pre-fourth base Goblin. He was struggling. Like, he was bleeding out so many units, bleeding out pros. He was being denied the expansion, of course. It was a shaky start there by Goblin, but he recovered, baby. Oh my god, once again, better upgrades. We saw that Gabe, even though he was the first to max out, he was a little bit passive. He wasn't really trading with his army. He wasn't being active on the map. He did not stop the fourth base from being taken initially, and Goblin recovered. Goblin, he recovered. He was able to build back up supply wise, take that expansion, and have a comparable army, and with a really interesting composition as well. Very light when it came to splash damage, as we saw. Like, he only had 2 High Templar, he only had like 2 Disruptors, 2 Colossus, just really gateway heavy there, with of course superior upgrades. And with that, GG. With that, GG, well played. It did overwhelm. Unfortunately, as we were trying to point out, Gabe didn't really have many mines himself. Typically, against that kind of army, against that very heavy Zealot composition, you do want more splash damage yourself to try to deal with that. Likewise, more Ghosts and more EMPs as well. But no, alas, he was stuck on a mainly Marauder-heavy composition, overextended as well, and GG. GG, well played. Impressive comeback there from Goblin. Very impressive. A shaky game, though, is what I will say. Was very back and forth, but with that, Goblin takes the 2-0 lead. As a reminder though, best of 7, plenty more games ahead of us. Plenty more games ahead of us. It is going to be first of 4, but we'll see if Gabe can bounce back and recover. We'll see if he can recover here. in this game as we are, or in this series as we are loading into game number 3 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of ByuN. We have the German Terran player, we have the Red Terran representing Malz down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and make a series out of this. It is Gabe. Oh my god. That was a quick zoom. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of ByuN. We have the Croatian Protoss player, we have the blue Protoss, we have the homie himself, leading the series 2-0, it is Goblin. Here we go. Here we go. But again, the reason why he was so light on Winter Mines, I mean, I say the reason why, he did see the Zealot army ahead of time, but typically, you know, especially once you go up against a more robo, or more robo heavy composition with less charges, of course, you do want to fixate a little bit more on your Marauders, on your Ghosts, on your Liberators as well. But again, against that more like Swarm Toss style, that is where splash damage, where Winter Mines do excel a lot more. Just help deal with the clumping units like the Mass Zealot. Unfortunately, Gabe didn't really have any of that. With that GG well played, we're now getting into game number 3. And welcome one and all to ByuN. Double gas opener here from Gabe. Now, 2 base all-ins are very common. They're very common here on ByuN. We have seen 2 base aggression from Gabe already here in this broadcast. I think it was in game 1, if I recall. Yeah, it was in game 1. Like it was where Gabe basically went for a 2 base all in. I say basically because eventually you took a 3rd base, but it was just a really late 3rd out of Gabe in game 1. So we'll see if he commits a little bit harder here in game 3. Okay, the rush distance by ground is very short, it's very direct. Doesn't take long at all to move out across the map. So we have seen a lot of successful all-ins from Terran and TVP here. And I'm sure that Gabe is willing to do the same. Here we go. This Reaper does go down. It's been a while since I've seen BCs in a pro game. We saw a lot of BCs last weekend during the EWC Korean qualifiers, but different kind of scenario. But we did feature a lot of BCs in the TVTs, in Bunny versus GuMiho and in GuMiho versus ByuN. Basically like mech versus mech, Giga late game TVT into like mass BC versus mass Raven sort of thing. Do recommend? It was an intense day of TVT. There was a lot of TVTs. That was a very TVT heavy broadcast in the Korean qualifier. Aye. Now though, we do get 3 probe kills. Not bad. 3 probes for 1 Reaper. Very nice trade here from Gabe. He does bust into the main. Behind this, I'm curious to see what his add-ons are looking like in the main base though. Looks like Cyclone drop in initially. Tech Lab is on the way. Oh, going for the add-on swap. So it's going to be Cyclone drop into Banshee, I would assume. Which has been very trendy here. Yep, there we go. So Cyclone drop into Cloak Banshee. Now we see what the gas is being spent on. And this is where it's going to be on Goblin to determine what's going on. Remember, it was last game. Like I was trying to remember like how brutal the opener was. Oh my god. I see a lot of hits, but it was last game where Gabe opened up Cloak Banshee, where he wreaked havoc. He killed 13 probes. It was 13 probes. Like that's how rough the opener was for Goblin last game. And now rushing into Cloak Banshee once again. Goblin has yet to confirm what's going on, and if he doesn't see what's happening, if there's no robo, if there's no detection, that could just be game. We've seen that before. Could happen again. We saw Astrea tap out earlier today because of the Cloak Banshee. Likewise, we saw Eba tap out against ByuN earlier today as well because of said Cloak Banshee. But there it is, Hallucination does confirm. Kind of. He saw the researching tech lab, but he did not see what it was on. He just saw the research, didn't see the starport. Now, thankfully, he's going for the robo anyway, but I believe the Banshees will hit first, and this is looking very similar to game 2. looking very similar to game 2. Ay, ay, ay. Well, the Banshee's about to strike, and there's no observer ready. Now, what was it? It was 13 probe kills last time. From 2 Banshees. Army moves out, the Banshee's revealed. Robo's done, there's the observer. He gets a 1-2 punch. Gabe is pushing in. Going for the kill. Banshee doesn't get into the natural. I feel like there's potential for damage there. Yeah, now we see the cloak. He wants the 3rd. Okay, going for the expansion. Oh. Observer has arrived. Gets the Banshee. This third base should fall. Ooh, oh my god, the clutch save. Very nice micro. Third base goes down. Goblin stuck on 2 bases. Waiting for charge. And so far, a very successful attack here from Gabe. Wasn't slowed down. Banshee towards the natural. Goblin late to react. Losing more probes. Goblin instead focusing on catching out the tanks. Can he get the? Yeah, he can. Yeah, he gets 1, he gets 2. Very nice pickoffs. Takes out both tanks. Gabe's in trouble. What does he have at home? What does he have at home to defend? Do we have a bunker? Do we have a tank line? Banshee gets 7 probe kills. What's at home though? Indy. Okay, there's a tank. There's 1 tank. It's going to be targeted down. Gabe, he's in trouble. The boys are being pulled. Tank does fall. Delay some of these Raxes. It's 1, 2 SCVs. Gabe holds. Whew, Gabe, he does hold on. But again, the tank count is non-existent. Goblin did re-expand. Working once again. Remember, there's no stim. But there soon will be. Goblin playing with fire. Stim done in 10 seconds. Goblin pulls away. Yeah, no salvage. No salvage on the bunker. Army is spotted. And behind this Goblin, he has no Storm. With Storm, he can hold on. It's going to be a clutch hold here. No shield batteries. High Templar ready. Gabe, he scans. He saw the High Templar. Oh, that's my shot. He didn't know. Storm done in 3 seconds. Yeah, Gabe, he just assumed the Storm was ready. Does play scared. That Goblin is buying time. Now Gabe still has the advantage. Like Gabe, he's on 3 bases. He's up in workers, up in economy, up in army. I mean, hey, he was here last game as well. True. We had a massive lead. But Goblin was able to take better fights. Nice Storm. Looking for that once again. Goblin playing a lot better than yesterday? I don't think that's true. Like, Goblin, he popped off yesterday. What do you mean? Like, Goblin beat GuMiho, right? Like, he was looking crazy good. Likewise, collapsing the army. Storms are ready. Not the best connections. And again, Gabe, he has the army size on his side. As long as he can avoid those storms. Oh. Nice storm. Yeah, decent storm towards the end. Much better here as well. Oh my god, he just takes the storms to the face. but he might still have too much. Another storm pops off. Okay, running through the storms.
I'm here in the shadows.
EMP connects with the Prism, not with the High Templar. High Templar still safe. Backing up those storms. Loving these baits here. I'm cleaning this up. Does clean this up. Colossus has arrived. And again, despite the advantages here from Gabe. Oh, I say that. Brutal mind shot, brutal connection. Shell takes down 2 Stalkers. Goblin playing with fire. Zealous get into the mid line. SCV's going to be going down. Very nice. Colossus has to get the hell out of there. 6 SCV kills. Again, Goblin clawing his way back in. Like, this is still like Gabe's game. Like he still has a lead. Still has the advantage. 2 Vikings go down. Every little bit counts. Goblin. Oh my god. EP connects. Snipes High Templar. 2 High Templar left. Nice storm. Oh my god, he runs out though. Okay, that was the final storm. Prism goes down. Yeah, Goblin, he's in trouble. He's in danger. He has to get the hell out of here. Forced to engage. Do we have any High Templar left back at home? Does he have any storms? He does. Does have a couple of storms. Throws down 1. Ah, but there's barely a Gateway army. Yeah, Gabe, he's done it. Gabe, he's done it. He breaks through the base, breaks through the expansion. Again, this is the army. 2 Colossus, 3 Archons, 1 High Templar. Goblin, he barely has a standing army. Again, this game just comes down to the economy. Like, he just has been down in economy the entire game. You can see Goblin trying to double expand. Like, he needs bases. He needs expansions. And Gabe is here to make a series out of this. Goblin saying, just someone give me a 4th. Ah. And Gabe should never allow the 4th base to finish. Like, he's going to be rotating and making sure that he can just rotate, keep an eye on the bases, and knock them down time and time again. That's a Gabe's win condition. Just knock down the bases. Ensure that Goblin never expands. Yep, he rotates off the ramp. Spots the expansion. EMP on the High Templar. Colossus goes down. We get a decent storm. And hey, we're holding on. Okay. Goblin, he's holding. Let's see, can he get that 4th base up and running? If so, he can recover. Oh, this is greedy. That's a little greedy, Pappy. Goblin triple expanding. Building up. So building up, catching a couple of stray units here and there, nothing major yet. Like, Gabe is maxed out. And again, we have to make these storms count. Oh, that's a lot of Vikings though. A lot of Vikings bullying back the army. We get some okay storms. Goblin, he has 3 High Templar. Ugh. It's not a lot. Oh, the Prism! No! Jesus. Calm down, Indy. Don't pan away. Prism goes down. Yeah, there's no Prism. Storm does not connect. And there we go, Gabe. He does break through. Once again, he takes the main fight, takes down all the High Templar. And this time, we should keep pushing. He should keep pushing to a win here. There should be no saving these bases. Not anymore. It starts us forward, never goes off. No major connection. Base goes down. GG gets called, and Gabe, he will fight back. He'll put a point on the board. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, a rough start here from Goblin. A rough start when it came to just trying to maintain his bases. If you recall, his third base was sniped. His third base was sniped early on. Unfortunately, Goblin, he was just unable to keep up with the army movement, with the army push across the map. He was unable to slow it down. And with his first third base falling, he never really recovered from that. He was trying to re-expand and trying to saturate, but he was always down a base, down in economy, down in workers. And with that, even though I would say that Goblin was out trading Gabe, he was taking better fights, the reality is that he couldn't afford those losses. Like, he would land some incredible storms, he would pick off and snipe some key units, but Gabe can just replace it. And Goblin, he would bleed off a High Templar here and there, a Colossus here and there, and again, losses that he just could not maintain, could not afford. GG. GG, well played. Whew, hi. So again, just a really rough start there for Goblin to be losing that third base when he did, and again, just fell behind economically early on, never quite did recover. Let's go. Let us go. Terran's already got the fourth done. As a reminder, like a reason why we saw such a low base count and such a low economy there was because of the death of the third early on from the side of Goblin. Like, he just lost a lot of bases early, did fall behind. But here we go, we're now getting to our next game, and spawning in the bottom hand corner of Tokamak, we have the German Terran player, we have the Red Terran representing Team Mouse. The comeback has begun. Takes the game. We'll see if he can tie things up. It is Gabe, here Marine. And spawning in the right hand corner, we have the Croatian Protoss player, the blue Protoss. It is Goblin. Here we go. Here we go. Whew, as welcome one and all to Tokamak. Tokamak is one of the larger maps in the map pool, much more defensive map as well, known for longer macro games, and I would say that Goblin should have a bit of a more comfortable time here when it comes to preserving his bases, taking a third, taking a fourth, and maintaining those bases as well. I would say that the pressure is going to be on Gabe to try to punish, as well as he did last game. Where the map this time is going to be working against him. Again, we did mention it at the time, but Pylon is a much smaller map. Pylon favors aggression. That's why Gabe had a much easier time pushing out and breaking the third when he did, and also just non-stop like pushing, pressuring, getting to the fourth base, fifth base as well. The map does favor that more aggressive style. Here, less so. As Gabe is going for the CC on the high ground. And we're calming down. We're calming down. Getting into our game. Whew. Oh boy. We're going to be settling in. From here, we're expecting a Twilight Council opener into Blink, like nothing crazy. Likewise, I should also emphasize that it wasn't just that Gabe was able to break the third base early on, but if you remember, the Banshee was also able to add quite a bit as well. Once again, we saw that Goblin had a really hard time scouting and confirming the Cloak Banshee 2 games in a row now. 2 games in a row has struggled to scout and struggled to confirm and struggled to react. Oh, hello. Racks into Tech Lab into add-on swap. Early Cyclone. The Cyclone here out of Gabe. Settling in. Oh, we have 2 more gates on the way, so it's going to be 3 gate blink. 3 gate blink, standard opener out of Goblin into a third base. We don't really expect much like deviation here. I think he's going 3 gate blink every game so far in the series. Just very safe play out of our blue Protoss. From here, we have seen him mix it up and go into either charge or even into faster or storm. But should be feeling safe to just take a third base and expand. Hallucination Scout does get into the main, is cleaned up, but does scout the production. Does confirm there is no add-on on the starport. There's no Cloak Banshees this time, thankfully. But there is a Mind Drop. Mind Drop is on the way. Followed by Cloak. Yo, Gabe, he likes his Cloak Banshees. 3 games in a row. Let's go. So Mind Drop into Cloak Banshee. And this time will Goblin confirm. Mind Drop is coming in. Goblin does pull away. Does pull away in time. And will minimize losses. I say that 4 probes going to be going down. Nice damage here with the Cyclone. Not a bad start for Gabe. And more importantly, he distracts Goblin. And Goblin, does he scout the main base? He does have a robo on the way. Working towards observers. Hopefully. Hopefully. As the drop does come back home. Does come back. Decent pickups there with those Marines. Charge as a follow-up. Banshee is revealed. And this time there is detection in time. Whew, let's go. Yeah, this time he has detection. This time he does force back the Banshee. This time, no 13 probe kills. Even sniping a Medevac. Yeah, much better setup here from Goblin. Just bullying back Gabe. Has a decent Stalker count. Can even go into the main. And he's going for it. He's going into the main base. Can he snipe Stim? Stim! It's going to be shut down. Very nicely done. Deny Stim. It's going to be a one-way trip, though. Has to go further in. Further into the bases. Oh, yeah, it's going to be a one-way trip. He cannot recall. He might try to, but he will lose everything. Goes for the recall, and he saves 3. There we go, saves 3 Stalkers, but gets 7 SCV kills. Gets 7 SCVs. Deny Stim. Stim is heavily delayed. That delays the push as well from Gabe. He's going to be delayed move out. Third CC is on the way. Gabe, he's not going all in. He's expanding. But he's stuck at home. He's stuck at home. And this means that Goblin can freely expand. He just freely expand to take more bases. Take his third. Tech up. Now working towards Colossus. Forge on the way. Let's go. Get into his upgrades. Gabe just fighting for his own third. Does move out. Okay. Does move out, does push. Double Banshee here can one-shot probes. So despite Goblin getting quite a bit done early on here, still bleeds out 6 more workers. Nice counterattack here by Gabe. Headed towards the main. At the same time, the main army towards the third. Goblin, can he keep up? The 4th base is going to be denied. Let's it finish. Okay, does cancel. Does cancel the 4th. 14 probes. I spoke too soon earlier when I said, he defends against Banshees. Does lose 13 workers. 16 probes going down. Brutal damage dealt here by the Banshees. And it was 16 probe kills and a denial on the 4th. So very nice counterattack here from Gabe. Shuts down the economy. Goblin is hurting. Gabe takes a lead. Gabe does take a lead. Goblin trying to be active. Has to retake the base. Oh! Uh-oh. Okay, we're good. that was scary. Runs into a tank line. There is a prism into the main though, and Gabe, is he ready for this? Uh-oh. He is. Yeah, he did have an army in position. Zelce got into the mineral line, but they won't get much done. 2 SCVs. Only 2. And we spoke about this at the start of the game here. Oh my god, it's a prism! My financial goes off. We spoke about this at the start here, how defendable you are on 3 and 4 bases. So your 4 base setup here from Gabe is going to be very secure. And would have been secure for Goblin, but he missed the move out, right? He missed the push. Wasn't able to delay it, wasn't able to slow it down. So Gabe, he's secure on 3 and soon to be 4 bases as well. And he's going to be able to max out. So Gabe should be the first to max, should be the first to push. It's going to be on Goblin to keep up. As he's building up his disruptors. It's going to be on Goblin to recover, which is possible. To slow down the army, to delay the move out. Working on a second robo. Mine shot's about to go off. Oh. Just the one. Nice catch on the tank. Tank was on siege. He gets 1, he gets 2. Oh my god. Yeah, better engagement here for Goblin. But the Colossus is getting very low. Nova goes off. Nice connection. But the Colossus is going down one after the other. 0 Colossus left. And no juggling with the War Prism. Very intense fight here. Goblin will lose all the Colossus at the same time, and Gabe loses all his tanks. It's a very back and forth trade. Goblin now relying on a gateway army. Rebuilding his Colossus. And what's important here, because they fought on Gabe's side of the map, Goblin, his bases are safe. Remember, Goblin, he was down in expansions, down in workers, but because he's fighting out in the open or out on the map, his bases are safe. His economy is secure. He's back in this game. Nova's popping off. Uh-oh. Nice connection. Better connection here as well. Gets a Ghost. Ghost goes down. Gabe, he's hurting. It's a low supply in Vikings. Yeah, forced to land. As Gabe is taking up in towards the Liberator. Fusion Core into Liberators, into upgrades as well. Goblin, he has map control. Now, is Goblin one to go into Sky Toss? That I'm less certain of. Astrea, 100%. Goblin, I don't know. I mean, we're still looking to max out. Goblin does also have a double river setup. Getting another expansion, still staying on a low gas count. Just mass mineral, just mass swarm toss. We'll see if Gabe can slip by. See if Gabe can slip by. The Banshee's about to get caught out. Oh. Double drop towards that inside. Double drop in towards that expansion. I believe Goblin doesn't really have anything in position to defend. Yeah, force a recall. Forced a recall, has to race back. Oh, the base is still denied. We see here Marine pushing towards the left hand side as well. Goblin, he does miss his move out completely. Yeah, Goblin out of position. The base is going to go down. Takes down 2 expansions, top left and center left as well. Yeah, Nova won't connect. Goblin just in an awkward position. He's trying to engage, bleeding out some units. Another base is going to get denied as well. Yeah, there's no saving that. That's 3 expansions. That's a lot of Vikings. Jesus. Does try to push forward. Novas, they graze the army. Job going back in. This time Golden is ready. This time he's ready. Once again pushing forward. Vikings, they pop off. They catch 2 Colossus. Two more Colossus going down. Oh. Better Nova. Better Nova Zelda coming from behind. Oh, better friendly fire. Goblin, calm down. Still a bit of fight though. Better fight for a Goblin. From here he can't keep pushing. He resets the Viking count. I say resets down to 3. So it'll be 6. So again, Goblin pushing in. A crazy blink forward. But these Zealots, they've been the MVPs. And we saw it in the last game as well. Go now getting into +3 armor, working towards +1 shields. Once again, this upgrade heavy style. Here, Marine also working on 3-3 as well, to be fair. Storm finally on the way. Getting to Storm, getting to Disruptors. Still quite tense. And Goblin does expand, but we'll see if he can maintain these bases. As I believe he does miss a drop again for the 2nd time. Drop moves in. Goblin, he can't respond. Oh, does overreact. A little bit trigger happy. Top left is denied. Nice catch on the Medivacs though. Gets 1, 2, 3, 4 Medivacs. Jesus. We do see a bit of a miss rally here from Gabe. Throwing away some units. Storm coming in. Doesn't quite connect though. And no major connections coming in from behind. Novas, they shut down the Ghosts. But does Goblin have enough? He's running out of Zealots. Yeah, he's running out of charge ults. He has to retreat. Just barely not enough. Does warp in. Does warp in time. Remember, now that upgrade lead from Goblin is not as large as it once was. Okay, but he can hold his own. Likewise, we haven't seen much counterattack from Goblin. Not denying a CC. And we might be just trading a base for a base. Goblin forced to come back home. Another Nexus is going to be falling. Goblin racing back. Can he catch this army? Nah, I won't be able to. Won't quite be able to. Better moves here from Gabe. Snipes the Nexus, rotates towards the right hand side. He's spotted by the Observer. Goblin knows. Okay, people deny another base. Oh, the Prism! Just pulls away. Goblin coming in from behind. Trying to collapse on the army. Shows those Novas. Nice EMP on the Storm. Yeah, no Storms. Kites well. Goblin, he has to rely on those Novas. Gets an okay connection. Yeah, they don't. They're not really what he's looking for. Disruptors go down. Goblin, he's in trouble. He's in danger here. No Storm, no Colossus, no Disruptors. Yeah, we stim, we win. Oh god, never mind. Storm comes in. Storm connects. Oh my god. The Storms are coming in. Still very close. No Storms left. But Gabe, he will lose everything here. We'll lose the army. Goblin, he survives. but lost what? Another 3 expansions. Like once again, Goblin just cannot take top left. He's been trying. Like we've been here before where Goblin's economy is killing him, the lack of economy. He needs bases. Let's get behind some of these mineral lines. Doing what he can. Being of a couple of SCVs. But Gabe, he still just cannot he can just outproduce. Just outproduce here. Claiming another expansion. Another CC. Storm and Marauders. They can take it. Brutally MP. Yeah, the high template that were stacked. Has a couple of storms remaining. Some okay connections. But yeah, Gabe, at this point, like, he has an overwhelming army. He's had the better economy for quite some time. With that, has maxed out. Yeah, coming in from behind as well, just stimming forward. We get a couple of storms here, but there's no zealots. There's no more zealots, no more stalkers. Yeah, Gabe, he will overwhelm. And he will tie this series up. Goblin had some strong fights, don't get me wrong. Did have some better fights. But it came down to the money, to the bases, to the workers. GG gets called, and Gabe, he will tie the series up 2-2. We have a back and forth. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Again, Goblin just had a very hard time maintaining his bases here, whether it was the northern bases or the southern bases as well. Hatcheries, sorry, Nexus, they were just going down time and time again. The bases, less so the mineral lines, the workers were being preserved, which was impressive, but the Nexus, they were falling. They were just being knocked down time and time again. Gabe just never really allowed a Goblin to maintain any kind of semblance of an economy, and GG. GG, well played. Whew. With that, Gabe does tie things up. We have a tied up series here. We have a back and forth. And we'll see who takes a lead in the series. Who will gain that momentum between Goblin and Gabe. Let's go. Let's go here. And again, really impressive play there from Gabe. I mean, once again, it all did start with the early push, denying the expansion, sniping a base. And on top of that, despite the fact that initially the Banshees didn't get much done, if you remember, they still got, what was it, 14 or 15 probe kills. It was a little bit later, but it was at the third location. The Banshees, they got insane damage while the fourth base was under fire. Like, Gabe, he was still able to make use of those Banshees. He has gone Cloak Banshee, 3 games in a row at this point, and every time he's done so, he's been very successful. Has just traded so well and gotten so much value out of those Cloak Banshees. Goblin has been having a really hard time keeping up with them and minimizing losses. GG. GG, well played. With that, Gabe does take 2 games in a row here, and up next, again, we'll see who takes the lead in this series. It's still best of 7, still plenty of games ahead of us. We could even go all the way to the ace match. Let's go. As spawning in the top right hand corner of torches, we have the Croatian Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss being forced into a tight series. Can he bring it back? It is Goblin. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of torches, we have the German Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Team Mouse, tying up the series 2-2, bringing him all the way back into this. It is Gabe, Hero Marine. Oh boy. And welcome on to Torches. Torches is similar to Pylon in the sense that it does have a short rush distance by ground, short rush distance by air as well. Aggression is favored here, and we saw Gabe make full use of that on Pylon, just moving out, breaking the third base early on, and breaking the economy, and once again just being able to overwhelm a Goblin over time, similar to what we saw actually on Tokamak as well. As we once again have double gases from Gabe. Double gas opener. Now, for the past 3 games, without fail, Gabe has gone for a Cyclone drop into Cloak Banshee, or Wouldn't Mind drop into Cloak Banshee. It's been drop, then Banshee play, just straight up. Every single game for the past 3 games. Do we do something like that again? I think so, especially on torches. It's gonna be a given, 100%, right? No. Not again. Here we go. As we do have that faster factory. So factory into CC. And again, our eyes are going to be on Gabe when it comes to his starport, when it comes to the add-on swap. Reaper moves out. Investing into a second Reaper, okay. Head towards the bases. Poking in. Shouldn't get much done. Oh, I say shouldn't. Does get 1 probe kill. Does pull away. Sentry follow-up here out of Goblin. Does need that hallucination. There's the starport. And we do see Gabe is going to be opening up double Reaper, Hellion, followed by the add-ons. Okay. Now it does poke in. Does poke in. There we go. Tech Labs are on the way. Reaper Hellion busting into the mineral line. He wants probe damage, and he's going to get it. Oh, yeah, the probes are lining up. Getting up to 3 probe kills already. Can he get 4? Looks like he... Oh, it's going to be close. It's going to be close here. Gets further in. Barely does not. Okay, just 3. 3 workers for 2 Reapers and a Hellion. Back and forth trade. I would say still maybe a little bit better here for Goblin. As ideally want more than just a 1-to-1 trade here for workers. Regardless, at least gets a full scout on the main base as well. And here comes the early tank. Okay. So very early tank production here from Gabe. The last time we saw this was on Ultra Love, if you recall, where we saw the drop behind the mineral line. Or technically against Goblin, he went for the pylon at the main. But yes, he's not going for Cloak Banshee. Okay. So for the first time in a long time, not going Cloak Banshee. Goes Cyclone drop into tank drop. So hyper aggression here from Gabe. Initially is deflected. Hallucination moves in. Hallucination does confirm the tank is already done. Does confirm no tech lab on the starport. Here comes the second drop. So here comes that tank drop. And he can go for a Doom drop into the main. It'll be risky, but he could try to pull it off. Does threaten to dive. Yeah, it does go for the boost. Does unload behind the mineral line. Tank will siege. Boys are being pulled. And we'll see if this is going to be worth it here. Gets 7 probe kills so far. Takes down the sentry. That say 7 gets 11. 11 workers and pulls away with a full drop. Does pull away. Does cost Goblin, sorry, does cost Gabe a tank. But he gets 11 workers, 15 in total. Yeah, this is a solid trade. And once again, he does take a worker lead. And that's what Goblin has, sorry, that's what Gabe has been relying on these past 2 games. It's just been all about the economy. Just maintaining a greater economy. We saw that on Pylon. We saw that on Tokamak. We see it on torches. Yeah, 3rd CC's on the way. Gabe is expanding. He's playing out a longer game. Makes sense. From here, does reposition. While he keeps the Stalkers busy, slips out with that drop. Headed for the third. Yo, we can even heal up with the pad. That's true. Heal up. There are some Zealots in position though. At least an army. Can respond. Ooh, meanwhile, Goblin, he gets distracted. 2 Stalkers going down. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, 2 Stalkers. Likewise, 3 more Pros going to be going down. Goes for the Stalker. Will not get the Stalker. Does get the Sentry, though. Takes out the Sentry. Main army moving in once again. There are going to be a lot of charge lots, so this push I'm not too convinced by. Yeah, the tanks are going to be going down. Goblin getting a full surround. Takes down both tanks, takes down the Widow Mines. Yeah, Gabe just getting a little bit too excited, a little bit too cavalier. Did not have to push in. With that, resets the tank count. Goblin back in this. We don't really get to see many players just get out of their way to take advantage of the healing pad, but I appreciate it. Tops up his army. Let's go. Again, the healing pad does benefit Protoss the most, just because they don't really have a way to heal up their units outside of shields. So pretty impactful. Likewise, collapsing the army. Coming in from behind as well. Nice trades here from Goblin. Taking down some Marauders, taking down Marines. And it's getting into Colossus, not Storm. Okay, still has that greater economy. Goblin needs to get his 4th base up and running. Goblin's still behind. Does get a couple of Marines. Picks up a couple of units. But yeah, the 4th base is still just now starting, actually. Oh, good. Yeah, late 4th at a Goblin. Okay, looking to trade. Once again, Gabe has to be careful to overextend. Like, he doesn't have to push through. But Widow Mines will zone away. Still better trades here for the Terran. A couple of Zealots. A couple of charge slots. Colossus are revealed. Now we have Viking production here from Gabe. Peeling off into the main. We'll see if Goblin can maintain his army. Mine shots are brutal here. Yeah, the Zealots crumble. Okay, I'm still looking to push through. It's back at home. He's building up Vikings. We can just calm down. Wait for said Vikings. Oh god, as the mine shots are brutal here. Once again, an insane connection on the Zealots. Okay, coming in with the drop, denying mining. The 4th base is late to begin with. Now pros are being targeted. Okay, 4 more workers. And again, here they come. We have double starports and double reactor production. They make 4 Vikings at a time. Ghosts are building up as well. Gabe just getting further ahead. Now, can Goblin stabilize? Now, Goblin, he's been in some disastrous positions before in this series, and he's been able to recover. True. Now, though, typically with better fights, typically with better upgrades, right? He's got +3. +3 is almost done. He's building up disruptors as well. There's always potential with Purification Novas. There's potential here to surround the army and flank the army. So there are opportunities, but in a head-on fight, less so. Drop into the mineral line, get some more probes. 6 more workers go down, mining is denied. Now Gabe's been ahead for quite some time. Like the past 5 minutes. Or even more than that. Like it's been a strong game so far here from Gabe. So he's moving in. Goes off. Vikings, they can just dominate the skies. There's so many Vikings. Oh my god. They get one, they get both Colossus. From here they can land. Never decent connection. Vikings have landed. And again, it was off of a more unique build here from Gabe, going for the early tank drop, which was worth it, if you recall. That's when Gabe took his lead, dealing critical damage early on once again. So it's away the army, takes down 10 more SCVs or 10 more probes. Gabe is about to max out. He should keep trading. Ideally, he does want to just keep engaging, keep trading with the army, diving on those disruptors. There he goes off. He's turned away. Can clutch engage here from Gabe, avoids the Novas. Does for the most part avoid them. One Nova does connect. Goblin, he's maxing out himself. He has a Supermax, or he's getting into a Supermax army here with Mass Zealot. Staying on a low probe count. More probes going down. Oh, that splits though. Nice pre-spread here from Gabe. Takes down the expansion, keeps on pushing. So far just playing clean. Playing solid. So hoping to avoid those mine shots to the face. Or sorry, to Novas to the face. Better Nova here from Goblin. He does get some better Novas. Takes a better fight. Gabe has to calm down. So calm down, take it slow. Yeah, it doesn't connect this time. And you see Gabe pushing towards the third, or towards the fourth base. Gets into the mineral line, stims in. Bold move, gets 2 disruptors. Takes down 2 more disruptors. With this, he'll force to be pulled away. As they do connect. And a bit of a messy fight here, but overall Gabe, yeah, he has enough. He has enough, he can't keep pushing. Takes down the Colossus. Stims on in. And again, just a really rough start here from Goblin to lose so many workers early on. Once again, to be denied that economy. Oh, let's heal up. Let's go. Oh, there's just so much healing going on. Oh, God. The army fully topped up. Crazy. I love how Indy shook through the camera. I appreciate it. I would have as well. Oh, it does take some moves to the face though. Has to calm down. Fully topped up to yes, exactly. That healing pad is an enabler. You think you stimmed enough for the day? No, 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 no. Keep going. Keep stimming. Don't stop. Feels bad, man. Yeah, and GG gets called again. Gabe will snowball out of control. He breaks the main army, breaks the expansions, and Gabe, he will take a lead in the series. GG. Does take a lead here. Again, a very solid set of matches here from Gabe. What I will say is that he did mix things up here. As a reminder, in this game, Gabe, he did not actually play Cloak Banshee. For the past 3 games, he has been going into Cloak Banshee and has been wreaking a lot of havoc and has been crippling the economy of Goblin. This time, he went for an early tank drop. He went for an early tank drop instead, which was also very successful. Killed a bunch of workers, crippled a Goblin early on, and with that, Gabe was able to defend against a counterattack, able to maintain his economic lead and snowball from there. TVP is just a really momentum-based matchup, and especially if you're getting economic damage done early on, it can be so difficult to recover. I say difficult, not impossible. Like, there are ways to recover, but again, you have to rely on counterattacks, zealot run-bys, prison drop into a base, out-positioning, or just out-trading your opponent. It is difficult here to recover, but and we saw that unfortunately Goblin just wasn't quite able to bounce back. He was trying to play catch up for most of this game, never quite did catch up in the end. GG. GG well played, and we need to see Goblin tighten up his early game here. For the past 3 games, whether it's with Cloak Banshee, whether it's with tank drop, he has been sustaining a lot of losses, and he just hasn't been able to recoup from that, to deal as much counter attack damage or just been able to be greedy enough to like sustain those losses either. Like it's been some rough 3 games here for Goblin, and oh my god. And it makes sense. It does make sense. Gabe is now on match point. 1 more game and Gabe will claim the series. So it looks like the players have asked for a break. Looks like they've asked for a break here. I do think the Goblin has to just take a step back, take a breath, calm down. And again, we need to tighten up that early game, defense, and get into a more secure mid game. Because again, for the past 3 games, Goblin has gone into the mid game behind. And it's been impressive to see Goblin, despite that, fight back and make a game out of it, and even make it closer than otherwise should be, despite just how rough the early game has been in the past 3 games for Goblin. That has been impressive. Imagine one of these games if he's not getting into the mid game behind, right? Imagine if he actually has like a stable economy to begin with. It'd be crazy. I mean, we saw that in game 1 and game 2. That kind of actually for this game was also very shaky. So we'll see if we can tighten up. Again, does need to take a moment here, take a breath, take a moment, and we'll see how he feels when he returns. For now, going on a short break, we'll be back in a couple of minutes, in 3 minutes time, with the conclusion of Gabe versus Goblin. See you soon after the break. and welcome back, everyone. Oh, welcome back to our series here, to a qualifying match to our best of 7 between Gabe and Goblin. We are jumping in and spawning in the top left-hand corner. We do have the German Terran player. We have the red Terran. It is Hero Marine. Jesus. And in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Croatian Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss. It is Goblin. Here we go. We are going to be settling in to game number 6. Oh, here we go. And again, Gabe is on match point. Gabe is on match point. He's up 3-2, and one more game, and he will claim the series and advance on into the Esports World Cup. Goblin has to fight back here and now to have a chance at the ace match. To have a chance here, another chance, another opportunity to make it. Oh boy. Here we go. And again, Goblin had a really strong start to the series, but as we have mentioned over the past 3 games here, it has been all about the early game defense, the early game aggression out of Gabe has been very successful when it comes to dealing critical economic damage that Goblin has not been able to recover from. It just hasn't happened. Like, time and time again, he'll bleed out workers, lose an expansion, and fall behind and stay behind. We'll see if Gabe will pull that off again. Once again, double gas to open out of Gabe, going for a faster factory. We'll see if he goes for another tank drop. We'll see if he goes for another Cloak Banshee setup. Our eyes are on Goblin. Sorry, our eyes are on Gabe. When it comes to Goblin here, he's been going for these safer openers, but despite that, has been torn apart. I say safer openers, we haven't seen him stay on 2 bases a little bit longer, take gases and go for a Robo or go for a Storm. He's been going for 3-gate Blink into a 3rd time and time again, but has been having a hard time maintaining those bases and maintaining that economy. Let's go. Let's jump into game number 6. Reaper does poke in. Pokes into the bases. We do have a tech lab on the way on the factory, so it is going to be Reaper into reactor and factory into tech lab. No Hellion. No Hellion, no mine drop. Lab is done, going for the early Cyclone into Starport, into, I would imagine, Cyclone drop initially, but after that could go for an add-on swap into in towards Banshee play, or could keep the Tech Lab and go for a tank drop. We'll see. We shall see. The hallucination does get eyes on the setup. Yeah, there it is, tank drop. Okay, so we have the answer here. It's going to be Cyclone into tank, no add-on swap into medevac into tank drop across the map. So really fast tank production here by Gabe. And we've seen this build twice so far in the series. We saw it on Ultra Love, and of course we saw it a couple of games ago as well on Torches. We saw it on Torches. We saw it on Ultra Love. Hallucination does come into the tank, he knows. Okay, now Goblin is aware, but can Goblin stop this? Can he save his throws this time? So he does spot the drop. He's aware. Okay, he's rallying across the map. We do see Goblin trying to engage ahead of time. Going for the Cyclone. Very nice control. Saves the Cyclone. Cyclone is saved. Stalker is... sorry, the Cyclone is going to be sniped. Tank is a little bit far back. Going for the Cybercore. Marines going straight for the main base mineral line. And probes are going to be targeted. He gets so far 1, gets 2, gets 3. 3 probes going to be going down. Gets 3 workers. Nice mining time. A nice start here for Gabe. And the tank does unsiege, does get the hell out of there. Okay. Now what I will say is, once the opener dies down here, this is damage, true, from Gabe, but no critical damage. Not like last time, or not like the past 3 games. Oh, meanwhile, Goblin does try to punish. One more volley, doesn't quite get the tank, was close. It was close. Tank does survive. There was one volley that was wasted on the Marines earlier. The tank does make it out. Does make it out. Nice Raven Crasher into the bases. Does hit the third. Going for the natural as well. At the same time, Goblin going for the counterattack. Let's go. SCVs are going to be falling. So we do have a back and forth. Yeah, 4, 5, 6 SCV kills. Gabe has nothing at home to defend, by the way. He has a handful of Vanilla Marines. And he's using so many SCVs. For the first time in a long time, Goblin with a stronger early game. Yeah, much stronger start, but oh god, here comes the main army. Takes down the shield battery. Goes to the Archosis pylon. Will deny charge. Yeah, charge is depowered. Ay. Without charge, it's gonna be a tough hold. Stalkers are coming from behind. Goes to the blink. Dives on the tanks. Boys are being pulled. He gets 1. He gets 2. He's gonna get all 3 tanks, but at a cost. Yeah, 7 probe kills. This would have been a cleaner game here. If he had just had charge finishing up after the fact. So we have it back and forth. That does boost away. Does boost away. Goblin catching up some of the ByuN. Remember, charge is done. But still a very back and forth early game. Both players did sustain losses. Once again, making use of that healing pad. Love to see it. Do love to see it here. Double jump into the main. Goblin's keeping up. He deflects the drop. Main army in between the bases. Goblin trying to surround. Who surrounds who? Might also get baited out. Chop towards the Cybercore. Should get the snipe. Not bad. Cybercore goes down. Gateway as well. Golden building up his own Colossus. 4th base is on the way. Gabe is trying to stem in. Goblin, he's vulnerable right now. Where's the rest of the army? Waiting for warp pins. Bay goes down. Colossus still in production. And Gabe just forcing his way in, going for the Robo. Yeah, brutal pick off here. Takes out the Robo, denies the Colossus. And without the Colossus, how do we defend? How do we hold on? With the boys. Boys are being pulled. Goblin getting desperate. Gabe, has he done it? It looks like he has. Yeah, he has done it. He will overwhelm. Things they weren't looking too bad here for Goblin, but unfortunately, last he lost the Robo. Charge was denied as well. It was delayed earlier. Things have just got out of hand far too quickly here. Escape, he busts into the main. Gets into the middle line. More probes going to be going down. Still rallying just across the map. And despite Goblin taking down Gabe last week in the EWC European Qualifier, despite having a 2-0 lead as well, Gabe, he recovered. He was able to recover, able to lock in. He locked in, baby. Let's go. And he is getting his revenge. Getting his revenge here. As Goblin, he's holding, takes down a couple of medevacs. But Gabe, he just has to consolidate his army, wait for reinforcements, and move in once again. With the second wave, with the second push. And now moving forward. Different game state here if there was a Colossus. Of course, there is none. Was sniped earlier. We have a 7 gateway explosion. Goblin, he can't spend his money. Yeah, gateways went down earlier. And with that, the base has been broken. The third falls. And from here, he can go for the fourth. True. Yeah, there's a scan. Spots a fourth base. He wants it. Wednesday bar as well. GG gets called, and Gabe, he will claim the series 4-2. Gabe, here in Marine, he will qualify for the Esports World Cup. GG. Ga, papi, ga. GG, well played. A very impressive comeback here from Gabe. He started things off down to 0. It was a crazy start to the series, is what I will say. Goblin had momentum, but alas, Gabe, he was able to recover. He was able to have some very aggressive openers, very aggressive builds. He was able to excel with them as well to be able to overwhelm Goblin with Cloak Banshees, with early tank drops as well. My heart goes out to Goblin. He had an amazing performance here in this year's EWC qualifiers. No one expected Goblin to be here, to be this close to making it to Esports World Cup. That is crazy. For Goblin to have beaten Gabe, for Goblin to have beaten Spirit, for Goblin to have beaten Lambo as well during the European qualifiers, for Goblin to even be here in the global qualifier as well, and even beating GuMiho earlier. Like Goblin, he had a really, and even here in this series, like he had a really strong showing, really strong performance in these qualifiers. But last barely doesn't cut it. And that's the brutal thing here about these qualifiers. You know, only one can rise, the other must fall. And in this case, it was Gabe. It was Gabe. He does rise. He will be a part of the Esports World Cup. Congratulations to Gabe. My condolences to Goblin. Again, would have been a lovely kind of dark horse story to have followed him. Again, he was the underdog coming into this series. He's the underdog of the qualifier, even alongside Lemon, of course. And again, made it close, made it far, but barely didn't quite make it through. GG, well played. I hope that he's able to walk away with this a little bit satisfied. Like, I know that it's heartbreaking to lose a series like this, but again, to make it this far in the qualifier, to make it this close to EWC was an amazing feat here from Goblin. An amazing feat. Something to be proud of course. GG, well played. GG, well played. Much love here to Goblin. And again, congratulations to Here Marine. Congratulations. With that, we have one series left. We have one series remaining here. Oh my god, Jesus. We have one series remaining. It is going to be one final best of 7 between another Terran and another Protoss. It's going to be ByuN versus Astrea. Oh boy, Astrea, he was able to pop off earlier. Astrea, he was able to deny GuMiho, shut GuMiho down, and knock GuMiho out of the qualifier. And he is now one step closer to making it into the main event. We're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we have that final series ready for you. See you soon after the break. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, we have returned here with the Esports World Cup, with the EWC 2025 Global Qualifier Day number 2, with the final qualifying match of the broadcast. We just wrapped up with Gabe versus Goblin. Did go the way of Goblin. Sorry, did go the way of Gabe, but Goblin barely did not quite make it through. But again, an intense series back and forth nonetheless. But now we have one final TVP: ByuN versus Astrea. Let's go. Again, Astrea, he just finished up knocking GuMiho out of the tournament, and as we mentioned it, as we're just jumping right on in, let's go. As spawning in the bottom left corner of lane lines, we have the American Protoss player, we have the red Protoss, it is Astrea. And going for the proxy across the map, we have the South Korean Terran player, we have the blue Terran representing Team Vitality, it is ByuN. And we have not just one, but 2 SCVs being sent across the map as we speak, going for the proxy. Let's go, going for the proxy 2 ranks. But again, as we were getting into this, Astrea, he is in his best matchup. This is where he thrives in. We spoke about this. For Goblin, his strongest matchup is PvT. For Astrea, likewise, his strongest matchup is PvT as well. They have different approaches. We have seen Astrea pop off and excel in longer macro games, and that is where he can thrive. We'll see if he can get there, though. I mean, already we have ByuN with the proxy to shut him down ahead of time. Now, with this probe scout, Astrea, he's going to confirm that the Rax is missing. He will be aware that there's nowhere to be found, but it comes down to his reaction to his response. Likewise, ByuN, are we going for the tech labs here? Has one gas geyser back at home initially. Do we go 2x Reaper, or do we go into Marauder? Meanwhile, we have the gate cyber expand. Yep, there it is. Marauder's going to be on the way. So proxy Marauder here out of ByuN. Astrea, he is scouting. He is checking here for that proxy location. We'll move over towards the third base location here. Checks the third, moves in towards the linear third base, and he will find this. He will confirm. So nice scouting here for... Oh, actually, I swear I saw a tech lab. I guess we canceled. Never mind. Okay, did cancel. Wait a minute. Is he faking Marauder? Because he started the tech lab early, then he canceled. Starts it again, and then he cancels. I'm loving the fake out here. So Astrea, as you can see, he is reacting to what he believes is proxy Marauder when it isn't. As you can see here, the tech lab was cancelled, and we're already floating back home, and you can see the mind games come into play. ByuN, he's forcing an overreaction out of Astrea. He's forcing Astrea to contain himself on one base longer than he needs to. Wow, yeah, one base. Shield batteries, True Bar was just cancelled. Robo's on the way. No expansion. And with that, we do see that ByuN is floating back home, is calming down, is getting to a longer game. Oh my god. Okay. So again, the mind games here out of ByuN. We saw something similar previously, actually, between Astrea and GuMiho. Did you see something similar? As ByuN is setting up back at home, is happily expanding, happily settling in. Oh, right, sorry, my apologies. If you're in the chat, my apologies. You know what time it is. How could I forget? It's time to gamba. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. As a reminder, best of 7. This is a full best of 7 here, and already we've had quite an intense matchup, quite an intense start to the game. Typically, whenever we start a series, and if we start things off with a cheese or with a proxy, that's often when I forget to do predictions, just because I'm locked into the game. So I do apologize. But yes, predictions now open in the chat. Place your bets. ByuN a lot more aggressive, 100%. I do feel like ByuN is a little more willing to go for 2 base all-ins if need be. For now, he's settling into his own 2-1-1 setup. Tank production has begun. CC on the high grounds. And there's going to be a Twilight Council opener out of Astrea. Let's open Twilight Council. Twilight Council most likely into Blink. Ooh, nice scan here. Nice catch out of ByuN. Does spot the Observer. Observer goes down. Charge on the way from Astrea. I do like this, actually. So charge is a really good way to shut down a tank-based all-in early on, assuming that ByuN would go for something like that. We do see that stim is being prioritized, so really fast stim out of ByuN, insanely fast stim, most likely getting ready for an early push for a 3-1-1 stim timing. Yeah, third Rex is on the way. Tank production has begun. So hyper aggression here out of ByuN. Is being hyper aggressive. Hallucination scouts. Ooh, I don't think saw the tech lab. I don't think he saw the racks. Regardless, is at least aware of the tanks. This charge will soon complete. It's going to charge the Lord's Archon into early storm. Now, as you can see here for Astrea, he's actually going for 2 gases and a Temple Archives before expanding. So this is very safe. This is like insanely safe play out of Astrea, delaying his third base, and this also means that there's a high chance that Storm is going to be ready in time for the push. Scan. Oh. Takes down the Observer. Nice catch. Now, what's important about sniping these observers here is not just lack of vision, but the lack of awareness of when the push commits across the map. ByuN ideally wants to sneak out. So you can see Storm has begun. Storm has begun. As we mentioned, like, this is just really, really safe 2-base play out of Astrea, going for a delayed third base into incredibly fast Storm. And again, I believe Storm will be done in time for the push. Like, Astrea, I think he should be fine here. Assuming that ByuN commits and doubles down. Storm is already halfway done. It's already halfway done. Blink is now on the way. Now, there is a bit of a give and take. Because we didn't open Blink, it does mean that, as we snipe another... Oh my... Like, ByuN! Jesus! Like, yeah. Oh my god. He's got 20/20 vision, mate. Oh my god. Ay, papi. Mate, he just senses the observers. He just knows. He sees everything. He is Neo. As that's going to be the 4th observer coming in. Yo, does he spot it? Based on that Cyclone movement, he might be aware. Jesus. So ByuN, calm down. So more observers moving out. ByuN, he will expand. Double drop into the main base. Remember, this is hitting with Stim. Hitting with Stim. Does him to the bases. Again, Astrea, he missed this move out as he was just being, as the observer was just getting sniped time and time again. Doesn't get much more done from here, but does snipe both pylons. Depowers everything in the main. Yeah, denies Blink. Does boost away. Very nice big here from ByuN. And ByuN is expanding. Remember, he is not going for the all-in. He will expand. Takes out another pylon. Delays the 4th. Yes, without sniping the High Templar. Storm is available, but no storms yet. Doesn't I? Doesn't I? Rotating down. Scan takes it again. ByuN. God. He sees every little shimmer. Takes down the observer. Zelrama here towards the 3rd base. ByuN, he's forced back home. This will delay him. Picking up a couple of SCVs. Forcing a bit of friendly fire. Meanwhile, Prism into the main. Not bad. Getting more SCV kills. And again, he does force ByuN all the way back home here. Further back into the natural. Further back into the main base. 11 SCVs. Not bad. 11, 12, 13, 14. Can we get 15? 16? Gets a full minute run. Gets a full minute. The two zealots. They're popping off. Oh my god. 16, 17, 18 SCVs. And with that, Astrea, he does cripple the economy here of ByuN down to 39 workers. Ay, barely an economy. Now, ByuN, he did deny the 4th base of Astrea. That's true, but even still, that's still nowhere near as much. Nowhere near enough. Astrea back at home, settling into Colossus production. And thanks to this one observer here, it took a long time to get this observer up and running, of course, but if there were to be a push, Astrea would see it. He would see, he would know. For now, he knows that he's safe enough. Just focus on economy, focus on teching, focus on upgrades. Get double forge, double upgrades on the way. Bay as well for Colossus. Fourth base getting saturated. Astrea almost up to 80 workers. Astrea getting further and further ahead. What ByuN is really, what his big advantage, I should say, is the army. He has tanks, he has ghosts, he has wind mines. In a longer game, Astrea will outscale ByuN. And here comes the storm. Once again, delaying the push. Astrea just needs time. He just has to buy time for extra warp ins. Fifth expansion on the which he's getting a fifth. Getting a fifth base. Again, just getting further ahead. Astrea's in the driver's seat. He sees a move out. He does see the move out. Sees Zelt's getting ready for a counterattack. For a run by. ByuN, he rotates towards the south side. Pushing to the center. Is spotted by the observer. God damn it, Astrea. Every time. Storm's heading away. To be fair, I think that was ByuN, right? I think. Oh god. Storms, they do connect. And again, it's all about buying time. Remember, Astrea, he's max. Astrea's maxed out. He has a greater economy. He just has to trade, slow down the army. Take it slow. So it's trying to catch the army. Better trade for ByuN. Like Astrea collapsing on the main force. Not quite getting on top of the tanks. Not quite. ByuN, he's holding his own. Catching at the sentry. Ooh, we'll take a storm to the face. High Templar going to be going down. And ByuN, he has to send it. He has to send it here and now. He has to keep going. He cannot stop. Pushing up the ramp. The last there are still storms left over. Still storms left. We have a flanking High Templar coming in. Ooh, we'll go down. Zelta coming from behind. He gets us around. And Astrea just swallows off the army. Takes down the tanks. Chasing down the ghosts. And again, Astrea reinforcing with 2 Colossus at a time. That's a lot of Colossus. Rotates over. The observer does spot the lack of anything here at the third. Takes down the bunker. Pulls away. Sees the army rotation. Observer gets caught. Observer gets caught out, but there's still 2 more observers here. The observers, I still see everything. Despite all the scans. Astrea's crazy. And again, he's remaxed. Astrea's remaxed. Diving on the ghost. Oh, hot pick up. Nice control there by ByuN. So I'll save the ghost. Oh god. That's 3 Colossus. Probably moving in. Oh, I see MP. EMP pops off. Likewise, Astrea just containing his opponents, containing ByuN.
That field's been mined out.
Right. God damn, every time. God damn it. Glad in denial about Diva being the best announcer right there. No, no. You're in denial, Pappy. The copium. Obviously, it's Total Biscuit. Obviously. Best announcer. Here we go. Again, just containing his opponent. ByuN, he does claim a fourth, true. So, what's important here, even though Astrea's done a great job at containing his opponents, he is mass expanding, by the way, taking as many bases as possible. ByuN does establish a fourth base, so he does have the ability to maintain himself. We could end up in another, like, 40-minute game, by the way. From here, Astrea can now start teching. Into what? Into Sky Toss. Into a Stargate, into a Fleet Peak, and start getting ready for a longer game state. Nice Storm. But Astrea, he's starting to work on that bank. The bank is building up for Astrea. And so far, it looks like he's coming to a ground army. No Skytos tech yet. Likewise, drops into the main. Going for another warp in. This time is denied. It does get a couple of SCVs here at the natural. But I'm a little bit concerned for Astrea just because ByuN, he's turned up quite nicely here. Astrea's getting a couple of SCVs, but he's not really breaking these expansions, or at least he shouldn't. Which means what are we spending this money on? Again, we should be taking towards Skytos here, I feel. Just because ByuN, he's defending. He's defending, he's holding. ByuN is now maxed out. Like, this would be the time. Yep, there it is. Stargate's out of the way. I do feel like this is a little bit late for Astrea. I feel like this decision could have been made, like, maybe a minute, 2 minutes ago. But he's on the way, right? He's on the way. And again, the reasoning for this is because ByuN's on 4 bases. Like, he's survived until 4. He's maxed. Oh, God. Brutal Storms. But he's hunkered it. He's like, you know, he's locked in. He's locked in. He's turtled up. So now it's time to tech. From here, I wouldn't be opposed to Stargate into a second Cyber Core into double Skytos upgrades. Then into just mass Stargate into Fleet Beacon. Ten observers getting called out. Let's go. There's 4 left. We'll take note of that. There's a Fleet Beacon. There's +1 air attack. Second Stargate. Astrea's getting there. Third Stargate. Fourth Stargate. Jeez. Getting into 4 Stargates. Still no second Cyber Core. So it doesn't quite go for the double upgrades yet. But again, this is the correct thing to do. Like, Astrea has to work towards Tempest. Because he can no longer, like, break this position. He is at least investing into shield upgrades as well. Goes into the bases, gets shut down, as we mentioned, like with ByuN's looking very, very well defended. So here we go. Storm does own. Super annoyed listening to the caster saying ByuN is out of this. I don't think I've said that necessarily. If you recall, I was talking about how once ByuN got his 4th base up and running, like, he's secure. And right now it's on Astrea to tech up, to get into Skytos. If he can get there, then he should be able to just, you know, secure himself here and start to whittle away at the air-based army, at the Liberators, at the setup of ByuN. Until then, ByuN, he's slowly breaking out, getting another expansion. Like, we've been here before. Basically, right now it's on Astrea to perfect his army. God, I keep hearing Diva. Aye, aye, aye. Again, so unsteady here from the side of ByuN. We have to just slowly take more bases. Get a 5th, get a 6th. It does feel like ByuN is doing a better job here than GuMiho when it comes to taking some of these bases. I mean, it's a different kind of map, right? We're not Ultra Love. Oh, Brutal Storms. Storms, Tempest production has begun. Yes, once again, like ByuN, he's been a lot more proactive here with these nukes, like just bullying his way forward. Oh, but this base is exposed. Yeah, there's nothing in the planetary. Zelda's gonna wait for this round. Can he save the base? Oh my god, Brutal Storms as well. SMV's gonna be going down, but the base does survive. Whew, just barely. Yeah, ByuN, he defends with the bare minimum, which means now he can keep focusing on that push on the right hand side. And move his way in. I believe Tempest production did begin here for Astrea, and again he has to slowly trade out some of these units for those Tempest. If you recall, we spoke about this in the GuMiho series, but that is kind of like the hardest part for Astrea, is to slowly trade out without losing too much. Go picking up some Liberators. Bottom right is going to go down. And the other scary thing here about ley lines as opposed to Ultra Love is that unlike the previous map, Astrea, he had the corner bases, right? He had the corner bases and he was able to outmine ByuN. Here he is outmining, but ByuN is taking control of these bases. And the contested bases haven't been taken by Astrea. I'm referring to the most southern base and the most northern base. Like, they're empty at the moment. And that is scary. For now though, Tempests are coming, making 4 Tempests at a time. He does now have a second Cyber Core, so now he's getting +2 and +1. So he's maintaining his upgrades. Here come the Tempest. Yes, here we go. He's made it. He's made it to the Tempest. And this is where now suddenly ByuN's army is lacking a little bit here. He does need more Vikings. It's all about that air Terran, like more Liberators, more Vikings. Alongside Ghosts, of course. And we spoke about how Astrea hasn't taken the fringe bases yet, but he's also denying this thing. Yeah, the planetary. Planetary goes down. Tempest save well. Really nice setup here alongside the cannons. Liberation setting up. Storm on the Vikings. Yeah, Vikings are going down. Barely any Vikings left. And without Vikings, how do you deal with these Tempests? You don't. Alright, Tempest, they just bully back the army. The Tempests have arrived. Just say, calm down, Astrea. But again, like Astrea, the hard part for him is over. Like we spoke about, like how difficult it can be to transition out of ground toss into sky toss, but he's got there. He's gotten there at this point. He denies the bases. ByuN doesn't really have what he needs to deal with sky toss, to deal with Tempest. And Astrea from here can overwhelm. And now he can start to outtrade his opponent. Like now Astrea can be the more efficient player. And this is what Astrea does best. This is where he's in his own. He's in his element. Like he's got his 10k bank. He's got his bases. He's cut the map in half. He's got his Tempest. Let's go. But what is really hurting ByuN here is just that really heavy Marauder army. He has to get rid of it. Has to trade it out. You can see ByuN is getting 2 more starports. Like, he knows that he needs to switch into something more air heavy. Astrea pulled it off. ByuN not quite. As his bases are going down. Here you go, the flanking nuke, let's go. Ada! Never mind. Hero would have won this map 5+ minutes ago. A hero would not play this kind of way. Like, hero would not get into Skytoss. Classic would. Classic, he does like playing this style as well. Hero, he's not that kind of player. Different kind of style, different kind of player. Once again, just barely catching up the ghost. Denies the storm. Straight to denies the nuke. Nicely done. As from here, ByuN attempting to expand. Once again, being bullied back. Now, ByuN, he is slowly building up his Viking counts. He's up to, I want to say, what does he have? 10? Soon to be 12? Viking count is slowly building up. And once again, we've been here before. If there ever is a moment where Astrea would lose a fight to the mass Viking, like, he is prepared here for the mass ground switch. I say that I haven't seen the gateway count yet, but he should have like around 20 or so gateways. Good decent storm. Once again, zones away. You can see ByuN making just more Vikings. Collapsing the army. ByuN establishing another base, at least trying to. Oh. Planetary is almost done. Storm in the middle line. SCV is going to be going down. Yeah, nice storms. With that, 13 SCV kills. Astrea rotating down. As he rotates down, ByuN is taking the northern base. Map is being cut in half. Terra needs to know how to deal with this Tempest? No. BCs take bonus damage from Tempest because they count as massive units. BCs are not what you want against Tempest. You just want to go into Mass Viking. You want to go into Mass Viking with your Ghost support, of course, and Liberators. That's why ByuN is trying to get there. ByuN is trying to get there. That's why he's making as many Vikings as he can. The problem here is that, again, he did have a really rough mid-game getting into this, maintaining his economy. He is able to get some bases up and running, so I'm impressed. True. ByuN, his mass expanding. Still being bullied back by the main army, by the Tempest. Set the planetary. And the reality here is that there's no pressure for Astrea. Like, oh my god, brutal storms. Is that he just has to poke in, deny bases, pull away, rotate. He's pushing forward once again. Very patient play here by Astrea. Pokes in, gets a volley off. Ideally, ByuN wants to lure the army further out into the open, away from the cannons, away from the shield batteries. But Astrea's just been very, very careful with his movements, making sure he stays protected. Okay, we're good to wait for like another half an hour, man. We're good to go. Oh, nice rotation. Yo, a big shout out to Super Kaito in the chat. Gab, oh my god, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the rate. Oh, sorry, for subscribing for 37 months. Thank you, thank you. So long. Over 3 years of support. Thank you, Super Kaito. Thank you. Always appreciate it. Thanks for asking EWC qualifiers. Ah, de nada, baby, de nada. You're welcome. You're welcome. Nice cleanup though. Basically, because Astrea was busy taking down the base towards the northern side of the map, we do clean up all these cannons. So nice cleanup there from ByuN. But he still did. Oh god, still takes some storms to the face. And again, Astrea can still afford to replenish this. And there we go, throwing down a wall of stasis traps or stasis fields. The minefield is set. Nuke zone. Nuke does zone away. And ByuN, we've been here before with GuMiho. He's running out of money. He's running out of gas. More importantly, he needs another base. Oh. Uh-oh. Okay, yeah, we're good. But he's running out of gas. He needs another base. He needs gases to maintain himself. Otherwise, he'll just run out of steam and he'll be just forced into an all-in. He's just now taking gases bottom right. You can see top left. Ah, god, no, he needs the base. He needs the expansion. Astrea's moving in. Hiding back. Nice storms. Yeah, storms are brutal here on the ByuN army. Kites away to the wall of cannons and shield batteries. Astrea just loves to torture his opponents. This is the correct way to play this out. Like, I should hammer that home. I think I've seen some people say like, oh, like he likes to drag things out or something. It's like, no, this is just like this. This is the correct way to play. Like, is just being like hyper efficient with your Tempest. Is taking it slow, knocking down these fringe bases, denying mining. You could argue that because he's ahead enough, he can take chances to be more aggressive and to be more assertive, and he has a large enough bank where he can afford to make mistakes, right? And he can afford to take a bad fight and just remax from there. For sure, I understand that. I think that's where... Oh, okay. Nuke is denied. But that's where, like, I think that's where... like different players would make that decision, right? To take a bad fight, to lose an army, but to, like, you know, to make it be worth it anyway. Astrea does pull away. But there's also like ways that ByuN would be able to come back, right? Like you're leaving yourself vulnerable for your opponent to actually have a comeback in the game and actually have a chance to recover in some way. Here, like Astrea, he's just securing the win. He's like, I'm just not gonna give ByuN that chance. We're gonna take a I'm gonna pick off one Viking at a time until eventually you have nothing left. Ah. Once again, just trying to zone the army back, trying to stop the tide of cannons. Meanwhile, mass recall on the right hand side. Oh, sorry, towards the left. Once again, denying the most important mining base. Takes down the CC. And again, as you mentioned, like ByuN has no income. Like, yeah, right? He's out of money, out of resources. Long distance mining, it's all he can do back. Here comes Astrea. Nuke will land. Oh, barely not. Would you see ByuN going for the dive? He's all in. Like the one final push here. He's had enough waiting. Oh god, takes a little storms to the face. Runs through the storms. Astrea is up to how many Tempests? Jesus. Yeah, just moving in. And all that Astrea has to do is just maintain control of this base. Like, this is the most important would-be base for ByuN, to have some kind of economy. As he's running on fumes. Nothing left behind this. Goes off, buying some time. ByuN collapsing in. But yeah, it's funny how the series starts, because if you remember, the series started the same way for GuMiho. Same way. Different map, of course, was on Ultra Love, if you recall. But Astrea was able to pop off in the same way at the start of the series versus GuMiho, forcing out a 45-minute game. Nice mining. I need, one of these days I have to get used to like taking a screenshot of the map order. That's what I'm thinking of right now. I mean, again, we spoke about this during the GuMiho series. There are certain maps that are better for this kind of style. There are other maps where it's more difficult to cut the map in half. So I feel like a lot of the playstyle from ByuN will also probably adapt depending on what map's going to be coming up next. From here, trying to dive in. Once again, Astrea, he pulls back to the safety of his cannons. a brutal stasis. Oh god, oh no, there's so many ghosts here. So many ghosts got caught out by the stasis. Ay, ay, ay. And he shouldn't escape. I should lose them. Should. It does commit. Oof, Ghost gonna be going down. More Nova's going off. Storm on the Vikings. And that's gonna be the final Vikings here. The final fight for ByuN. He commits, he'll lose everything. The Vikings going down. Storm on the Bio. Tempest, they hold their own. And with that, Astrea, he's looking to take a lead here in this series, in this best of 7. GG gets called, and Astrea takes game number 1. Whew, GG. Again, a strong start here for Astrea, winding up back. Essentially, it was, what, during the first 15-ish minutes of the, oh my god. 15-ish minutes of the game, where Astrea was able to take a lead. If you recall, he was able to eviscerate the economy. He killed, was it 29 SCVs? 24? Like over 20. Over 20 workers went down to a Zealot run by at the third base and to Zealots in towards the main as well. It was brutal critical damage. And after that lead, that's where Astrea was able to expand, able to tech up, able to gain map control. That's how this began. Bear that in mind. For those that maybe weren't here for the start of the game, but Astrea had just a very, very strong start, which allowed him to get into a position where he was able to just mass expand and just take advantage of the map itself. We spoke about how momentum-based TVP is, and it can be really brutal to try to recover from that. It's actually quite similar to what we saw between Gabe and Goblin, where Goblin was losing a lot of workers early on. He was losing his third base or losing 10 to 20 workers to Banshee Harass, for example, and Goblin was just perpetually behind, and that's what happened in the last 3 to 4 games in Goblin series versus Gabe. Here it's quite similar what we just saw, where ByuN, instead, he's the one that lost a bunch of workers early on. He lost map control, he lost his economy, and he was playing catch up from there. There were certain instances here in the game where there were maybe some opportunities, or when Astrea was at his most vulnerable, specifically when it came to him transitioning into his Skytoss army. We spoke about it, how his Stargates and his Cybercores were a little bit later than we could have seen, and likewise, bleeding off units and switching into Tempest can leave you vulnerable, but once he got his mass Tempest up, it was solid. Once he got it up and running, then he was secure. Then there was, yeah, just very little that ByuN could do. But again, just to re-emphasize, a big reason for that is that ByuN fell behind early. Did fall behind. GG well played. With that, Astrea does claim a lead, and now we're getting ready for game number 2. Getting ready for game 2 here, and we'll see what map we load into next. Let's go. When it comes to maps which are a little bit more viable for this kind of style, maps like Ultralove, maps like, I want to say Maganatha as well. I mean, Maganatha is a little bit wider, but I do feel like you can take map control of Maganatha and can take over. I do think that's, oh, sorry, I meant to say Tokamak. I think Maganatha is going to be a little bit more awkward just because of the base layouts, but yeah, we could probably see that as well. On some of these smaller maps, it's going to be more difficult. Like, for example, Persephone, I do feel like you can be more aggressive as a Terran player to be more active on the map. Pylon as well, 100%. So depending on the map, we can lend towards one style or the other. And we'll see. We'll see how ByuN will approach this. We'll see what kind of maps we'll lead into next. Let's go. Let's go. Here we go. We are going to be settling in and getting ready for our next game. I'll play Terran. Just wondering here, would it be more viable to go and make Master Raven against disable the Tempest? Not really. Trying to build up a Tempest count, and likewise trying to actually get within range to disable the Tempest. Sorry, trying to build up a Raven count and getting within range to disable that as well doesn't sound very viable. Bearing in mind that means that you're going to be sacrificing Viking production and sacrificing army production in favor of spellcasters that have to build up energy over time. Oh, here we go. We're getting into the next game. Once again, just to reiterate, it's the lack of economy and just the rough start that did lead to that kind of game state. Ideally, you do want to go into Masked Viking. Masked Viking Liberator Ghost to deal with that sort of style. The composition that ByuN was leaning towards was the correct one, but again, the game state itself wasn't really helping him in that regard. But here we go. Getting to our next game. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner here of ByuN, we do have the American Protoss. It is Astrea, the red Protoss. In the top left-hand corner of the advertisement, we do have the South Korean Terran player for Team Vitality. It is ByuN. Let's go. We'll get there. Whew. But again, welcome on to ByuN. ByuN is one of the smaller maps in that pool. All-ins are favored on this map. Double gas opener here out of ByuN. We do expect to see an all-in out of ByuN here on ByuN. It is the expected thing to do. Again, the bases here are more open, and the rush distance by ground is a lot shorter as well. We have seen a lot of players struggle to deal with these all-ins from Terran, where you can commit, you can pull the boys, you can be hyper aggressive. I say from Terran in general in every matchup, really, like you can be more aggressive here on ByuN. So I do feel like this map does favor ByuN. I do think that it's going to be more difficult here for Astrea to get into that kind of like end game style, but I mean, he doesn't have to, right? It's like we could see Astrea himself be more aggressive here. Both players will have to adapt and adjust depending on the map that they load into. So coming into ByuN, we do expect to see more aggressive tendencies here from both players, from both sides. Here we go. For now, double gas. Now, when it comes to our double gas opener, we are going Reaper first. We'll see if we go into an earlier tech lab. We'll see if we go for early tanks or early Banshee play. Of course, Gabe was very fond of Banshee play in his series against Goblin, and Banshees, I mean, they have permeated throughout the Korean meta as well. But we'll see. Here we go. It's going to be Reactor after said Reaper. Starport's on the way. Did we get a tech lab? I don't think we did. Wait, what? Am I crazy? Okay, there we go. Tech lab's now on the way. Tech lab's in production on that factory. Twilight Council open out of Astrea, so Twilight Council into Blink, so standard open out of Astrea. From here, we should be going into extra gateways. Astrea, because of the map itself, he may decide to be even safer and go for extra gases on 2 bases in towards Storm before taking a third. We'll see how safe Astrea plans on being. So now, Medevac is on the way, opening up Singular Widowmine. Say Singular has enough time here for a second. Never mind. Okay, so Singular Widowmine into early tanks. So early tank production here out of ByuN. Meanwhile, Astrea does throw down 2 more gateways. It is going to be 3 gate blink. And it does spot the drop. So 3 gate blink out of Astrea. Have the drop on the right hand side. Tanks are massing up back at home. And Astrea, he's following the medevac, or at least trying to. Does overshoot. Drop towards the natural. Astrea's in position. Widowmine does borrow. And, oh, does get off. Takes down 1 probe. Just 1. Nice defense here by Astrea. So far, so good. Behind this, going into tank into Banshee play. Okay. Does switch into Banshee. No cloak. No cloak. No upgrade there. Just take Banshee. Hallucination doesn't quite confirm whether or not cloak is being researched. But do you see what I see? Gases. Gases at the natural, Robo as well, so, and the Temple Archive. So as we mentioned, I was curious to see if Astrea was going to delay his third in favor of tech. He is. So late third base out of Astrea. He's rushing into Robo into Storm as well on 2 bases. If you remember, I believe Astrea did the same thing last game as well. Just really safe play from Astrea. Oh, as Ryan's pushing through the center, Astrea trying to force the army back home, trying to catch reinforcements, and here comes Ryung. Ooh, and Astrea, can he hold against this? Does have the Immortal in the way. It's gonna be a tough hold. Ryung for now going for the pylon. Astrea, he does try to catch reinforcements. Marine's gonna be going down. Can he get the tank? It's gonna be close, but he might be able to. Yeah, tank does go down. Nice pickup. Ryung turns around. Turns back around. Goes from here. Ryung, he's running out of steam. Has to back off. Astrea holds. Astrea, he does hold on. Now, the one downside here is that, again, Astrea, he intentionally delayed his third base in favor of all this tech. He's got the Immortal, he has the Stalkers, he has Charge, and he has Storm as well. And he was hoping that Ryung would commit. Ryung doesn't commit. He pulls back home. He pulls back home. Third TC is on the way. Third Nexus for Astrea. Now the pressure's on Astrea to actually make use of this tech and use it in some way, shape, or form. Ooh, brutal tank shots. Astrea not quite able to break through. And now we're gearing up towards a longer game. Both players are expanding. Banshees are deflected. Remember, no cloak. There is no cloak. So no need for detection. Storm's coming in. Ooh, going for the feedbacks. Very nice. Oh my god. Astrea, calm down. Shuts down both Banshees. Very nice. Astrea rallying out. He's got plenty of High Templar, plenty of Storm. Again, Astrea wants Ryung to push. Like, Astrea wants this army. But Ryung's just expanding. Getting a third. Coming into this game set, I actually think that Ryung's in a decent position. Just because he did have the maturity to just back off and expand. But I believe he should be contained, is the problem. And now Astrea, as soon as he sees a third, fourth. Bam. Fourth base on the way. Second Forge, double upgrades. Oh, Ryung pushing out, running into Storms. Storm does zone. Prism does sneak behind. Goes to the Storm drop. Not many SCVs to Storm, actually. And not ideal. Storm's not really connecting. Zealot Rambai does hit the natural. But here comes the push. Here comes Ryung. Once again, Storms, they just tickle the army. They graze the army, I should say. Oh, the friendly fire. Oh my god. Brutal friendly fire. 11, 12 SCV kills. Not like this. But Ryung has a massive army. Yeah, SCVs are going down. Ryung, he's all in. Ryung, he's all in. 21 SCV kills. He has to break the expansion with this force. The Storms for Astrea have been lackluster. Astrea, he's in trouble here. The base is under fire. You have a flanking Storm. It's catching a lot of Marauders. Oh, the Prism! Oh my god, yeah, inattentive. Prism goes down. Nice snipe. And again, Astrea, he has to back off from here. He will abandon the base. Base goes down. Does at least evacuate the mineral line. Saves the probes. Catching reinforcements. Again, really patient play here by Astrea. He cannot fight the main army. Not yet. He has to respect those tanks. Tanks are on siege. And he's also hit the mineral line once again. Catching more reinforcements. Killing more SCVs. The main army, though, is still gaining ground. Better Storm. Much better. Yeah, one of my shots about to go off. Oh, brutal connections. Still cleans up the ghost. Nice mine connections. Ryung does hold back at home, but the main army a little bit smaller than it once was. Astrea collapsing in. Dives on the army, can he get on top of the tanks? Nice target firing here on top of the High Templar. Yeah, Templar targeted down one after the other. No storms. There's one High Templar left. But Astrea holds. Yeah, Astrea, he holds. He shuts down the army. And again, Ryung was completely all in. He's down to less than half the worker count. Astrea, he holds, he defends. Now saturating the base on the left-hand side. Almost a ninja base. That was the fourth, but I guess now, still the fourth. So let's say Astrea transfers. And now he's getting further ahead. He's getting further ahead from here. He survived the aggression. And now he's got 74 probes. Plus 2 is about to finish. Storm is amassing. And Ryung, he had to end the game with that push, and unfortunately he wasn't able to. He wasn't able to end the game. Did not kill Astrea. Astrea has to calm down. Like this, oh my god. There's not much reason for Astrea to be active like this. Has to be careful. So the runway hit towards the left-hand side. Astrea does cause a distraction. Now getting to +3, second forge. Astrea being active. Prism moves out towards the natural. Ryung, he still has potential with this army. He's got a lot of ghosts, a lot of EMPs. Ooh, Zelsa hit the third base once again. They punish the economy. Ryung looking for a way in. Oh, he's about to get surrounded. Astrea setting up for a flank, setting up for a surround. Zelsa coming in from behind. There's a minefield. Storms that don't quite connect. But Zelsa cleans the minefield. Better storms here from Astrea. Yeah, and he just crushes the army. Brings everything down. We do land an EMP towards the end. But Ryung has almost nothing left. Almost nothing left here. He's got a couple of medevacs. A couple of ghosts. Yeah, he scans. Now he knows. Now he sees the base. He was unaware until now. Just how far behind he was. Oh, he hasn't seen that base side. Oh god. he doesn't know. And GG gets caught. He sees the army in Astrea. He will take a 2-0 lead. Whew. He will start things off with a 2 advantage. GG. GG. Yeah, strong start here for Astrea. Once again, we saw that Ryung, he was forced into an all-in. He was forced to be committed as he was moving out. He was just losing far too many cities back at home. The Zealot run-bys were brutal. The storm drops were a little bit less so. But again, Astrea, he had a really safe start to this game. As a reminder, winding it back, he did delay his third base intentionally, rushing into Storm, rushing into Immortals. Just a really, really defensive start out of Astrea. And Ryung kind of played into that. I was praising Ryung earlier for backing off and getting a third base, but then he pushed. Then he moved out, which is exactly what Astrea wanted. He wanted Ryung to commit, but just so he could make use of all the storms he had accumulated, of course. And with that, yeah, he kind of played into Astrea's hands. Astrea, he was able to force you all in, counterattacked. GG. GG, well played. Whew. With that, Astrea takes it to a lead, and we'll see if he can extend that lead even further here, or if Ryung can bounce back. Let's go. Let us go. So we're getting ready here for game number 3. And again, we'll see how Ryung will adjust here. I think what's scary is Astrea's opener. He went for the same one in game 1 as well, is that he has been delaying his expansion. He has been going for a much more safer start. I do think that greed is probably the best response to this, going for a better economy and going for a faster third CC. We'll see what ByuN decides to go for, though. Like, in my mind, I think there's a really good way to like take advantage of how late we do see the third base here from Astrea and try to kind of beat him to the mid game and excel there instead. But yeah, it comes down to ByuN. Comes down to what he prefers. Here we go. Which was DreamHack Dallas? DreamHack Dallas was like a month ago, maybe? It's like a month ago. It was a big offline event that happens. Not too long. I say a month ago, like 3 weeks? 3 weeks or a month? Like, jeez, how long has it been? Hasn't been too long. One, two, three. Was it over a month ago? Jesus. It was like end of May, right? End of May-ish? Yeah. Yeah, well, so around a month. Jesus. But it looks like our players that might be asking for a break here, which is understandable. Understandable. They need a moment. I'm sure ByuN needs a moment here to just take a breath and go over his builds and maybe adjust his approach as well. Oh, we'll see. We shall see. But yes, Maru, he qualified through DreamHack Dallas. If you recall, DreamHack Dallas was Maru, Classic, Solar, Shin, and... No, yeah, that's it. Mario, Classic, Solar, and Shin. They made it through DreamHack Dallas. Those are 4 players. Likewise, we had Hero qualifying through Season 1 of GSL, of course. Did qualify through Season 1. Who qualified through Season 2? Right, it would have been Rogue, right? So here we go. We're getting into our next game. Looks like the players, they have taken their break. They have taken a moment. And now we are jumping on in. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner here of Tokamak. We have the American Protoss player. We have the red Protoss. It is Astrea. Cool. Beautiful. Oh my god, Jesus. What is happening? What's going on with the zooms, Bappy? And spawning in the right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran for Team Vitality. It is ByuN. Here we go. Here we go. We're getting to our next game. We're getting into game number 3 here, and we'll see if Astrea can continue his reign or if ByuN can begin his comeback. Welcome to Tokamak. Interesting. So Tokamak is up next. So Tokamak is one of the more defensive maps in the map pool. Because of that, if you recall, I was talking about how I would like to see some more greedy play out of ByuN, just because of how defensive Astrea has been. But I would say I would caveat that. First things first, that's a gate expand by Astrea. Gate expand before Cybercore, so Astrea going for a very greedy start to this game. Meanwhile, ranks expand out of ByuN. So economic openers all around. The problem here with Tokamak is that, again, economic openers are going to be favored, of course. It is more easy to defend on 3 and 4 bases. You'd have a more secure setup. Rush distance by ground is longer as well. So it is more difficult to be aggressive on this map to begin with. So we'll see how many corners our players cut. Astrea, so far in this series, both Game 1 and Game 2, he has gone for these more defensive builds. He's been going for faster charge, going for faster storm, faster gases at the natural, late third bases. I feel like that should change coming to Tokamak. We should not see that. At least in my mind. Especially against an economic start. We could see ByuN try to catch Astrea off guard with an all-in. I was talking about how this map favors more defensive play, that's true, but you can still pull off some all-ins. Like, it's still possible to try to catch your opponent off guard. Especially if Astrea is maybe too greedy. Oh, hello. Reactor into add-on solver into reactor to Hellion production. Okay, we're mixing it up here. We've been casting a lot of TVP tonight. We have not seen this, not yet. So this looks like Reactor Reaper Hellion into most likely, sorry, Reactor Reaper, why do I keep saying Reactor Reaper? This looks like Reactor Hellion most likely into drop play. Never mind. So it's going to be double Hellion into Widowmine drop. The goal here is to split up your forces, to go for Hellions towards the natural, Widowmines towards the main, and try to find that opening, try to find some damage done. Try to find some economic damage even. So ByuN, he does mix it up, does mix up his opener. Back at home, we have a 2 more gates, so 3-gate blink out of Astrea, Robo as well, also on 2 bases, so really fast Robo out of Astrea for faster observers. And we'll see if he takes his gases. If he takes his gases, then he's going to be hyper safe. He shouldn't, but we'll see if he does. Here comes the mine drop. We could even try to send everything in together. I did mention how I expected a mine drop towards the main and Hellions towards the natural, but we could just bring it all together instead. And there it is, Astrea, he will expand. So faster third base for Astrea. And we'll see if ByuN can bust in and get some economic damage. Let's go. Can we get some probe kills? They boost in. They head towards the mineral line. They will burrow. Probes are lining up. Probes do line up. Widowmines do on burrow. Stalkers, so far they're holding their own. And we do get a Widowmine into the main. Oh my god, 1 probe. 5 in total. So far, 5 probe kills for 4 Widowmines. Astrea holds. Astrea, he holds, he defends. That could have been so much worse. Okay, I'll shut this down. At least the Medevac survives. But I'd say it overall a clean defense here from Astrea. Just losing 1 extra probe. As the clean feed gets a little bit dirty. It's okay. Behind this, we see ByuN following this up with Banshee play. So mine drop Hellions into Banshee play. Meanwhile, there are tanks in position, thankfully. Astrea going for his own counterattack, going for the tank. The tank is exposed. The tank is going to go down. Takes down the tank, pulls away, has control of the production, going for the add-ons. Oof, and this counterattack is brutal. ByuN, he invested so heavily here into his Widowmine and Hellion, and it did not do enough. Not enough damage, the final tank goes down. ByuN just getting pulled apart. Astrea looking dominant, barely does not get the Banshee. Hellions, they go back into the mineral line. 11 probes! Oh my god, what just happened? 11 probes go down. This is good damage here from Astrea, but back at home, these Hellions, they pop off. Banshee into the main. I mean, we do equivalent damage. 12 probe kills, but 11 SCVs also fall. On top of that, the tanks as well. So I still do favor Astrea here. As ByuN does get a couple more workers. Does force a recall. Does force that recall. The Banshee, does not escape. Still gets 16 probes. And the game continues. Again, honestly, if it wasn't for the Banshee and Hellion harass, that could have been game. This could have been game then and there. It's still brutal here as Astrea is still finding more damage. Gets behind the mineral line. Ooh, bleeds out 1 Stalker. Oh, once again diving and getting another tank. Another tank goes down. Crazy. Astrea, calm down. ByuN just wants to play with some tanks. That's 3 tanks falling. There's 1 tank left. ByuN is getting a 3rd CC. And Astrea from here, behind this, is taking to charge, gateways, still probing up as well. The pressure right now is on ByuN to break out to get some kind of counter damage. The pressure is on. Banshee back into the main. Let's go. Gets 1, 2, 3, 4 more probes. Astrea zoned away from the main base as well. So ByuN, he's slowly recovering. ByuN is behind, don't get me wrong. Like, he does have a worse economy here and he has to do something more. The Banshee's helping, does get 4 probes. But here comes the main army. Let's go. Does move out with everything. We'll see if we can catch Astrea off guard. Storm will be done in time for this defense. But Astrea otherwise distracted. It takes down the Banshee. Does he have a High Templar ready for this? Here comes ByuN. Ah, there's a storm. Ooh, there was a storm. Yeah, force a storm. Another disconnection. Tanks are sieged. Yeah, and Astrea, he's not ready. He has a bank. But he needs warp-ins. He needs High Templar. Zelsar across the map instead, getting SCV kills. Astrea, he abandons the third. Does catch some reinforcements. ByuN getting a lot done. But bleeding out a lot as well. The game is getting messy. Nice storm. Storm connects. Stalkers, they miscontrol. They run past the army. And ByuN, I think he might have just done it. He's overstinned though. Yeah, heavily overstinned, but he has enough. Takes down the Stalkers. GG gets called. He breaks through that defensive line. And ByuN, phew, he fights back. He does fight back. GG, well played again. ByuN, he got across the map unscouted. Unlike in previous games, there was no observer. There was no observer to see the move out, to see the army. Alas, Astrea, he was caught with his pants down. He did have 1 High Templar. He had a couple of units back at him to defend, but not enough. Not enough there. GG, and again, it was 1 and done. Oh, 1 and done for ByuN. He had to get some damage then and there because it was falling so far behind. Otherwise, GG. GG, well played. ByuN, he does put a point on the board. We have a back and forth. Let's go. Let us go. GG, well played. Again, a very chaotic game. On the one hand, we saw Astrea getting a lot of damage done across the map, but at the same time, Hellion run by, Banshee into the main base. Astrea, he was not as ahead as he otherwise could have or should have been. The harassment across the map was brutal. So again, ByuN does fight back. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into game number 4 here, and we'll see what map we load into. We shall see. Again, if we load into another smaller map, this is what we do expect to see Astrea just be hyper defensive again. As we've yet to see Astrea on Ultra Love, at least against ByuN. So maps like Ultra Love, maps like Persephone. That's where we expect more defensive play. But here we go. No. Here we go. He brought his umbrella. I mean, there was like 1 decent storm, but only 1. On the side of Astrea. But here we go. Ooh, and again, as a reminder, best of 7. As a reminder, this is going to be a best of 7, of course. We have at least 2 more games ahead of us, and I'm hoping for more. Hoping for more of a back and forth. On the one hand, is it late here? Yes, it's 6 AM, but it's fine, Bobby. It's fine. We have our second wind. We're awake again. We're good to go. Yeah, it would be hyped to see Astrea at Esports World Cup again. Like he's honestly on a good trajectory so far, looking solid. I do feel like there's just a lot of pressure on ByuN. It would, to be fair, it would also be really hyped to see ByuN there as well. considering how much ByuN has been struggling when it comes to GSL performances this year. But here we go, spawning in the bottom right hand corner of torches. Okay, we have the American Protoss player, we have the red Protoss. It is Astrea. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, we have the blue Terran representing Team Vitality. It is ByuN. Here we go. As well, going on to Torches. Torches is one of the most viewed maps in the map pool, but hey, best of 7 means we get some of these more unorthodox maps. Torches has a short rush distance by air, short rush distance by ground. There are gold bases that you can rush into as well. We have the healing pad, of course, but often we see all-ins. I don't think I've ever seen a macro game on Torches, unfortunately, not yet. So we'll see what ByuN goes for. For now, double gas opener. Now, if you recall, we spoke about the safe builds that Astrea has shown us so far in Game 1 and Game 2, not on Tokamak, but on the previous maps. That's what we expect here. Referring to earlier Charge and earlier Storm on 2 bases. Especially upon seeing a double gas opener, especially upon seeing Torches of all maps, it would make the most sense here for Astrea to be very safe. This is where I wouldn't be opposed to ByuN even just being greedy on Torches instead, but we'll see. With double gases, we are going for a faster factory, faster starport. This could lead into fast Banshee play, tank drop, cyclone drop. Pylon block here will delay any kind of add-on from the racks. Cheeky move here from Astrea. Yeah, it does force it to reposition, will delay the add-on. Just forcing some inefficiencies here out of ByuN. So cheeky move there by Astrea. Meanwhile, there we go, there's that Twilight Council. Tech Lab is on the way in the factory. That's ByuN, I believe, hasn't seen the tech yet, but there we go, we'll confirm. Dips in, confirms the tech. And should get away. Should get away. You know, blink based opener, not charge, okay. Opening up blink. Going for blink aggression can be difficult in this map just because there's no Reaper Cliff, or there's no way into the main. You have to go into the natural instead. So seeing heavy blink aggression is rare on Torches. Is there a sight? First up, we have a Cyclone drop. Cyclone's on the way. And we'll see if he goes for a Cyclone drop into a tank. Or into an add-on swap. Okay, tank is on the way. Let's go for the tank. We'll see if we go for a Tech Lab from here. Yep, there it is. Tech Lab is on the way. So it looks like Tank Banshee once again out of ByuN. I want to say that we saw this from GuMiho earlier as well. No, wait, sorry, from Gabe. That's it. We saw this from Gabe against Goblin. So we have the Cyclone drop moving in. Tanks are building up back at home. Into, I would imagine, Banshee. Yep, Banshees are on the way as well. Yeah, Gabe was very fond of this against Goblin. With this drop, getting 3 probes, not bad. It's a couple of probe kills. Cloak is being researched. Yeah, this. I think we saw this like 2 or 3 times from Gabe in the previous series. Now Astrea's playing safe. He already has the Robo on 2 bases, going for the Observer. He's not rushing into Storm, not like he did in Game 1 or Game 2, but still being safe with the Robo. This is a bold move. This is a tank in position. Has to get the hell out of there. I guess an SCV, sure. Oh, and I believe Astrea is not aware of the Cloak Banshee yet, but he does have observers, just not quite in position at home. Astrea does move in. Oh, nice control here by ByuN. Saves the Cyclone. Astrea just picking away at the army, shaving off those Marines. ByuN building up to a third tank. And soon ByuN is going to push. He's going to push on 2 bases. He will break out. We can see Astrea trying to work towards Colossus production. Yeah, boys are pulled to repair. Double Banshee into the main. They can one-shot workers, but actually Astrea, he's ready for this. He's in position. Still a messy engagement. There we go, 1 Banshee goes down. Hoping to chase down the other. Astrea is distracted. He's distracted. 4 probe kills. Ooh, ByuN is like everyone's distracted. Yeah, snipes the medevac, nice pickup. Both players losing workers. ByuN is committed, he's moving out across the map. But I don't know how much he can really get done here. He's got, what, 4 tanks? 4 tanks, but not really much support for the tanks is the problem. Astrea catching reinforcements. Ooh, pushing in towards the mineral line. Doesn't quite commit. You know, charge is done, diving on the tanks. Takes down 1, takes down 2. Yeah, barely snipes 2 tanks. Nice big off here by Astrea, and he gets surrounded. Yeah, ByuN is just getting completely shut down. This push was delayed and completely cleaned up as well. The Banshees don't do enough damage. Going back in, 6 probes, that's nice and all, but alas, he lost 4 tanks. Oh, God. And ByuN, he's scrambling for a defense back at home. Banshee into the main, okay. More damage being done. Tanks are set. Does force a recall. And the game continues. Now, coming into this, I do favor Astrea. He doesn't really have the worker lead that he needs. That's true, but at the same time, ByuN just now starts his third. Like, his third base is delayed. ByuN was quite committed here to his tank push, and he got shut down. Setting up. From here, Astrea can just take his 4th base, is resaturating, double forge on the way, Colossus production as well. Astrea still looking solid. Not as ahead as he would have liked to have been, but still in a better position. Likewise, ByuN just now taking his 3rd base, expanding towards the gold. Let's go. That would be a way to recover, to claim the gold. Claim the gold base. And I'm a little bit concerned that we're going to end up in a similar game state. I'd mentioned before that I've never seen late game on torches. I stand by that, of course. Haven't seen that yet. We'll see if Astrea decides to try to take map control and contain. He's working towards +1, towards 1-1 upgrades. Prison speed is on the way as well. So he should be harassing. Should be going for a more active style, thankfully. Catching up with Marauders. Takes down the Banshee, finally. There's still 1 more left over. Astrea is at least aware of the 3rd. But he should not allow ByuN to expand and get a 4th. That just shouldn't happen. Actually, instead of straight moving in, pushing into a siege line. There's 5 tanks. Like Astrea, he does not have to push into this. It does rush forward, gets into the mid-run, boys are being pulled. And we'll get some SCVs. Gets 1. Gets 2 tanks. There's still 3 tanks left. Zealous is stuck behind the Stalkers. Oh, yeah, no one engaged there for Astrea, and he does not break through. Gets 14 SCVs. Loses both Colossus. And this is an example of like when you're ahead, if you attack, like you can lose that lead. Because Astrea, he had map control, he had the supply lead, he had the economy. Throws away a lot of supply there, a lot of expensive units. Did kill 14 SCVs, but that was a brutal loss there for Astrea. Has to back up, has to lick his wounds. This would be the time for ByuN to counterattack. If he doesn't, then Astrea can just recover. Right? Astrea can just recover from that. If given time. Okay, ByuN, he moves out. Let's go. ByuN does have the army supply lead. Does have the army supply. Prism into the main. To delay, going for a massive, oh my god, going for a massive warp in. It's not going to get much done. ByuN is in position. Shuts down the Zealots. Nice defense. Astrea, he will lose that harassing army. Colossus still building up. And ByuN, he's slowing his way back into this game. Astrea, he had a pretty substantial lead. He's still ahead. Like, Astrea, he's still in a better position, but it doesn't have as big of a lead as he once did. Throwing away a lot of units. But now working on 3-3 upgrades. We've been here before. Astrea does not have to push into the bases. But what Astrea does need to do is deny the 4th. Deny the 4th base. Tanks are sieged. Liberation as well. Astrea rotating over. And again, he just has to deny this base. Astrea, he's maxed out. Did Eric win the Brazilian circuit yesterday? I recommend the VODs. It was very hype. I recommend the VODs. For sure. It was a very high finals. But here we go, Astrea pushing forward. Never goes off. Decent connection. Oh, gets a kill in the CC. Yeah, it does get a kill. There was no lift, there was no save. And again, that's all that Astrea has to do. Just deny the 4th. Deny the 4th base. Contain ByuN on 3 bases for as long as possible. And then take up. Now from here, we do see Astrea going for 2 more robos, getting up to triple robo production. I do think that this map is too small for Skytoss. Like, I would be really concerned if Astrea tried to go into Tempest production. Does catch a couple Liberators. The reason for this is because the rush distance background is so short. If he tried to bleed off units, like a counterattack would be so imminent. It feels risky. He could still try to pull it off. It does feel risky. Oof, never goes off. Nice connection. 14 SCV kills. Catching up 14 SCVs, collapsing him from behind, Liberators out of position, and he will take the fight. Yeah, he collapsed on the army. Astrea just snowballing out of control from here, takes down all the tanks. Snowballing out of control. Cleans up the tanks. The Colossus are somewhat exposed, but still a better trade here for Astrea. And from here, GG gets called, breaks the main army, and Astrea takes a 3-1 lead. Whew, GG. GG well played. It does take a 3-1 lead. Again, it was a bit of a shaky follow-up here, but Astrea, for the most part, he was able to cripple the economy of his opponent, defend back at home, shut down the Cloak Banshees, and take a lead early on. We saw that Astrea almost lost that lead as he pushed into the third base, and he overextended into 5 tanks. So there were some civ-ups here and there. If you remember, he pushed into the third, he lost a lot of his army, and then he went for a Prism into the main base, he lost the Prism and all those zealots as well. So, like, there were a couple of rough moments there for Astrea where ryung was able to recover, but for the most part, Astrea, he had map control, he had a lead, he just has to calm down, back off, deny the 4th base, and then he found an opening to get behind the army, and then GG. GG, well played. With that, Astrea is now 1 game away from claiming the series, 1 game away from qualifying for the Esports World Cup. He is so close to advancing through. And we'll see if he can. See if he can. But yes, I do recommend checking out the VODs for the Brazilian Soccer 2 circuit. It was very hype, very hype. We still have to make a post about it ourselves, just because I went straight to bed right after the cast. I'll be honest. Again, it was a 12-hour cast last night, so had to go straight to bed. The Soccer Cup continues. I see Super Kaito in the chat. The only Zerg missing is live VIP, but I heard he had to cast, otherwise he would have been at EWC. Cap. True. Here we go. But yes, when it comes to Zerg players, they've made it through. To have players like Solar, Shin, and Rogue already in Esports World Cup. Solar, Shin, Rogue, Raynor, Cyril as well. They're going to be a part of it. Here we go. And again, Onomas, one more game is all that Astrea needs here to make it through into EWC. Onomas, Bathy, Onomas. Let's go home. We'll see if ryung can recover. Right, I was getting into this earlier. It would be nice to see ryung at EWC, just because ryung, he had a really rough year when it comes to GSL. He wasn't able to be a part of GSL Season 1, he wasn't able to be a part of GSL Season 2. He's a really strong player, and I do think that he would have had the best chance to make it through with his TBT. But ByuN did get the better of him last night. Like, that would have been ryung's chance. As he took down Gabe, if you recall, right? Like, ryung, he took down Gabe. He did have a series against ByuN. But now it did land on Astrea of all players. Oh. But here we go. We're jumping in. Jumping in on next game. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner here of Maganatha, we have the American Protoss. We have the red Protoss. It is Astrea. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, we have the red Terran representing Team Vitality. It is ryung. The Tuna Terran. The red Terran. Oh, there we go. Jesus. Here we go. And welcome to the largest map in the map pool. It's pretty big. It's pretty huge. Welcome to the largest map in the map pool here. Longer stretch distance by ground as well. So we do favor longer macro games on Maganatha. We'll see how Astrea will approach this. If you recall, we saw a similar dynamic on Tokamak where Astrea took a lead, but then ryung just committed to an all-in. He snuck out across the map, he caught Astrea with his pants down, and bam! That's where ryung was able to take a map. He was able to take a map and able to take and catch Astrea off guard. Hopefully the clean feed stays clean a little bit longer. Stay with us, clean feed, stay with us. But we'll see how Ryung will approach Maganath. Again, Maganath I feel like is going to be favoring Astrea when it comes to securing the map, when it comes to taking map control and overwhelming from there. The pressure is going to be on Ryung to get something done earlier than that. For now, Economic Opener. So Rax expand out of Ryung. Economic Start is scouting for a proxy gateway. And Astrea going for a standard opener himself. Gate, Cyber, Expand. Let's go. So are these the finals? This is a qualifying match. Qualifying match. To make it into the Esports World Cup. To make it in. So not seeing live? Yes, this is live. If we're ever casting something that is a replay cast, then it's usually, or that then it would be in the title of the stream. God, we've been live for you know, fun fact, yesterday we had a 12-hour cast, and coming in today I was like, maybe like 8 hours, maybe like 8 to 9. Pappy, we were coming up on 11 hours. Oh no, I'm gonna be so dead tomorrow. And we knew the weekend was gonna be brutal though. Like it's a very long weekend of casting. Non-stop StarCraft. Let's go. What do we have tomorrow? I think tomorrow's only Wardy, right? Yeah, thank God. Our next cast is going to be in like 15-ish hours, right? Yeah. 14 hours. It's gonna be the Wardy TV Monday. We'll be okay. We'll be okay. Copium. Oh my god, we are rushing to early sim. My apologies. So it was a Rax Expand opener into an early 3-1-1. Okay, this looks like the beginning of a 2-base all-in. Interesting. We do see Astrea setting up defensively. Does go for a Stargate opener himself. What's been happening here? Okay, so Stargate opener and Astrea. Stargate openers are very rare. They're very rare here. You can see him throwing down a field of stasis traps. It's not really gonna come into play. We do see that Ryung is pushing soon, but not yet. You can see here a 3-1-1 setup. Basically, no starport. Big prioritization of stim, and of course a big delay on the starport on the medevac production. From here, Ryung could pull the boys. He could pull the boys. And these Stargate openers, they're weak against these kind of all-ins as well. So I'll be honest, everything is looking in favor of Ryung here. I want to say that in favor of this push, in favor of this timing, in favor of this all-in. Now, there is a chance if Ryung does take a stasis to the face, then Astrea can hold, 100%. Like, all it takes is one big stasis trap to connect, to slow down the all-in, and Astrea can pull off the defense. Yeah, you can see he's like tabbing through and cycling through all these stasis traps. Like, that is going to be a big part of whether or not Astrea can hold. Blink is almost done, working towards the Temple Archives. Ryung throws down 2 more Raxes. Yeah, this screams 2-base all in. So it's all or nothing here for Ryung. And Astrea, he hasn't really seen much. You can see Indy pointing out those 2 Raxes. Basically, those 2 Raxes are thrown down in a place where there's no add-ons. There's no add-ons, so we're just making nothing but Marine. Nothing but Marine. Ryung, he has the option to pull the boys. Yep, there it is. He pulls the boys. Does pull the boys, so it's just all or nothing for Ryung. And once again, a big part of this defense is the stasis traps. Do they connect? Oh, Astrea trying to bait out the army. The army, stasis goes off. No major connection. Grazes the army. Marine goes down, scans ahead of time, does spot another stasis. And nice moves here by Ryung. And again, Astrea, he's in trouble here. Storm is only halfway done. He has no storm ready. SB moving in, try to bait it out. Another scan. Another stasis is going to be denied. And again, you can see why Stargate openers are so weak against all-ins. Because Astrea, he's hoping for a stasis to go off, otherwise it's over. Yeah, baits out once again. Tanks they zone away the Stalkers, and with that, Ryung has control of the third. Yeah, he's done it. Third base is going to go down. Now he's pushing towards the natural. Astrea hoping to defend, diving in. Brutal tank shots though. And Ryung takes over the natural, takes down the gateway. Tanks are pushing forward. Storm is about to finish, but I don't think they're any High Templar ready for this. Even if they were, it wouldn't matter. Yeah, GG gets called. Ryungi pops off with the all-in, and Ryungi fights back. He puts another point on the board. GG. Whew. GG, well played. The stars aligned here. 2 base all-in out of Ryung, and Astrea having to be going for a Stargate opener. Stargate openers are so vulnerable to 2 base all-ins. This is the reason why Stargate openers are out of meta. You rarely see them anymore. You rarely see them, and because all-ins have risen in popularity, right? 2 base all-ins have risen in popularity in TVP. As a result, these Stargate openers have fallen off quite hard. When it comes to these Stargate openers, again, when it comes to either whether it would have been Phoenixes or whether it would have been Oracles, when it comes to dealing with these all-ins, what can you do? You can, try to lift up a Marine at a time, try to lift up a tank at a time, but you have all this buy that you're worried about, that you're dealing with. So Ryung did snowball from there. And basically, Astrea, he had to get one of those safe traps to connect. Otherwise, as we saw, GG. GG, well played. Ryung here overwhelms. Does overwhelm. And with that, we're getting into our next game. So almost a build order win there from Ryung. Astrea going for a Stargate or Magnatha makes sense, assuming that his opponent would have been playing standard and macro, but it wasn't all in. It was not standard, was not macro, it wasn't all in instead. Thankfully as well, Ryung, he did not take the first stasis to the face, and that kind of tipped him off to start scanning and checking for stasis traps. Meanwhile, Astrea, he needs to win one more game to claim the series. Ryung has to win one more game to force the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. Uno más, papi, uno más. We go. Again, could be loading into potentially the final game of the series. I do not expect another Stargate open out of Astrea. I mean, what are the odds that your opponent goes 2 base all in 2 games in a row, right? So you could argue that like maybe now would be a little bit safer for Astrea to go for something like an Oracle opener or a Phoenix opener, but I would advise against it. Didn't think it would be necessary to take that risk. But here we go. Here we go. Catching up. And likewise, again, depending on the maps here, I mean, Ryung, it wouldn't take too much at all here to bring us to the ace match. He's close. He's almost there. He's still in this, of course. Of course, man. Of course. Oh, the USA chants in the chat. Again, it would be nice to have more regional representation, for sure, at EWC. But, yo, meanwhile, we be vibing. Okay, just looking at our schedule. As a reminder as well, of course, Home Story Cup. Yeah, true. Home Story Cup also next weekend. Also going to be next weekend as well. There's no EWC qualifier spots for Home Story Cup. Bear that in mind, unfortunately. But still, going to be a big event in Europa, nonetheless. I'm sure a bunch of the European players are going to be there. I'm sure Goblin is going to be invited. He has to be after his performances. Got to be invited. I hope so, but here we go. We're jumping into our next game. Ooh, loading into Ultra Love. Okay, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss. One game away from qualifying for the main event for EWC. It is Astrea. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Blue Terran representing Team Vitality. One game away from forcing the ace match. It is Ryung. Let's go. Welcome to Ultra Love now. Does anyone in the chat feel some PTSD? We've been here before. Now, a couple of things. Ultralove is a map of extremes. What do I mean by that? Ultralove is a smaller map in the map pool, shorter rush distance by ground. So because of that, we do often see a lot of all-ins on this map. But if a player can, or if the map does get up to a stage where you get up to 4 bases, the map can very easily be cut in half. The reason for this is because of the terrain. There are some very narrow choke points and very narrow ramps scattered throughout the center of the map. And if you remember, this was the map that was featured in game 1 between Astrea and GuMiho, where Astrea did cut the map in half, did contain GuMiho, did take over the map, and it was the first, like, what, 45-minute game of the day, where GuMiho was just contained and Astrea had like a 25k bank and just overwhelmed from there. So again, it is a map of extremes. I also bring that up because double gas open out for ByuN. ByuN still has the potential to end the game early. If he doesn't though, if the game stabilizes, if we get into the mid game, then there's a high chance that we do cut the map in half. Oh boy. So we'll see how ByuN does piece this all together. Initially, double gas, faster factory. We've already seen ByuN once before this go for his own, I think it was on pylon if I recall correctly, go for, sorry I say pylon, it was on torches of course, go for an early tech lab into tank, into banshee play, into cloak banshee. We saw that a lot from Gabe of course earlier. So that is a potential follow-up. Does open up Reaper, second Reaper into Hellion, no tech lab, okay. No reactor either, so it's only going to be one Hellion here. He can go one Hellion into Widowmine drop. He shouldn't commit too hard into Hellion. We'll see. Yeah, there it is, so Hellion is a Widowmine. Now, as you can imagine, this is very gas light here from ByuN. So after the drop play, we're expecting tech lab into like banshee play. After the first medevac. Oh, nice snipe. Oh my god. Takes down the sentry. That should not have happened. Sentry goes down. Limited scouting here from Astrea. The first hallucination thankfully did get across the map. Yeah, shout out to Astrea. He has a White Rise as announcer. Yeah, it was ByuN earlier with Diva. Gets into the main, confirms the 1-1-1 setup, confirms lack of add-ons, is aware of the potential for a mine drop. And there's that tech lab. Go, medevac's moving out. Tank production has begun. Going for the drop. So let's head towards the main. Meanwhile, ooh, okay, so I thought it was going to be tank into Banshee. It's going to be tank into Raven. So not as committed. Wouldn't mind just dropping to the main. Shots, he does hold onto them. Gets 1 probe so far. Gets up to 3. 3 probe kills, not bad. Too bad here. Gets 3 workers behind this, going for his own tank production. Admiral Swap once again. Third Rax is on the way. And we're building up into the mid game. Meanwhile, Astrea, oh, we've seen this before, is going into early Temple Archives on 2 bases into early Storm. We saw this in the first 2 games of the series. So rushing into Charge, into Robo, into Temple Archives, all on 2 bases. So this is just a really, really safe play from Astrea. Basically, if ByuN was going for a 2-base push and a 2-base all-in, then Astrea would ideally shut it down with this. Just because he's delaying his 3rd base so much in favor of all this tech. And again, we saw this in the first 2 games. If you recall, we saw this on Pylon as well. And ideally, like Astrea, he wants ByuN to push into him, so that Astrea can actually, you know, make use of the early storm and make use of the early charge and make use of the army that he's going to be amassing. Third CC out of ByuN, I like this. Third CC is expanding. Suddenly, this means that the early tech and the big investment here from Astrea isn't really as worth it, just because he's getting ready for a push that isn't coming. Or that isn't going to be as dedicated. I'm hoping that it's not too dedicated, by the way. As ByuN, he's being somewhat active. Yeah, he's pushing. Remember, he's expanding behind this, so he's not all in. Astrea is ready. He has Storm. Uh-oh. There's the stim. You see ByuN trying to bait out the Storm. ByuN, he backs off. He pulls away. Thankfully, ByuN doesn't commit, otherwise he would have lost everything. Ooh, speaking of. Raven goes down. Meanwhile, ByuN going for a massive Dune drop. Very committed. Headed towards the main. Astrea, he does have some sort of pylons in position towards the left-hand side. Can ByuN thread the needle? No, no shot. No shot. And the pylons, they see everything. Astrea, he commits in. Yeah, he shuts us down. Zones away ByuN. And the drop doesn't get across the map. Okay, so now we're building up. Oh, G said I see 4 bases. We're getting there. There's that 4-base setup. Bays on the way, extra gateways. ByuN still has a pretty decent army. It's pretty terrifying, actually. He's going through the ramp. Oh, here come the storms. Yeah, storms on the widow mines. Oh my god, brutal storms. Most of the mines go down. But the Wire Army does survive. Tank as well. Mines drop back in. Oh my god. Clutch control. And again, you can see how difficult it is to get through these bridges here on Ultra Love. So difficult. But yeah, he's gaining ground. There's another storm waiting for him. Yeah, he spots High Templar. Does spot the Templar. Has to pull away. Another expansion here. We spoke about this, how this map is a map of extremes. If we don't see it all in, then often we do see a split map scenario. As Astrea is taking another base. ByuN still has a supply lead, so ByuN could still try to end the game early. Does catch the prism. Or at least a drop. Going towards bottom right, he could deny the expansion. Okay. Yeah, he's going for it. And Astrea, he cannot save this. Nexus goes down. ByuN is maxed. And again, we got to make use of the army. Now, the scary thing, if ByuN pushes, you can see that Astrea is ready for a run-by. He's ready for a counterattack. Ready for the storms as well. Speaking of, Storm does zone. Storm zones away. Drop on the right. Prism back into the main base. And you can see Astrea stabilizing. Like Astrea, he was down, what, 30 supply, but now he's catching up. Catching up with the army. Getting on the base. Astrea breaks through. Does catch a ghost. Zelrame gets caught. And Astrea, he shouldn't get much done here. Yeah, he has to back off. Prism makes into the main. SCV's gonna be going down, going for a warp in. Warp in will barely finish. Astrea just being active, just making sure and ensuring that ByuN doesn't expand. Like, what Astrea is hoping for here is to contain ByuN on 3 bases. But ByuN, he slips by. Does slip by. It's a double drop bottom right. Ooh, upgrade is denied though. Ay, ay, ay. Nice L2. Nice feedbacks. Nice feedbacks. Astrea being forced further back. Colossus goes down. Storm coming in. And it looks like Astrea, he does have a force back at home. He holds. He sends back the army. Okay, just a little posturing here. Astrea is on 82 workers. He's starting to build up that bank. Now, unlike we saw in game 1 of this series, and even game 1 between Astrea and GuMiho, ByuN, he has yet to really like back off and start to turtle. Like, he's still trying to be active, trying to be aggressive, still trying to end the game or make a way across the map. Still looking for a way in. He does not want to just allow Astrea to take over the map and take over the Sky Toss. He's doing what he can. Okay. Fusion core is on the way. Second starport as well for Mass Viking. Astrea once again going for feedbacks. Storm as well. Nice knife there on those 2 High Templar. But Zealots is still overwhelmed. Should get a ghost. Astrea takes down a tank as well. And ByuN, he's finally expanding on the right hand side, claiming a 4th. Okay, the onus is on Astrea to stop that from getting up. Catch a ghost. As they'll say, do rally in. Catching another ghost as well. And what looks to be another. Yeah, 3, 4 ghosts going down. Oh my god. That's a lot of ghosts falling. To just Zealots. I would assume at this point we would be getting ready with a Stargate and with a second Cybercore. Like Astrea, he has quite a bank. Wedging himself into the natural. Zealots take it to the middle line. But alas, ByuN, he's ready. Nice Sim City. Shuts down the Zealots. Forces back the Rebel army as well. Oh my god, but the Prism got in. And once again got in, going for the Fusion Core, denying the upgrade. And limited range will not complete. Zealots bust in. Oh, brutal storms as well. Yeah, takes down the middle line. 17 SCV kills, no repair. And ByuN, he has to break out. Losing so much of his economy. And up until this point, ByuN was being active, but now he's kind of lost that. Uh-oh. We know what's happening. But now 3-3 upgrades. That's a lot of High Templar. 18 High Templar. That's crazy. That's gonna be so many storms. Yeah, sending back the army. Ooh, High Templar getting called out though. Expensive losses. Oh Jesus, as the storms they get thrown down, the storms that just don't stop. But it was mainly a High Templar based army. ByuN is all in. ByuN, he's all in. He's got to go. He's got to send it. Warping across the map. Not at home to defend, which means ByuN, he can break through. Okay, we need defenses back at home. Astrea, he's vulnerable. Yeah, bases are falling. Zealots, sure, they'd be having the main, but that doesn't matter. As another High Templar goes down. Again, it's mainly High Templar defense. The Usher's Pylon. Usher's Pylon just gets shut down. Depowers all the Robos. But that's a lot of Zealots. Yeah, a lot of Chargers coming in. And ByuN, he's running out of steam. Takes some massive storms to the face. And this is the only army he has left. And he will lose everything. It was a good push, but there's nothing left. Yeah, GG gets called. No economy, no army remaining. And Astrea, he will take the series 4-2 and qualify for the Esports World Cup 2025. GG. Whew. Hi. GG, well played. Again, ByuN, he was popping off towards the end there. Unfortunately, because of the warping into the main base, he had no economy, right? He was losing everything back at home. It wasn't just that, of course. If you remember, just before that happened, we saw him lose the planetary. He lost the planetary, lost a mineral in there, so he was just all in. He was just all in. Either he killed Astrea with that push, or he would just die trying. And he was getting damage done. He caught a bunch of High Templar. He depowered the Robos. He denied the Colossus. It was good, but barely not good enough. Barely not enough to end the game. Not enough to carry the production. GG. GG, well played with that. Ooh. There we go. With that, GG, well played with that. Astrea, he will make it through into the Esports World Cup. My condolences here to ByuN. My condolences to those that were barely not able to make the cut. I can definitely see a world where ByuN, where Goblin, where some of these other players could have made it through. But GuMiho as well, of course. But not this year. Not this year. GG, well played. My heart goes out to, again, the players that did not quite advance on. Let's catch up here. We can catch up on the bracket. Bam. Oh. And here we have them. There it is. Here we have them. So throughout yesterday and today, we had ByuN. ByuN, he made it through in the first place. ByuN took down Lemon 3-0, took down ByuN 4-1 to qualify for the Esports World Cup. Meanwhile, we had ByuN. ByuN took down Gabe 3-1. And again, ByuN, his best matchup is CVT. This would have been his best opportunity to make it through to qualify. But alas, ByuN takes down ByuN 4-1. And ByuN did qualify through. Scrolling down, we had Lambo taking down Astrea 3-0. We had Goblin taking down GuMiho. Again, strong showing there by Goblin. Lambo took that Goblin. Lambo did qualify for the main event. Goblin, he had a bit of a lackluster performance here against Lambo. Goblin, if you remember, he was going for very cheeky builds. He was going for rushes into Sky Toss, rushes into Glaive Adepts, some really specialized builds out of Goblin, but they did fall in their face, and with that, Lambo does qualify. Scrolling down, we had Gabe taking down Lemon. We had Gabe versus Goblin. Very intense, very back and forth. Goblin had momentum early on, but then Gabe, he was able to hunker down. He was able to lock in. He was able to be hyper aggressive. He was able to be hyper aggressive against Goblin in the preceding 4 series and just overwhelm. Take a lead early on, cripple Goblin economically, maintain that lead, and just snowball from there and qualify for the Esports World Cup. We then had Astrea. Astrea took down GuMiho. Astrea took down ByuN. This is where Astrea is at his best. I did see some people saying like, oh, Astrea is looking better than he did yesterday. Not at all. I should say that Astrea was looking good yesterday as well. Here, just like Goblin, Astrea and Goblin, their best matchups are against Terran. That's why Lambo's matches were looking a lot more one-sided against both Astrea and Goblin. Again, our 2 Protoss players here, they thrive much more against Terran players, and that's why we saw Goblin and Astrea pop off here against GuMiho, against ByuN, against Gabe. That's where they did excel a lot more. More so than against Lambo. So GG well played in the end. Astrea, he did make it through. He did advance on. Congratulations to Astrea, and to Gabe, and to Lambo, and to ByuN. GG, well played. And with that, we have our confirmed players. We have our confirmed players here for the main event. Let's quickly go over that, actually. I believe the Wikipedia page should be updated. Let's go. Okay, from the top. Bam, from the top. So, invited because of his performance in last year, the reigning world champion Clem, the best player in the world, the reigning world champion. He has been invited here to the Esports World Cup as 2025. Meanwhile, from the Korean qualifier, we had Xian and Kior. We have a Protoss and extra Terran here from the Korean qualifiers. From the European qualifier, we had Raynor and Cyril, our 2 Zerg representatives. From the Americas qualifier, we had Trigger. From the Asia qualifier, we have Lancer. From GSL Season 1 and 2, we have Hero and Rogue, respectively. And from DreamHack Dallas, we have Classic, Maru, Shin, and Solar. Then we had Showtime from Star Zagora, and we just wrapped up here our final global qualifiers: Astrea, ByuN, Hero Marine, and Lim. There we go. We have our top players here for the Esports World Cup. 7 Protoss, 5 Terran, and 6 Zerg coming together here for the biggest event of the year. Let's go. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be wild. Of course, the bracket has not been seeded by any means. It is too soon for that. The event, of course, is going to be taking place next month. Next month, end of next month, is going to be the Esports World Cup. As always, we're going to be covering it here on the channel. We're going to be covering it. We're going to be casting it. I believe we should have access to co-stream, so most likely to be co-streaming the event. And it's going to be a wild one here. Personally, it's hard to bet against Clem. Clem, he is the reigning world champion, and I would say is still the best player in the world. He is looking insanely good right now. But what I appreciate here is that we have seen more closer series between Clem and Cyril, for example. Cyril has been looking quite strong himself, has been definitely improving over time, and his matches against Clem have been closer than previously. So that does bode well. Likewise, of course, Hero also has been very much so in form as of late, has been taking down players like Clem and players like MaxPax and some of the other top players on a more regular basis. I will say that Hero had a lackluster performance against Raynor during DreamHack, 100%. Like, that was a bit of a weird series and a little bit lackluster there. But we'll see if Hero can lock in for EWC. Likewise, Classic also recently popping off as well. I would say that Classic, he has a definitely different style from Hero, looking really strong when it comes to the late game. I mentioned, I was joking earlier, but Classic, I guess kind of like Astrea, he's willing to go into a rush into late game when he takes the lead against Terran and against Zerg players alike. That is where Classic does thrive. Likewise, we have plenty of Zerg representation as well. And of course, other Terran players also going to be joining the fray. So yeah, it's going to be crazy. It's going to be wild. It's going to be a lot of fun, of course. Do look forward to it. Again, players have a month to prepare. They have a month to get ready. What a lineup. What a lineup. Better cast in the main cast. Oh, thank you. Do appreciate it. I do apologize for being a little bit low energy. I mean, again, we just hit over 11 hours. We've been live. We had a cast just before this with the Sparkling Tuna Cup, and then bam, we just went straight into EWC. So a little bit low energy. So I do apologize for that. Same with yesterday as well. I was a little bit low energy for the Brazilian circuit because yesterday we had a 12-hour cast. Here, 11 hours, papi. Aye. It's a lot of StarCraft. A lot of StarCraft. I think we were okay towards the end, but I do think that I was a little bit low energy for Gabe versus Goblin, like the final couple of games there. But we were able to wake up. Who needs sleep? True. Hope that Maru can do something. I hope so as well. I'll be honest, like, Maru's performances this year has been questionable, is to say the least. Maru's been just hyper aggressive and very all in. He was the same at DreamHack Dallas. He was the same in GSL Season 1 and GSL Season 2 as well. So we'll see how Maru prepares for EWC. For me, like, his play has been leaving me wanting. Like, I've definitely been wanting a little bit more out of Maru. But looking forward to it. Guys, who needs sleep? Who needs it? But with that, we're wrapping up. Oh, of course, let's catch up on catch up on our schedule here. If you want some more CranKy Duckling action, we just wrapped up. Oh my god, this is our weekly schedule ahead of us here. We have the Wardy TV Monday. That's going to be at 8 p.m. KST. That is going to be in 13 hours. 13 hours time. We're going to be live with our next cast. So I do have some time to get some sleep, to get some rest, to get some food, and to get ready for some more StarCraft. Tomorrow we're going to be live with some show match catch-up streams. That is going to be some Kanoya show matches. Basically, we have some ByuN versus Creator show matches, some best of fives to jump into, so look forward to that. That is going to be tomorrow morning. We have the StarCraft Evolution League number 13, I believe. So number 14. Number 14, that's going to be, of course, that's going to be tomorrow night. That is going to be a mod, not SE2, but that's going to be StarCraft Evolution. So if you want some more SE Evo content, we go check over there. We have the Big Store Cup over on Wednesday. We have the EWC Esports World Cup DreamHack Dallas replay cast on Thursday. For those that are curious, we did cast DreamHack Dallas live. The VODs are on YouTube, the VODs are there on Twitch as well, but we did cast it live. But there are some games that never got casted. There were some games in the open stage, in the European bracket, the group stage, that never got casted. We did get our hands on the replays, and we know it's a month late. We had no time, but it's a month late. But we do want to jump in and cover those matches that never got casted. But whether it was ourselves or whether it was from the mainstream, there were just some matches that, because there were just so many games going on at once, some games just never got broadcasted. So we're going to be bringing them to you live here this week as well. So we're going to be catching up with some DreamHack Dallas. We have the podcast on Thursday. Though some people that were asking earlier about talk shows or about podcasts in StarCraft, I think we have the only regular talk show in StarCraft right now, which is kind of crazy. Do what we can. I say talk show. It's a little bit less of a talk show now. It's a little bit more like a news, like weekly, like catch-up stream, basically, on all things StarCraft. I do have to get ready for that. There was an interview with Fear Dragon. That's it. SE Historian, he interviewed Fear Dragon recently, and there were a bunch of interviews during Star Zagora as well, so we're going to be discussing, I have to watch them ahead of time, take some notes. We're going to be discussing those interviews, and of course going over all the news of the week, all the tournament results as well, including these qualifiers, including the Brazilian Sacramento Circuit, so plenty to go over during the podcast. Meanwhile, as you can see, Home Story Cup, we are not confirmed for Home Story Cup. Actually, let me check my DMs. Let me check my DMs, Pappy. Hold on. Are we confirmed? Okay, not yet. So we aren't confirmed yet, but we were the B stream for Home Story Cup for the past like 3 Home Story Cups. We were the B stream, so most likely it's going to happen again. Right now, I know that they're scrambling to get it going. It's a little bit disorganized for Home Story Cup. They haven't even announced who's going yet. I know that Streamer Zone announced their players that are going, so there's been some announcements, but we don't have like a full list of players yet. I know that they're kind of, trying to get everything going, but we most likely will be the B stream for that, or one of the side streams. That's going to be Home Story Cup this weekend, so once again a busy weekend here for the CranKy Ducklings, and Sparkling Tuna Cup on Sunday. That is tentative. Because we're going to be casting Home Story Cup, we have to wait for the start times, and if Sparkling Tuna Cup clashes, then we might skip Tuna Cup this week. It depends. It depends, again, on the start time of Home Story Cup and how things line up. So tentatively STC, but we might have to postpone because of Home Story Cup. So we'll see. Otherwise, we could just do what we did today and just go from one, bam, right into the other. Tuna Cup into Home Story Cup. So that's our current weekly schedule. As you can see here, we have Wednesday afternoon and Friday afternoon free currently. Tentatively, we do want to try to have some time to get some rest and to catch up on work and to catch up and maybe even stream a little bit. Exclamation mark socials in the chat, and you get a link to our socials, to our Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Discord, or exclamation mark socials in the chat, and we got you covered there. Again, we do upload on YouTube on a daily basis, so if you see something here that you want to watch live, if you're like, hey, I want to watch the podcast, or I want to watch Pegasus Cup, or some StarCraft Evolution, or some Wardy TV Monday, or like the Dallas replay cast, or Home Story Cup, and if you can't watch it live because there's just so much going on, or because of time zones, then check out the VODs. Check out the VODs over on YouTube. That is the place to be. Otherwise, thank you for watching. I do also stream on my own personal channel, exclamation mark light. I say I stream, I try to, because we cast so much, I don't really have a lot of time to stream, but I should be streaming on Wednesday. You can see that free afternoon, Wednesday and Friday, I might have some time to stream and play some ladder. I haven't laddered in like 2 weeks. I enjoy streaming, I enjoy laddering, but we've just been so busy with GSL, with EWC, with DreamHack Dallas, with Star Zagora, with RSL. There's just been so much going on. Haven't really had the time to stream or ladder, but this week I might be able to. This week I might be able to, so fingers crossed. If I do, probably Wednesday and Friday, probably. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Thanks for support. Big shout out to Blake. It is in the chat. Thank you so much for the bits. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It is 7 a.m. in the morning. 7 a.m. in the morning. Here in Australia. I'm gonna go make some tea. I'm gonna go get some sleep. I'm gonna go get some rest. Thank you for all the watching. Thank you for the thank you for tuning in. Hope you appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the content. Again, Patreon if you want to support us. You can subscribe as well. We do give replay packs out. And with that, we're gonna be wrapping up. We're gonna be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Who is live? Who is live at the moment? I see Jumi. Jumi is live. True. We can raid Jumi. I see Bomyoja is also live. Heaven. A lot of people live actually. Jesus. There's a lot of people live. I see Livy, I see Jumi, I see Heaven, Bomyoja, Dave, Ryu is live, true, Mihito, Ryu. 10th. A lot of people streaming, so we'll give someone a raid. Give them some love, give them some support. Otherwise, thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys next time. We'll see you guys tomorrow for some more, or later on tonight, or tomorrow for some more CranKy Ducklings. Hope you had a great weekend. Hope you have a great rest of your day, rest of your night. Have a great time. Take care, everyone. Hasta luego. Ciao. Papi, ciao. Hasta luego. Take care.